Welcome to my channel. Here, I don't just speak, but I invite you to think. Throughout my videos, I've questioned the deepest held beliefs, from philosophy, the dynamics of religion and faith, to personal identity. I ventured into the controversial because I know that only in honest, critical confrontation do we grow. My voice is a search for truth, unafraid of what is difficult. If you join this community today, you don't just watch, but you engage. Together, we open the door to a courageous dialogue, one that transforms us. Subscribe, share, and let's keep questioning, growing, and seeking truth together. Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to the show today. I see people are starting to stream in right now, and I'm so glad to see everybody here. Welcome to everybody who joins. That is my new intro, so I'm always looking for feedback on how I can improve this channel and make it a little bit more, a little bit more modern and stuff. So please let me know what you guys think in the comments about the intro, if I need to work on that. Today, I have a very special guest. I'm so excited to bring Tristan Gabriel to you guys. If for those of you who haven't had a chance to meet him yet, he's somebody that I had interacted with a few months ago. In fact, the truth of the matter is, Tristan, I had seen him on, I can't remember, maybe on History Valley. I can't remember where I came across Tristan for the first time, but I was so impressed with him and listening to him talk. I reached out to him, I think maybe on his channel or via email or something, and said, hey, I have attended seminary, because Tristan's actually a seminary graduate. And I says, I didn't graduate with a Bible degree, but I actually did as a personal interest audit classes at a seminary. And I know there's been a lot of talk about agnosticism and atheism, and sometimes these terms get used in a lot of different ways. That's really a far removed from the etymology of the terms as they were known. So I reached out to Gabriel and said, hey, you want to talk about agnosticism and atheism sometime? I'd love to come onto your channel. He was open to that, and we ended up having a great conversation. And that was actually the first time that I've been on anybody's live stream. So it was kind of a monumental episode for me, to be honest with you. So I'm really excited to have Gabriel here. I'm going to let Gabriel introduce himself here in a second, but I want to let you guys know that he is a seminary graduate. He, a former Christian, has worked his way into agnosticism, and an extremely brilliant young man, wise well beyond his years. And I think you guys are going to see that when you get a chance to listen to him speak today. So Gabriel, why don't you take the floor and just let everybody know who you are, about your channel, what you're into.
Yeah, well, thank you, Daniel. I appreciate that. Like I said before, we both think the same in a lot of ways, theologically, philosophically, and we connected that way. And so, my journey is pretty much, I was born and raised in church in a ministerial family, and I grew up in a mega church in Stockton, California. And, our church had a radio station, it had a Bible college, it had a school, K1 through K-12. We had two huge facilities, and it was in the United Pentecostal Church. So I grew up very zealous. My grandfather was a pastor, and my father was on this pastoral staff in this mega church. And I grew up, studying the Bible, believing in God. You can say indoctrinated. And so that was it. But like when I was around 10 years old, my parents actually backslid. And so when I was 10 all the way up until 20 years old, I wasn't in the Bible at all. I wasn't at all like God conscious or anything like that, So I was just, a regular person who was just, yeah, I believe in the Bible. I was born in church, but I was living my life. And then it wasn't until I was around 20 years old when I really gave myself over to, Christianity. And I went to Bible college, was a full-time minister eventually. I preached in prisons. I preached in juvenile centers. I worked full-time in Portland, Oregon for pastors in my organization. Pennsylvania was another one. I preached in hundreds of churches all throughout SoCal, Arizona, Kentucky, Missouri, New York City, because our denomination, called for that. We had a Bible college. So every summer we would go out for the summer for about 2 months, and we would just preach in all these churches. We scheduled that ahead of time. And because my pastors were so financially successful, they had the means to do that. So it was another world. It was like a Pentecostal palace is what I call it. just a whole community. And yeah, I gave my whole life over to studying the scriptures, but also philosophy and science. I was always wanting to be an apologist. I love debating the scripture. I like, teasing out the details. And, but one of the things that always troubled me was the existence of evil. Bertrand Russell was one of my intellectual heroes. Christopher Hitchens was another one. And even when I was a Christian and I was actually an instructor in our Bible college, I would present their arguments to our students. I said, look, this is what on the most advanced level, this is what you're going to be facing if you're going to defend the faith. And, I always had that faith card, Daniel. I always pulled that. I even remember when I was, I want to say, a junior in Bible college, I remember thinking to myself, if I was not born and raised in Christianity, I'd probably be an agnostic or an atheist. I don't know if this at all lines up, the existence of other religions and mythologies and all that. But deconverting is a process, and so it wasn't until full preterism was introduced to me, the doctrine that teaches that Christ must have returned in the first century, namely in 70 AD. Otherwise, he was a failed prophet. And Bertrand Russell was one who criticized Christ being a failed prophet, brought up a couple verses of scripture that just, wow, I was like, wow, I never read those scriptures that way. They don't teach us those scriptures that way in church. We even very seldom hear these scriptures from Jesus's mouth and what we read in the Bible from church. Bertrand Russell brought up, some of you standing here will not taste of death until they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. That is a key full preterist text that they use. And then another one that Bertrand Russell brought up was when Christ said, you will not go throughout all the towns of Israel until the Son of Man comes, or you will not finish going throughout all the towns of Israel until the Son of Man comes. And you just go like, wow. So that expectancy factor was something that I got from the full preterist doctrine. And so I became a full preterist, and I was vehemently against the doctrine of tithing at that time. So I stopped being a full-time minister, and then eventually I became a full preterist. But I never bought into Don Preston's view, who is the leading voice of full preterism. I never bought into that that view of the resurrection as what he had stated. So make long story short, just sort of kind of wrap it up, this was back in 2020 was when I started deconverting. And Derek Lambert from Myth Vision podcast reached out to me because he used to be a full preterist, and he knew Don K. Preston, like personally, he knew him, and he knew all that whole full preterist community. So he's a successful YouTuber, and we shared that in common. So he reached out to me when I was debating full preterists, on these YouTube channels and this preterist community. He reached out to me, and that's when Jacob Berman reached out to me, and I think that's where you may have saw me on History Valley podcast. And so my goal is to simply just, tease out the truth. I still respect the scriptures to interpret them correctly, and I do believe that that the eschatology, any view of eschatology, is failed. So I do believe that this is a failed prophecy. And so now I'm pretty much an agnostic. There may be a God out there. There may be some minds out there. I don't know. You see all these news articles of the existence of aliens and stuff like that. It's like, wow, I'm really interested in that, another form of intelligence that's out there. And, whatever have you, could there be a mind or a God out there or whatever? Yes, there could be. But I'm still skeptical of it all. And, life is a journey, and I'm always willing to be persuaded. And, I'm really intrigued with the topics of philosophy and science. And, I just want to, help somebody if they're on a journey to find out, like, should the Bible apply to me? Should I continue being a Christian? And, I don't believe that somebody needs to be a Christian or a religious adherent today. They don't need to be that to be a good person or to better society. So my goal is just to simply find out what the truth is, and eliminate anything that is not the truth or that harms what could potentially be the truth. So that's it. Thank you for giving me the floor.
No, that was a really great introduction, actually, and there's so much that we could talk about there. And I don't want to do too much on full preterism because we have a limited time today. And I do want to remind my audience, like every Sunday, I do an open panel. I don't know if Gabriel will be, or Tristan Gabriel, sorry, Tristan will be available to stay for the whole show. His time might be more limited, but I will open up the floor for you guys as I always do. If you want to come on and discuss any topic, really, it's an open. This is really your house. I'm just kind of the host, but so we will be doing that at some point. I do want you guys, we're going to just go over just full preterism, just a very basic overview of it so that you guys can kind of follow along with what that is, because it's a very harmful doctrine, in my opinion. And I'm sure Tristan would agree with me. It's wild, the claims that full preterists make. But for a really good understanding of full preterism, I'd really recommend that you check out Tristan's channel. He is, I would say, the leading advocate in really exposing full preterism for what it is. I mean, I don't know of anybody else who's got a bigger presence on the internet that's anti full preterism. I mean, Tristan's he's had debates. He's actually debated Don Preston, like the biggest name in full preterism, and Tristan went toe to toe with him in a formal debate. So, I mean, it doesn't get any bigger than that. I know you've talked to Sam Frost and other names. So there's some terminology that I think just a lot of people that follow my channel may not be familiar with. IO, full body view, all this kind of stuff. So maybe we could just take like 5 minutes or 10 minutes at the most, Tristan, and just give people a quick understanding of what full preterism actually teaches.
Yeah, full preterism teaches that everything as far as prophecy is concerned, like that would be the Antichrist, the rapture, the return of Christ, all of that Christianity is waiting for, like the end times, that already took place back in 70 AD when the destruction of Jerusalem took place. And when you first hear this, especially as a Christian, or even if you grew up, knowing what the Christian doctrine is, it sounds so bizarre, right? And what the full preterist teaches that, well, if Christ did not return, then he is a failed prophet. They're trying to answer the skeptics like Bertrand Russell and other skeptics alike who look at those time statements. Like when we read the New Testament, it says that Jesus was supposed to come soon. He was supposed to come quickly. He even stated this generation will not pass away until all of these things are fulfilled in Matthew 24. And that would include his return and the coming of the clouds, gathering together his elect. That would be all of the prophecies. And so what the full preterists are trying to do is have an answer for the skeptics who say that, well, Christ was supposed to return in the first century. And so I do side with full preterism on those time statements and the principle of audience relevance, which simply means that everything that we're reading as far as these apocalypse, right, the end times, when they first read that, they applied it to them in their lifetime, in their reality. The original audience that Paul was writing to, that Jesus spoke to, however, even if you believe that the New Testament scriptures is mythological, humans in the first century were expecting Christ to return in their lifetime. And the fact that he didn't return, as Christianity believes, that makes him a failed prophet. And so the full preterists are trying to answer that. And I was a full preterist that believed that there was a rapture in 70 AD. And people were literally caught up and they met Christ in the air. Now, mind you, I was a Christian still at that time. And what the full preterists are trying to do is save the Savior. That's like the most common phrase. They're trying to save Christ from being a liar or a failed prophet, because he did emphatically state that he would return within that generation. And that is that's the benefits of what full preterism gives to Christianity. It makes them respect those time statements. Even C.S. Lewis, we all know, if you've been studying the scripture, he's regarded as one of the most legendary apologists for Christianity. Even C.S. Lewis looked at the words of Jesus when he had stated, this generation will not pass away until all of these things are fulfilled. When the disciples heard that, this generation, they were thinking their time, their reality, their lifetime. And even C.S. Lewis had stated that it was the most embarrassing verse in the Bible. Well, he stated it in a sense where that is what skeptics are saying, that, look, Jesus is saying this. And I believe it was some sort of like dramatized setting, or it was like a poetic setting that he was saying. But even C.S. Lewis acknowledged that, and those statements were made, that this is pretty embarrassing, that Christ must have returned. So if you're a Christian and you kind of see those time statements that are just all over the New Testament, you go, yeah, they did expect it. And, Christ didn't return when they all expected it. And so that would make him a failed prophet. So full preterism is trying to say that Christ already returned. And you go, well, then where is he, right? Like, how come, where is he at? And so what it is, it's pretty much just two, and I'll end it with this. You have two primary views of full preterism. One of them was that there was a rapture that took place. And if you believe that there was a rapture that took place in 70 AD, then that means Christianity ended in 70 AD, if you're consistent with that view. And then the other view of full preterism that Don Preston believes is that it had nothing to do with the rapture. It was just some sort of invisible covenantal agreement or a covenantal change that took place. And I never bought into that view. So the resurrection of the living and the dead in 1 Thessalonians 4, the change to immortality in the twinkling of an eye, he just blankets that over and says, oh, that's just metaphoric language. And already you're like, that's kind of confusing. Like, what is that, right? And it's that nature, those statements of its metaphoric language that landed me that debate with Don, because I did expose the nature of that. And that's pretty much it. But no, I'm not a full preterist because I don't believe it actually occurred in 70 AD. I was a full preterist in the sense because I was trying to save the Savior. I didn't want Christ to be a failed prophet. And I wanted to answer the skeptics like Bertrand Russell. And that would seem to be the answer for it. It's like, well, it's not like he failed. He already came. And so, but if he already came and Christ already returned and the Lamb's Book of Life, the White Throne Judgment, all of those prophecies were what? For 70 AD, for those people, those humans in 70 AD? Well, then what's for us today? And so therefore Christianity ends in 70 AD. If you're going to be consistent with that full preterist paradigm. But there are scholars, I do with this, there are scholars who have seen full preterism. Gary DeMar, who's a well-known evangelical scholar, he's already rubbed shoulders with full preterists. Don Preston debated Michael Brown, a high-profile, A-profile evangelical scholar. And then Don Preston debated Dr. Richard Carrier. So this, even though this view of eschatology of the end times sounds very controversial, it has already seeped into the ears of mainstream Christian theologians and a secular, historicist, a critical scholar like Richard Carrier. So it's kind of like in its preliminary stages in a sense. And so I'm just interested in seeing what the future holds for this doctrine. But I think that I think it's a cool tool, and it can lead people out of Christianity, as it done myself and many others, including Derek Lambert, who were full preterists, and then all of a sudden we're no longer believing in this anymore. And that's the effects. If you're a Christian, that's the negative effect of full preterism. But if you're seeking for truth, full preterism does have some strong arguments that can, in fact, leads people out of the Christian faith. And that's primarily what I like to do with that doctrine. I like to challenge Christians and get them to see the truth of the scriptures.
Well, I'm on the same page with you, brother. And before I continue, I'd be remiss if I didn't just take a quick minute. There's so many people who have stopped by that I hardly get a chance to see, and I just want to give a shout out.
Sure.
Joel, you're here, and I think about you often, so I'm so glad that you stopped by. There's some people who are in the chat that have channels of their own, and I'm always trying to make sure I get links to their channels to network with people and to try and support their efforts. So Robin's got a channel. She's doing a great job. B.S. Lewis is in the chat right now. He has a channel, and I really love what B.S. Lewis does. Not only does he have a lot of creative stuff with his cartoons and stuff like that, kind of on the non-stamp collector genre, but he's really funny. But he's actually got this really interesting trilemma of his own that I think it's about the problem of evil, if I remember right. Really, really intelligent guy. He's got a channel. I'll make sure to get a link. And then Dark Light Delirium. He's got a very unique view on his own. I don't know if he calls it a theology. I don't want to misrepresent it, but check out Dark Light Delirium, and he may join the open panel later, and he can elaborate on some of that. I hope I'm not missing any names in here as people are popping in, but I just want to give a shout out to everybody for joining. It's always so humbling to see so many people that I admire stopping by to the show. So a lot of people ask me, why am I agnostic? And why am I not an atheist of some sort? And because I do a lot of work refuting religious claims. And the reason that I don't consider myself any type of an atheist, and I don't mean to be condescending when I say this, it is what it is I do not take any of the anthropomorphized gods seriously. So that takes all the Abrahamic faith right off the table, right? Like literally, like I don't take the God claims, these anthropomorphized gods, any more seriously than I take Santa Claus or the Tooth Fairy or anything else, because they're just so obviously human inventions. And we know historically why people, or when people start to develop these beliefs. We also understand through psychology of the human mind why people start to create these beliefs. And so to me, I just don't take it seriously. I have to call myself an anti-Santa Clausist and an anti-Tooth Fairyist if I'm going to take on an atheist label. But it would be fair to say that I am a type of an atheist because I do reject certain claims. I actively reject the Yahweh God claims and all this other stuff. But I'm agnostic because at the end of the day, the only God claim that I even take seriously would be something that is more like the gods you find in philosophy, right? The prime mover or the necessary, something like that.
Yeah.
So I actually have you mentioned the words of Jesus, and I was really curious to get your thoughts on a little project that I had put together myself when I was talking to one of my Christian friends. And so what I'd like to do, it's my own trilemma that I came up with. Speaking of B.S. Lewis, in fact, I'd really love to get B.S. Lewis's feedback on this because he's pretty well known in the community for his trilemma. So I'd like him to check this out. It's basically, if we skip the intro and the outro, it's only like a 6-minute clip. So let me share this with you, Tristan, and I want to get your thoughts on this because this is basically based on the words of Jesus. And you, as a Bible scholar yourself, you'll recognize these verses. So let me cue this up here and play this and just see what you think about what I've come up with here.
Sure.
Joining me. Today's video is going to be a difficult one for me to make because it deals with child suffering, and this is a difficult topic for me to speak about. When it comes to women and children, I have a real soft spot. I don't like to see suffering in anybody or anything, people, animals, the environment, but in particular, when it comes to women and children, this really bothers me. So I just want to warn you ahead of time that we're going to be talking about some really difficult statistics to have to look at. I was talking to a Christian friend of mine the other day about prayer and the power of prayer. Wondering, why do Christians pray? This has always been something that kind of confused me when I talk to Christians. You know, why do you pray? Do you think you're actually going to change God's mind? Like, is this all-knowing God? He has a plan, and then some Christian's going to pray and it's going to change that plan. Are all things determined? The prayer is really just a determined part of God's plan, like the Calvinists would say. In having this conversation about prayer and the power of prayer with my friend, it occurred to me that the Christians are stuck in a trilemma, right? So to figure this out, what you can do is you can basically make a truth table. You've got 3 options. In order for one option to be true, then the other 2 options must be false. So before I get into the truth table and the trilemma, I want to just read some statistics, but we're going to first see, what does the Bible have to say, right? And when the 2 passages I'm going to read to you are not only found in every Bible, in every translation, a Christian Bible, that is, of course, but these are the words of Jesus, right? If you've got one of those fancy Bibles with the red letters, you'll see for yourself. This is actually Jesus allegedly speaking. So let me pull this up for you and follow along with me here. This is in Matthew. I believe this is in chapter 17. We're going to be looking at verse 20. Jesus said to them, just for some background on this story here. So this is regarding casting out the demons, and the disciples couldn't figure out why they couldn't cast out the demons, but Jesus could. And Jesus said to them, because of your little faith, for truly I tell you, if you have faith the size of a mustard seed, you will say to this mountain, move from here to there, and it will move, and nothing will be impossible for you. Here again, this is Jesus talking in Matthew chapter 21, verse 21. This is the parable about Jesus and the fig tree. Jesus replied, truly I tell you, if you have faith and do not doubt, not only can you do what was done to the fig tree, but also you can say to this mountain, go, throw yourself into the sea, and it will be done. If you believe, you will receive whatever you ask for in prayer. Those are the words of Jesus, but I want to show you guys some statistics here about child suffering. Approximately 6 million children under 15 die each year, which translates to about 16,000 deaths every day. This statistic highlights the significant impact of child mortality on global health. Starvation and severe malnutrition remain a major global health crisis despite sufficient global food production. According to recent data, 9 million people die annually due to hunger-related causes, with a significant proportion being children under the age of 5. So here's how this trilemma works. You have 3 options. In order for one option to be true, the other 2 must be false. The first one would lead us to believe that Jesus is wrong. What the Bible says is actually false. Okay? So number 1, Christians do have faith when they pray. And number 2, Christians do want to end child suffering. But the third option is that the Bible would have to then be wrong. What Jesus said would be false. Second version of this trilemma leads us to the conclusions that Christians don't actually have faith when they pray. So number 1 would be that the Bible is correct. Jesus was right when he said this. 2, Christians do actually want to end child suffering. But the third option means that Christians don't actually have any faith. The third trilemma, and this is the most disturbing of the 3 in my opinion, is that Christians don't actually want to end child suffering. So number 1, the Bible is correct. Jesus was right when he said this. And 2, Christians do have enough faith when they pray. But the third option would necessarily be that Christians don't actually want to end child suffering. The problem with this trilemma is that it comes from the Bible. It comes from the mouth of Jesus. You only have 3 logical possibilities, and the statistics don't lie. Children are suffering.
So we don't have to watch the rest of it. That's the whole crux of it right there, Tristan. I'd be really curious as to what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I mean, I feel such a kinship with you when you talk about, women and children suffering, and the statistics that you gave is just, my goodness, 16,000 a day. And when it comes to child suffering, if I could pin one argument down, it would be the existence of evil, and which evil upon who or what. We would have to say children as a prime example, why somebody would become an atheist, why somebody would become an agnostic. And if God is real, I think that we should have like a rebellion against this. And what I often ask Christians or any theists is, if you had the power to stop evil happening to children, if you had that power, if you are all powerful and you have the power to stop evil happening to children, would you do it instantly, or would you wait thousands of years? When it comes to Christians, I like to say 2,000 years, because that's how long they've been waiting for Christ to return to stop evil upon children. No more tears, no more pain, no more sorrow, no more death. He's going to, resurrect the entire cosmos back to how it was in the Garden of Eden in paradise. And Christ is going to rule here on earth, and we're all just going to be in a utopia. Wouldn't that be great, Daniel, if that was to take place, right? Like, I tell Christians, boy, I hope Christ returns today. Even so, Lord, come quickly, even at my expense. Go ahead and cast me to hell if it means that Christ would return today and stop evil upon children. So I feel that kinship with you on that. And what can I say? I mean, that is the primary argument that no religious view, especially like the Abrahamic religions, they're not going to be able to. They, like you said, they want to downplay that when it comes to evil and suffering upon children. And they always want to make these light excuses. They want to use like free will, for example, and they go, oh, well, God's given humanity a free will. And so what I like to turn around and say, Daniel, is, well, the children don't have free will when it comes to them being molested, and when it comes to them being sex trafficked and murdered. They're helpless, innocent victims. They don't have free will. You can argue and say the humans, the grown-ups do, the adults do, the ones who are actually doing these crimes. But they're innocent victims and they're helpless, so they do not have free choice, especially when it comes to babies born with birth defects and deformities. Even when I was a kid, I literally remember I was like 5 or 6 years old thinking about that, and I'm 37, and I still have that you know that troubling thought of, why are they like this? Did God make them that way, born to suffer? So if God is real, I think there needs to be some questioning of this guy, kind of like a rebellion against this God. So I have no problems blaspheming, or I have no problems questioning this guy, saying, hey, you must be a moral monster, for you to not do anything to help children and to stop children from suffering. And we're not even talking about animals and everything that animals go through. I could understand why people are vegans when it comes to the ethical standpoint of, oh, look at all the animals that are being tortured and slaughtered and all that. Couldn't God have had a different way? This doesn't seem to be so intelligent, especially with the intelligent design creationists. They say intelligent design, look at the sun, the moon, the stars, and look at how beautiful the cosmos. Okay, that's great. I see that. Even Christopher Hitchens, was gave credence to that. He said that's probably the main argument that I would give a theist, that I could see where they have a good argument. But then you go, what about these suffering children? What about these babies born with all of these birth defects? And Christians don't know what to say to that. So there's no free will and free choice when you have suffering children born out of the womb with diseases, born in war zones. And now you have, like you had stated, Daniel, 16,000 die a day. And I'm sure a lot of that is from starvation.
Yeah.
And so, so here's Christ, he's sitting up there on the throne, and he turned water into wine. He multiplied the loaves and the fishes to feed the 5,000. He's all this, he does all this supernatural stuff, but he ain't doing nothing for the past 2,000 years. And so therefore Christ, a failed prophet, it's failing humanity because of negligence. If there is in fact a Christ figure, if there is a God figure, the negligence factor is a crime. And I often compare it, I'll end it with this, I often compare it to a police officer. If a police officer was watching a child being, murdered or being violated, and that police officer just stood back and did not a damn thing, didn't do anything, we would deem that police officer as 100% immoral, lock him up. Why? Because of negligence. He had all the power to do it. Could have called for backup, he could have intervened and stopped it, could have killed him, whatever. But he didn't. And so, we would not give any police officer on any human level, right? He goes, well, that's not God's level of thinking. That's not God's exactly. So we as human beings seem to be much superior morally than God, for whatever mysterious reason why he is allowing, he or she or it, is allowing this evil upon children. So it touches my heart, and it touched the heart of Bertrand Russell as well, as he brought this up in his book, Why He Is No Longer a Christian. And he had said, I invite every Christian to come to a children's hospital. And so I feel that same heartbeat, that same kinship.
Yeah, you and I really, I know probably most of the people who follow my channel, we're all in unison in this, that when it comes to the suffering of children in particular, and I like to say that all human beings would be sympathetic or empathetic to that. And I actually do believe that human beings are, by and large. The problem is, and this is one of the difficulties I have, where I have to do my own quote unquote soul searching or whatever to really, be careful about, how I approach things, because the problem that I run into is when you start to engage in these debates with religious people, for example, and then it could be any dogmatic view that somebody holds, but we're, for the purpose of this conversation, we're talking about religion. When you start to expose the moral implications of what's really being taught, the logical implications of what's being taught, then you basically, what I've seen is that the believer ends up running to one of two places, because they have to double down. They have to hold the belief, right? So they either they engage in utter dishonesty, and they'll just blatantly lie about whatever is obviously in the text. They'll twist words around. They'll pull things out of context. They'll cherry pick a verse from two other books later written by a different author hundreds of years later or whatever, and they'll say, look, this actually what Paul says over here in Galatians actually, refutes that or is the answer to that. And it's like, no, all you've done is just pointed out a contradiction, oh no, there's no contradictions in the Bible, so you get this dishonesty, this cognitive dissonance that they start engaging in, or they will fucking double down and just say, yeah, if God said to kill the babies, then it's good to kill the babies, and you don't want to go either place with them. You don't want to really don't want to push a person into either corner, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Because those are the two corners that they're going to go to. Either the cognitive dissonance, where you start seeing the wheels starting to, the gerbil fall off the fucking wheel in their head. They don't know what to do. Or they just double down and start saying the most disgusting things that you never want to hear a human being say. Yeah. And the necessity to hold on to this belief becomes more important than honesty or moral integrity.
That's exactly what it is. Just like Christopher Hitchens said, religion makes morally normal people say and do disgusted, wicked things. And, what can you say? And this is why, I choose to remain a skeptic, and what I like to tell Christians is, look, if I was criticizing Allah this way, the Muslim God, and I was accusing Allah of being a moral monster or, being negligent, would you as a Christian step in and say, hey, don't talk about Allah that way? Would you be defending Allah, who has the same omni attributes with Yahweh, right? For majority wise, right? If you're a theist, then he's all loving, he's all knowing, he's all powerful, he's omnipresent, he's everywhere at once. And Muslims, Jews, Christians, they believe, for the majority, the large consensus, they attribute those omni attributes, right? And so it doesn't matter whether what theistic view we're talking to, if they hold to those omni attributes. And this is why, Daniel, you have Christians who relinquish some of those omni attributes, scholars who go, you know what, maybe God is not all knowing, maybe God is not all loving. And it makes them feel like, for example, if God is not all powerful is another one. So they say, well, if God is not all powerful, then he can't stop evil. And they feel better with that cognitive dissonance. They feel better saying, well, if I knew that God could stop evil, then I would be an atheist. But the fact that I don't believe that he can stop evil because I don't believe he's omnipotent, it makes them feel better. And there have been scholars, who've been rabbis, credible ones, who have publicly stated this in interviews. They stated that's the reason why I don't believe God is all powerful, because I do believe that if he did have the power, he would stop it, but he just can't do it. So he's not all powerful, or he doesn't know all the future. You see, so you can't have your cake and eat it too. But it eventually ended with this: the faith card is pulled, just like how John Locke criticized faith as a blind guess, right? Sam Harris, likes to say that as well. And that's what it is. It's the belief in belief. I'm going to believe in it anyways, regardless of cognitive dissonance, regardless of how immoral it sounds. God is killing children in Egypt with the Moses narrative. He killed David's illegitimate child when David had sex with Bathsheba. And instead of David being stoned, according to the Mosaic law, God kills the baby, right? And then just look at, you could point towards the Bible itself and see the immoralities and the inconsistencies. Just like Mark Twain had stated, it's not what we don't know about the Bible that troubles us. Mark Twain stated, it's what we do know about the Bible.
Fucking A, bro. Absolutely. That's so well said, bro. That is so well said. I love all these different references that you're pulling into the talk here. Gabriel, it's such an honor to be able to speak with someone as intelligent and well studied as you are, and as grounded as you are. It's so refreshing, because I know it's difficult when people leave the religion, especially, most people who are in the religion, they have their family members, their friends, a lot of times their profession, or all these things get tied to this religion. So it can be very difficult to step away from that. You're going against so much of what's important to you and what should be important to you. Your family should be important to you, your friends, etc. So I really respect people that are willing to take that leap. And the truth of the matter is, so I've never been a believer. I've always been agnostic, and that is kind of an unusual position. Most skeptics are former believers. Yeah. And so it's always fascinating for me to be able to meet and interact with people who have stepped out of because the way that I see it And I think psychologists would agree with me, to be honest with you. I see religion, it's just a cult. There's no difference, practically speaking, between religion and cult. All right. And so there's this emotional baggage that comes along, with when you try to break free from a cult. And any religious person would say, they would sympathize with that. Oh yeah, this person got away from a cult. They must have so much trauma, and we need to be really sympathetic of that trauma. But they don't see their own religion as this same cult, this same entity. But it is. There's no practical difference.
Yeah, practically that's correct. And so, and as far as cults, we don't need them. And so we could be done away with religion, especially in the 21st century, which I see it could be a possibility. I mean, it starts here. It starts now. It starts with a humanitarian collective effort. And, and I just want to commend you. The fact that you don't have a deconversion story, yet you're so well versed. It speaks volumes, Daniel, of your pursuit for truth in an advanced academic setting. I truly believe that you could talk to anybody. I was really impressed with even your conversation with Dr. Carrier. And, it's now that we're living in the age of information, we don't have to go to college anymore. We don't have to go to university like how it was like 50 years ago to get these books and to be, right now it's right on the internet. We have so much content that people are putting out there that the more somebody studies and delves into religion, I truly believe that, especially the later generations, these younger generations, we may see a falling away. It's just the more you read the scriptures and the more you see that they just cannot apply today, morally and ethically, without cherry picking, without whatever. And so, we don't need it. Now, I do think that, religion can have some good, and that is because humans are good. And yes, religions have evil because humans are evil, and which just goes to show that you have good and evil within religions, because within humanity, there is both good and evil. So it's a reflection of human anthropology. But we do not need any type of religious theocratic literature to determine morals and ethics. And this is why even in our Constitution in the United States, we were pulling from secular humanistic philosophers from the Renaissance, the Enlightenment period. John Locke was one of them. And we were pulling from Aristotle, Socrates, Plato, when it comes to establishing, a society in the two treaties of government, separation between church and state. And eventually that rebellion against the Catholic Church led to Protestantism, and Protestantism started rebelling against each other, and eventually people rebelled against religion. So it's I think that the secular humanistic thought, political theory, judiciary theory, as society and humanity evolves generation by generation, I do think that the secular humanistic theories have there been ones that have been evil and have been extremely harmful to humanity? Absolutely. But when it comes to religious governments, no, it doesn't compare. So, I think that, the ancient Greeks, the Stoics, I think they're extremely beneficial to establishing just basic morals, basic integrity. And so I'll end it with this. It just goes to show that the beauty of humanity, that yes, we can do good without having to have a God or a dictator, telling us what to do. And there's not some sort of reward in the afterlife. So if we do good, it's because of our own volition. If we do good, it's because of our own will. It has nothing to do with any invisible deity, or I'm going to get a prize in heaven. I'm going to get more points in heaven, so I'm going to do more good. No, we do good on our own volition, and that is more virtuous in my humble opinion.
Absolutely. And I just want to address one of the comments really quickly here. Marty McFizzle, I don't know if I've seen you in the videos before, but I'm so glad to have you join us today. Anyone's thoughts are welcome here. This is an open platform where we share ideas and we push back on people's ideas. So as long as everyone's being respectful, I welcome any pushback. I am actually I don't really define myself as a moral realist, because that takes on certain baggage. I believe in objective morality as an agnostic. And so I could tell you that, first of all, whether or not you think morality is objective or subjective, you can still be a morally good person. You don't need a God to dictate what is morally good or not good, because we have nature and we have humanity, right? We have the humanist concept. So I derive objective morality through actually objective truths, objective laws, the laws of nature, the laws of logic, and things of that nature. And I don't want to turn this whole video into an argument for objective morality, but critical scholars and philosophers, as Tristan heard the other day in my conversation with Dr. Carrier, they're actually in the majority in agreement with me on that position, that morality is objective. When you get into saying that God is the basis for morality, or then what you get into is divine command theory, and that is actually subjective. It's not an objective standard by definition. So Christians don't have objective morality. That's just a fact. So whether or not you can bite the bullet on that and say, well, then I'll just get rid of objective morality and still go with God. But then you end up with what I believe it was Plato that came up with the Euthyphro dilemma, right? Is it good because God commanded it, or did God command it because it was good? And you've got to solve that dilemma. So you've got a lot of work to do there. When you try to put morality in the lap of God. If morality is based on basic empathy, right, reason, things of this nature, natural law, you can come up with an objective standard. You can come up with a subjective standard that makes sense, right? Societies form because we need to cooperate with each other. We're a social animal. Cooperation's paramount to our survival. So if you don't have what we consider to be good or bad decisions, moral versus immoral decisions, then you cannot cooperate or determine what is uncooperative within a social group. So you can make so many arguments for where morality can come from without the need of a God. So I'm sorry, Gabriel, I didn't mean to detract from that, but I just saw that comment pop up. And that's one of the things I talk about a lot on this channel is morality, and objective morality in particular, but morality in general. Like I said, I don't care if you think morality is objective or subjective. What matters at the end of the day is, can you say that it's wrong to harm babies? Can you say that it's wrong to kick puppies? If you can't do that without a religious text in your hand, and if that religious text says, well, it's okay if God says you can do it, your shit's off. I mean, something's going on that you need to really take a look at,
Yeah. And, it's funny because even if you see most Christians that we know have never even read the Bible from front to cover, most churchgoers and congregants, they're not on an advanced level. They're just conditioned. God is good, don't question, and just listen to your pastor type stuff, right? Like, be a part of the church. But there's a lot of, moral and ethical issues that the Bible does not directly address. I mean, we can go to just scores of, political dilemmas that we wish, did Paul talk about this? For example, let's talk about, the abolition of slavery. Paul did not fight for the abolition of slavery. Peter did not fight for the abolition of slavery. There's no scriptures that we can go to. As a matter of fact, the Old Testament supports it, right?
Well, the New Testament, not to cut you off, brother, but the New Testament supports it as well. I've discussed this in debates I've had about morality. Paul literally says, slaves, obey your masters as you would obey Christ.
Yeah. And it's amazing that those scriptures were used to oppress and suppress people here in America, and condition them psychologically to be submissive, towards, racism and slavery. And that's a huge one, so it's like people, especially Christians, they go, oh, well, Abraham Lincoln, they were all Christian, and they, even Dr. Martin Luther King and all that. But, they weren't inspired, right? Why didn't Paul try to do this? Why didn't Jesus try to do this? Which goes to show this is a humanitarian effort. And that's just slavery. We have so many other, you look at the war that's happening now. It's amazing the contradictions that Christians, somehow they're for this war. But it's like, if you have read your Bible, Jesus had a kingdom not of this world. It was a non-geopolitical kingdom, a non-nationalistic kingdom. He already had that with Israel. And it's just you can't apply it today. And if you try to apply the New Testament ethic, and it's funny, President Obama is the one who brought this up. I think he was the first president to ever state this, that if we apply the Sermon on the Mount, forgiving your enemies, turning the cheek, that ultimate pacifism, that compulsory love, then we wouldn't have a nation. We wouldn't even have a country. All of the enemies would just come in and just annihilate us, right? And martyr us. And that's what Christians were. That's what Jesus was. He was somebody who didn't fight back. And so he had stated that publicly. We can't apply the Bible to our Defense Department. And there's so many other, the Bible is very, very myopic. It does not at all cover, some of the dilemmas that even the church has, like birth control is another one. It's like, so many Christians are living and they're making life decisions, moral and ethical decisions apart from the Bible, which goes to show the Bible that has no place in our 21st century, not even on a foundational level.
No, I've discussed the slavery issue because from a historical, excuse me, I don't know if I mentioned this already, you guys, but you have to bear with me. I am fighting off a terrible cold and flu, so I feel like I can't really hear what I'm saying. So I'm not trying to shout into my microphone. All my words are echoing in my own head right now. But as far as the slavery thing goes, I've had many discussions with people about this, and historically, if you actually look at the abolition of slavery, modern slavery we're talking about, okay, that's not to say chattel slavery hasn't been an ancient practice, but we're talking about the slavery in the modern world. The abolition of slavery actually comes from the Enlightenment period, when people were starting to move towards a more secular understanding. It's when we went away from theocratic regulations that we started to make actual progress towards humanity, towards humanism. Right. And that's just bore out in the history of things. So people will often say, well, Christians, if it wasn't for Christianity, we wouldn't have abolished slavery. And that is so untrue. That's so far removed from the actual facts. It's the Enlightenment period that really started to make the changes, the move towards secularism, the separation of church and state, looking at human beings as equals based on the fact that we're all human beings. That's where you can get an objective moral standard from, is that we're all human beings. We all have an equal right to our freedom and well-being, because we all have a need for our freedom and well-being in order to set goals and take action, so on and so forth. And so we should start at this even playing field. Man, woman, child, white, black, red, doesn't matter. We're all human beings. We all bleed red. We all need food on the plate. We all need shelter, and so on and so forth. So because of this very basic common thing that keeps us all on the same playing field, that's where we should start, right there, and build everything up from that point.
Yeah, our starting point is consciousness. That's our starting point, not the religious text. The fact that we are conscious beings living in this space-time continuum at this time period, that is our starting point. Just our basic common good, and the fact that we are alert and we're living and we're sharing this life together. Consciousness is our story. Without consciousness, we wouldn't even be existing right now talking. We wouldn't even, right? So the fact that it's what can I say? Well, I can see why ancient humans developed religions, and that was the lack of science. It's the lack of the scientific insight, which science has done more for humanity than I believe religion has. And of course, philosophy, analyzing some of our life's dilemmas, some of these key questions through introspection, through reflection, through experience analysis, through collaborating. And it's an effort, and so I agree 100%.
Philosophy is really wonderful. It gives us kind of a template that we can use to navigate the world. And one of the things about philosophy is they ask some of the fundamental questions. And one of the fundamental questions is, what can we know? And I believe it was Kant who said that there's two different ways we come about what can we know. One is what we call empirical certainty, right? Or empirical knowledge. And this is what we acquire through the scientific method. And the other one is called practical certainty. And this is what we come up with our belief systems, our philosophical ideas, logical arguments, and so on and so forth. So what happens is, as we progress with technology and our understanding of things, the empirical knowledge we can apply what we used to think was practical certainty, and we can actually use empirical knowledge then to either adopt or reject certain things that we claim that we could know, right? And so what happens is science continuously replaces beliefs that were once held to be religious, and we get solutions and answers, evolution, for example, the age of the earth, the laws of physics, so on and so forth. And all of this gives us things that advancements in medicine. So we no longer dash babies' heads with rocks because they think they have demons inside of them. We figure out, oh my God, they've got autism, or they've got dyslexia, or they've got some other kind of actual medical issue going on. We better not keep hitting them with these rocks because it's not going to help anything. And science is continuously replacing religious beliefs. What we never see, not one time ever throughout the course of history, we've never seen religion replace a scientific theory. Never happens. It always works the other way around.
Yeah. And I believe Christopher Hitchens had stated that no religion today, like the major ones, if they started in our time period, in our lifetime, nobody would be believing it on this massive global scale. These type of religious beliefs could have only engendered in the ancient world with the lack of scientific insight that we have today. And I agree with that 100%. And so this is why, humanity can be done away with religion. Could there be some good that we can glean from those texts? Yeah, but man, you could teach that in a fictional, mythical children's story. You can teach any type of moral and ethic that you get from religion. We can teach children this in a way apart from religion. And this is why you have secular societies that have low crime rate, even though a lot of them are atheists in their population. And that right there, to me, is very, very telling. And I think a lot of religious people need to pay attention to that. That here you have secularized societies, non-religious societies, a large population of them are atheists or anti-theists, whatever, and their crime rate is a very low compared to even regions of the United States where people are God-fearing and God believers and churchgoers and all that. Look at all the immorality you see in the church as well, and the oppression and the tyranny that we have seen all throughout medieval times, the Inquisition, you name it, and yet God is just watching this and not doing anything about it. I mean, it's time for, even if you are a Christian or a believer, it's time to rebel against this God, to have another Tower of Babel type incident and say, hey, what is happening here? We want answers. And if God is real and he is all loving, just simply reveal himself or itself plainly, right? Without some sort of biblical text and these esoteric meanings and all these different discrepancies of denominations. And it just goes to show that religion is a product of human anthropology, not some sort of divine ordinance.
Oh, absolutely. No, you got a compliment from a very good friend of mine, a Christian friend of mine, actually, Ace Philosophy. He and I have a lot of fundamental disagreements on things, obviously, but one thing we definitely agree with about is being respectful to people and trying to treat people fairly and stuff and searching for truth. So I always enjoy when Ace has a chance to stop by. I'm going to be, because your time is limited, I know you told me an hour and a half. We're already bumping up to that. So I'm going to, if it's okay with you, there's so much I could talk to you about. I'd love to have you come back to the show sometime because we're just scratching the surface on this. But I want to give the audience a chance if they'd like to interact with you while you're here. So why don't it takes me a minute to get the links posted in the chat and everything like that. So why don't you take a minute to make a closing kind of remarks and talk about your channel, any projects you have coming up. And before that, I do want to touch on one thing that you said, though, because it's very important. You talked about the humans are going to human, right? People are going to people. They're going to do what people do. Yeah. And so even though we can levy these criticisms on the religions, and I think they're well-founded criticisms, and people should look at these things honestly. At the end of the day, people have the capacity for good, whether they're religious or not. And so we need to be inspiring that goodness in everybody and try and bring people together. Realize that having differences, different opinions is actually important to progress. We don't want everybody agreeing with on everything. We need diversity. We need people pushing back on our ideas, because if nobody's pushing back on our ideas, we have nothing to gauge whether or not that is a good idea or not. So I really want to foster diversity, and in culture, religion, things of this nature, it's really actually important. But what I do want to do is get people to agree on some fundamental things, that we are all human beings and we all are equally deserving of respect. The old saying is, my rights end where your rights begin, right? And that's, if we made that a universal principle, then nobody's rights would be interfering with anybody else's rights. And we would all be getting along. We'd have no more need for wars or bombs or any of the other bullshit. So as critical as Tristan and I are being about problems we see with organized religion, and I think a lot of people in this comment would agree with us, I think Tristan and myself and a lot of people who follow my channel are also in agreement that every human being ultimately should have the capacity for good. And we need to be empathetic with people, understand why they have these religious beliefs. Tristan and I didn't really get into that. We kind of brushed over it. But there are clinical reasons why people adopt religious beliefs. And that's something I've talked a little bit about on my channel. The hyperactive agency detective device, which is a function of the brain, how we ascribe agency to certain things, certain phenomenon and things. So there's a real psychological reason as well as the social reasons. So there's a whole psychology about why people adopt these beliefs, and we need to be sympathetic that, they get raised in religious environments. It's indoctrination is what it is. But, for whatever reason, you cannot be when a child is brought up to believe that they're going to go to hell if they're gay, it's really fucked up that they believe that, because there's nothing wrong with being gay. Excuse me, this cold is getting to me. There's nothing wrong with being gay, but we have to understand why this person as an adult believes that. We've got to attack that core issue, right? We can't just vilify the people. We've got to vilify the idea and try to break down these broken systems so that this human being can understand that, oh, being straight or gay is perfectly fine. Nobody's going to hell because there is no fucking hell, right? So on and so forth. So Tristan, I'll give you the floor. Make your closing remark, talk about your channel. Let me get a link plugged in here. And anybody who wants to join the show, it's an open panel. I'm going to open it up.
Sure. By the way, I do have a little bit of time if somebody would like to come on and, discuss. I'm very respectful towards people's faith, and it's not my goal to, deconstruct or deconvert Christians. I have plenty of students that I know that grew up in the same denomination I did. I tell them where I'm at. That's not my motive. My motive is simply to, if I'm going to engage with you, to, we're in the emergency room and we're operating, and we're a team, and we're trying to find the truth. We're trying to find a solution. And so that's how I like to look at discussions. Like, okay, you're an operator, I'm an operator. Let's operate on the truth and let's tease out. It's not about who's right, who's wrong. It's not about, a denominational fight or something like that, kind of like a nationalistic type mindset. We both have to be willing to be persuaded otherwise. I'm always looking for holes in what I believe. And I'm always looking for weaknesses, and I'm always looking to see where I'm wrong. And, I've yet to find somebody to show me somewhere where I'm wrong, because I'm constantly day and night thinking and pondering all of these questions, and it just goes to show. And I know it's the same thing with you, Daniel, that we're passionate for what is true. We're passionate for morals, ethics, and we're passionate for a better society. And it does start in the philosophical sense. It does start in our perspective on these things. And so even though I am like an anti-theist, I'm somebody who's against, religious dogmas. I'm always willing to be persuaded. If somebody could win my soul back over to Christ, please, by all means, give me answers that Paul did not give. Give me answers that no Bible author, because the Bible does not talk about these complex, deep, detailed, advanced level, inquiries and criticisms that our modern philosophers and our modern skeptics have presented towards religious beliefs. And I always wish Paul would. How come Paul didn't address it? How come somebody inspired? And it just goes to show that, the Bible is obsolete and it's unable to answer some of these details that matter. I wish there was a solution that we can go towards a religious text, but there isn't. So that's where I'm at. And I thank you, Daniel, for allowing me to be on your podcast. And I still have time. If anybody would like to have a discussion, I would like to, collaborate and let's tease out the truth.
No, I really appreciate you being here, Tristan. And I want to make sure that you take a minute before you leave to just tell people where to find you and what your projects are that you've been working on, anything you want to refer them to. I know you had a great conversation with Dr. Carey yesterday, so make sure before you leave that you do that. And I will definitely be getting a link to your channel in the description. Ace Philosophy has joined us. I'll make sure to get a link to his channel in the description. I already mentioned Robin, Dark Light, forgetting, I feel like, B.S. Lewis. So whenever somebody joins the show, I try to promote everybody and network with everybody. So to support your guys' efforts, even if we have disagreements, I think it's important to get the information out there. I'm not hiding from anybody or anything. And so I'm willing to have the conversation with whoever about whatever. As you joined, why don't you take a quick second to introduce yourself to the audience? And then if you have any questions for Tristan or myself, feel free to fire away.
Yeah, I'm A. I run the A's Philosophy YouTube channel. It's a pretty small channel. It's something I do pretty much in my spare time. But it's something I feel like it's important. I talk about issues, very things you two have been talking about up to now: philosophical issues, religious issues, trying to discover what I call ultimate truth. It sounds like, Tristan is someone who's of that mindset. Although I have come to a position that is in disagreement with his ultimate conclusions. But that's why I wanted to talk and see. But anyways, I've been on Objective Ethics channel 3 times so far, and I'm extremely grateful that he felt my ideas are worthy of even being entertained. So you can go look at those previous conversations, and I'll probably just leave it there to save time.
We had a great, we're actually in the middle of, I shouldn't say had, because it's still ongoing. I need to reach out to you via email. I've been so busy with work, brother. Shit has hit the fan. I had one of my employees, just to sidetrack really quick, you guys, for some real life bullshit. I had one of my waitresses called out sick. So I go in to cover for her. One of the other girls who's working, she's had issues with immigration, which I totally understand. That's a big deal. And she's from Miami. And she tells me, she says, I said, so how are things going with immigration? I heard you might have to go to back to Miami at some point to sort that out. And she says, yeah. I says, well, when are you going to have to leave? And I'm thinking she's going to tell me like in a month, a couple of weeks. She fucking says 6 o'clock. I said 6 o'clock. So yeah, life has been crazy at work. But at any rate, so I've just been so busy, but I do want to reach out to you and set up part 3 of our discussion on free will. That's been a really fun discussion back and forth that A's and I have had. It's been slow going because A's and I are both really, we're honest people, and we want to make sure that we're conveying our ideas in an honest and intellectual manner. And these are some really deep topics, this free will versus determinism. So we spent a lot of time just on mind body stuff and hard problem of consciousness, but that's all necessary to lay the groundwork for free will. So A's, that's been just a really enjoyable to have you be part of that. Appreciate you.
Well, yeah, shoot me an email. Absolutely, we'll set it up. And by the way, I did forget to mention I am a theist and a Christian, so I will be coming at this conversation from that perspective. And I'm willing to be shown wrong on any point or even the general scheme of things. So that's
A's philosophy. What's your name? Do I just call you A's philosophy?
Yeah, you can just call me A. I know it's a little weird, but that's my YouTube name. I call it, so we can just go with that. It's not my real name.
One thing, like I said, I'm always willing to be won over. I'm always willing to be won over back to Christ, namely. And one of the things that I ask, if I could just choose one thing, and maybe you could, win me back over. Like, what is Christ doing right now? Like, what has he been doing for 2,000 years? And when I ask Christians, when you're thinking about Jesus and you're praying, what are you imagining when you're praying to Christ? When you say you have his mind and you say you have his spirit, which is something I proclaim, like I have the mind of Christ. I shared his spirit. And we're supposed to be married. He's like a husband figure, and I'm like the female bride figure. And I said, what has Christ been doing? And most Christians would say, he's been on the throne as King of Kings and Lord of Lords. So as a Christian, what is Christ in his body? I'm not talking about the deity. I'm not talking about God the Father. I'm talking about Christ in his physical body, his transformed body, the one that was born from a virgin, the one that was crucified, that same body, that same person that ascended up into heaven. What has Christ been doing up in heaven? Has he been just watching the earth and just experiencing all the phenomena that's been happening simultaneously in every continent, in every geographic, in every generation? And what are his facial expressions? What is his body language while he's up in heaven and he's watching all of this evil take place? If somebody were to ask me that, if I was in Bible college, that would rock my world. Because if I claim to have a personal relationship with Christ and I ask, well, then what's he doing right now? What is he physically doing up in heaven? I'm talking about his flesh, right? Like the one with nail scarred hands. Or what is that person doing when evil is happening to children? That would be my question. And I'd like to know, like, what are his facial expressions, his body language? Because like when somebody comes, they come into court, you have body language experts that look at that and determine, look, this man is showing guilty behavior or this man is showing innocent behavior. What are his facial expressions when evil is happening? And when evil is happening, you have people being baptized right at the same time. Like, what is he continually altering his reactions every metasecond of every experience within humanity?
First of all, I'll say that's a really interesting question. And I guess there's a number of ways I could go about it. So what is Christ doing in heaven right now? I guess part of that question is, why is Christ in heaven and he hasn't come back yet, is kind of the underlying critical question there. As for what Christ is doing in heaven right now and what he looks like, well, I'll just be completely honest. I have no idea because, you know, I'm not able to see into heaven. So I honestly, I can't tell you that. I'm not going to even venture a guess as to what heaven.
Thank you.
But I guess part, like you said, I think part of the underlying question, part of that, I mean, you didn't ask it explicitly, but you know, Jesus is supposed to come back and save everyone, or at least save the believers, and he hasn't done that yet. Is that kind of the criticism that you're leveling against Jesus right now, that he hasn't done anything?
No, I would like to emphasize, because when a Christian says that they have the mind of Christ and they have his spirit and that they have a personal relationship with him every day, then I ask, what has he been doing? And I thank you for your honest, direct answer that you don't know. And that's exactly the point, is that we don't know Christ. Even if we claim you have his mind and you have his spirit and you have a personal relationship as your personal Lord and Savior, then what's he been doing? And the answer is, if we're honest, we don't know what the hell he's doing up on the throne. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be blasphemous or disrespectful, but
no, you're right.
I was once willing to die for this man. If somebody came to me and said, it's either you recant your faith or I blow your brains out, and I say, blow my brains out. And yet I've never met this man. I don't know what he's doing, and therefore I don't know him. I don't know Christ. And Christians, when they're honest with this, they don't know him neither. All they know is what they're reading in the book and their imagination of what he is. So I'm trying to get into that imagination. And if he is on the throne, has he been sitting like how I've been sitting for the past 2,000 years? And I like to know, is he paying attention to the earth? Like, is he cognitively giving his undivided attention to what's been happening on the planet? Or is he sometimes he's looking down, and then sometimes he's talking to Michael, and then sometimes he doesn't give his undivided attention, and now he's talking to Gabriel, or maybe he's praying to the Father? What should I be thinking about this man, like what he's doing right now? That's the key question. And that one question, it still rocks me. And I said, I don't know. And it's like, exactly, because you don't know him.
Well, one thing I will say is I've never claimed that I have the mind of Christ or the Spirit of God or the Holy Spirit dwelling within me or controlling me or possessing me or anything. I'm not sure if those are actual biblical terms or concepts. Like, I know Christ said that he and the Father would dwell in us, but you know, there's always a literal and a metaphorical or spiritual other way of interpreting things. I'm of the opinion that I just have my own mind, and it operates independently of the whatever mind Christ has or had. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't maybe influence me in a subtle way, but all of my decisions are my own, and all of my beliefs come from within my own, you know, rational faculties and analysis. It's not something nothing I believe is something that God gave to me, as far as I can tell. So everything go ahead.
Oh no, I didn't mean to cut you off, Ace. I'm so sorry, brother. I go finish your statement.
That's pretty much it. Yeah. So I heard Tristan talk about how Christians claim to have the mind of Christ. And I guess that to a lot of people, that means like Christ basically gives us our beliefs or our morality. I don't believe that. I believe I'm responsible for everything I do, say, and think. So I just want to lay that out.
Okay. So then, with that being said, if you had the power, if you were all powerful, Jesus said, all power has been given unto me in heaven and earth. Matthew 28, he said, all power has been given unto me in heaven and in earth. So if you had all power to stop evil happening to children on a global scale, would you do it instantly, or would you wait 2,000 years?
I would do it insofar as it's possible to be done. Like, I would like to stop evil right now. If I was the king of the earth, I would do it. But the question is, how do we do that? So even with God, even if you have an omni God, there is a question in philosophy: Can an omni-property God just do anything?
Yes. As a matter of fact, in the Bible, he entered into the mind of King Nebuchadnezzar and made him believe that he was an animal. He altered the cognition, his neurological properties, his neuropsychology, and made him believe that he was an animal. He entered into the minds of humanity in the Tower of Babel and changed their languages. So God, as a creator, as an architect, as an intelligent designer, he has the authority to go into people's minds and create delusion. And even the Bible says in the last days, he will send forth strong delusions that they would believe a lie. So God can, in fact, alter people's free will as he's done in the Bible. So therefore, and I want to credit you for saying that you would stop evil happening to children instantly. That means that you're at moral conflicts with Christ, because he's been up in heaven sitting on the throne watching children suffering, and he's not doing anything about it.
Yeah, that's heavy. And excuse me, Ace, I would definitely want to give you a chance to respond to that, but I want to make sure, because Tristan's time is limited.
Right.
I want to introduce Robin, and Ace, we're definitely going to give you time to respond to that before we shut this down. Robin, I want to introduce Robin, just a friend of mine. I've really enjoyed getting to know her. I think a lot of people who follow my channel probably know Robin. I've probably known her longer than they've known me, actually. Robin's got her own channel on YouTube. Tilting Windmill, the greatest mod on YouTube, had put a link to her channel. We'll make sure to get that in the description. So let Robin introduce herself to you guys, and then if she has any questions for Tristan, just to take advantage of the fact that he's here, A's, because I don't want to cut you off, brother, but I like to try and give everyone equal opportunity.
You're good. I understand. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. So Robin, you go ahead and have the floor. Introduce yourself, and then if you have questions for Tristan or A's or myself or anything like that, just want to make a blanket statement, whatever, the floor is yours, sister.
I'm Robin Webster. I'm an atheist. I'm a pretty hard atheist, actually. I pretty much against all religions. I just want to point out that God or Jesus or whoever, if you believe in the Trinity or whatever, could have prevented the idea of hunger anyway by just making us like plants, to where he could feed through photosynthesis.
Yeah.
So hunger, if we were created, which I don't believe in creation either, but if this was a conscious decision made by God, then he embedded the idea of hunger into his creation when he could have prevented it. And an all-knowing God would know that eventually children would be dying from hunger. And still he chose to make it to where we had to kill other animals to live and stuff like that. So that's all I wanted to say about the hunger thing. But I just was going to ask, and I don't want to derail the conversation on this, but I was going to ask him if he was like if you ever looked into, do you believe that Jesus was an actual person who existed? And that's what I was going to ask you, but that seems like.
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah, he could have been a person that existed, but I do believe that it's myth. I do believe that it's been embellished over time. And I have no problems, believing what Dr. Richard Carrier would believe, that he was an absolute myth and he was not a real person. I don't have problems with that either, and I have no problems with believing that there was an actual Messiah figure in the first century that caused a lot of noise. But I don't believe in the virgin birth. I believe was gleaned from other mythological literatures, like Romulus was another one who was born of a virgin. Other dying and rising gods, that was something that existed long before Christ in other religions as well. So that type of motif of a dying and rising god, or a god man and incarnation. I mean, look, we have Greek mythology, right? You have, Achilles was one of them, Hercules was another one. And so I do view it as mythology. And I do tend to believe that Christ was a real messianic figure, but the resurrection, the ascension, all that was just something that was pretty much fanciful language embellished to make him some sort of deity. So I do give that possibility that there was a Christ Messiah figure, and even crucified perhaps, but it's just been embellished over time. But I just want to end it with this: regardless, even if the Bible narrative is true, even if everything we read in the New Testament is true, it's these questions that I presented that seem to trouble me and rock my faith. Why I cannot, even if I wanted to go back to church and back to being a minister and I would be lying to myself. These questions that I presented have troubled me.
I would agree with pretty much 100% what you said. I don't think we have real good evidence that he absolutely existed, but I believe that saying that he didn't takes on a burden of evidence that we can't meet either. So I tend to, when I debate with Christians, I tend to allow the existence of a man.
Yeah.
Just getting from that man to the Son of God or whatever is the step that is important anyway. So yeah.
The one pushback I would give, and I defer to you, Tristan, because you're more educated than I am in this field. But I have spent a lot of time and money studying this stuff. There's no doubt about that. The issue that I have when it comes to the historicity angle, I don't have a problem with people saying there was a guy necessarily, but I think it's irrelevant because I don't think that anything we get out of the New Testament reflects what this guy would have been. I think what we're looking at is a movement. That's what we're seeing signs of. The one example, you mentioned the virgin birth. I reject that whole cloth just due to lack of evidence of supernatural things. You know what I mean? Not to mention the fact that we have so much historical evidence of this being a trope. You mentioned Romulus. There's numerous gods that were born of virgins prior to Christianity that had influenced the Greco-Roman Empire prior to Christianity. Right. So that trope was all over the place. You see all the tropes in the New Testament. But the one issue that I have with historicity claims that I see by biblical scholars, both mythicists and historicists, seem to be agreeing on that I just don't understand is the crucifixion narrative. To me, that seems completely ahistorical from what I've studied about Pilate and from what I've studied about Roman customs and Jewish customs and stuff. It seems to me that there's a complete disconnect between the idea that Jesus was initially arrested by rabbinic Jews, or excuse me, the Pharisees. Excuse me, I said rabbinic Pharisees, Pharisaic Jews, and the Sanhedrin, right? And that they would be judging him. Well, for blasphemy, you don't take a blasphemer to the Roman government and have him crucified for sedition. That's not how that worked historically. You stone the fucker. The other issue is if you say, okay, well, let's say it wasn't for blasphemy. Let's say the Romans just grabbed him up and crucified him to try to get to the crucifixion itself. Well, there was no Roman tradition that I'm aware of where the Romans were capitulating to the Jews on the holiday and saying, look, we're going to give you a choice between two criminals here. You get to choose one, which one gets to go free. But you look at the scapegoat tradition for the trope, right? One Jesus gets to go free, one Jesus gets hung up and bears the sins of the world. And there was, because a lot of people don't know that Barabbas was actually Jesus Barabbas, right? So you get two Jesuses actually there at the trial. You don't see Pilate capitulating to the Jews where there's this angry mob of Jews and Pilate's going to be like, oh, okay, I'll crucify this guy because you're telling me what to do. Fuck that. None of that seems historical whatsoever. So I'm of the mindset that if there was this historical guy, I'll grant that just for the sake of argument, but I'm not willing to grant things like virgin birth, and I'm actually not willing to grant the crucifixion unless somebody can demonstrate to me why that seems historical. What do you think about that, Tristan? Because all the scholars
I agree. I mean, like I said, even Bertrand Russell criticized this. Of course, I don't believe in the virgin birth. Anything where the laws of nature is suspended for this narrative, of course, I don't believe. But even if we grant it for the sake of argument, it's just one side of the dice. It's one side of the dynamic. Even if we granted that the New Testament is true, and that everything about Christ is true. It still has problems with the application factor of how we can apply that within the 21st century today. If we could even apply the Christian ethic in our 21st century today, if we did apply the Christian ethic to our 21st century today, we could have a lot of problems. But I would say this, that if everybody did become a Christian, and I think A's philosophy, you might like this comment, I do believe that if everybody became like a Christ figure where everyone was loving and everyone was forgiving, and if everybody followed that rule, then yeah, we would be living possibly in a utopia if we were all not going to war and we all loved one another and we stopped, we kind of adopted that Christian ethic. Now I understand there's going to be some extents to that, but there are some good things, some good virtuous things about this figure named Jesus. And there's also can be some bad things too. It just depends on what perspective you look at. So I agree with that 100%, Dan.
And I agree with what you're saying, that if we all became quote unquote Christ-like, I mean, other religions even talked about this. We see other prominent figures. Gandhi talked about this Christ-like mentality. Yogananda talks about the Christ consciousness and so on and so forth. However, I would push back and say that if we're going to adopt that mentality, and I agree that mentality and that philosophy actually would be really good, we should go to the original source, because Jesus did not invent any of that stuff.
Right.
Peacefulness and reciprocity goes into philosophy and theology long before the Christianity and even Judaism, frankly. So that's just a demarcation in that philosophy that we could pick. But excuse me, I'm sorry, this cold is getting to me. But I think that I agree with you on principle, though, that those principles are absolutely what we should be striving for, whatever source you want to attribute it to. So A's, I put you in the back there for a second. I'm sorry about that. It's your turn. You want to respond to what he had said before? You want to respond to this or anything else? It's your turn.
To be honest, I'm embarrassed. I can't remember what it was he originally said that I had, but there have been so many other things I would like to comment on that I could just go with that. One thing that just randomly, actually something Robin said that if something about how if God wanted to end hunger, he could have made us all photosynthetic. Well, the thing, I always hear skeptics and atheists talk about how they can make a better world than God, but I've never seen a skeptic or atheist even come up with a method of even creating one single atom to demonstrate how they know they can make a better universe than God. Atheists and skeptics cannot even create a single functional cell from scratch in a lab. And they want to talk about how they could make a better organism than God. I just think it's kind of absurd when they say things like this, how they're going to make a better organism than God. They don't even know how to make a single cell. So how about this? Next time you want to say, God should have done this, do it yourself. Let's see you make a human that's photosynthetic, and let's see if it works. I'm just curious to see it. Start with making a cell, and then go from there.
Okay, well, that's why I ask if you were all powerful, because we don't have that creating power, and that's by free will, right? By free choice. If I had the free will and the free choice, I would. So this is why. Okay, so for example, help me out. When I look at a deformed baby, did God make them like that 100%, or is that a product of Adam's sin and the fall of humanity?
Well, I have some different, I don't believe in original sin. I don't believe that we inherit a sin nature. These are things that I think were introduced late. By the way, I had my first time here on the Objective X show was to talk about kind of my view of Christianity. I reject the Pauline epistles. And I do not believe in scriptural inerrancy as well. So I'm willing to believe that certain things like the birth narrative and even the resurrection or perhaps later interpolations, I mean, I'm not saying they necessarily are, but I'm just saying they could be. And I'm willing to entertain those arguments from the critical scholars. So I don't presuppose the absolute truth of any scripture, whether it be Old Testament or New Testament. But I do, in my analysis, come to the conclusion that, like we were talking about, Jesus was probably a real person. I do believe he said at least a lot of what is recorded in the Gospels and things like that. And I also believe Paul was a false apostle that lied and basically subverted the Christian movement. So I believe Paul is a lying, antichrist, false apostle. And one of the biggest problems with Christianity is Christians not recognizing this because of how the churches present that Paul's epistles are essential to the faith, or something like that. So there is that. But when it comes to, basically, Tristan, it seems like you're hanging out with not just Christianity, but theism in general is what's generally referred to as the problem of evil. And obviously this is, I'm sure you've heard that term. I know you seem very well educated in these matters. So it's not like you've heard, this is a philosophical matter that you're well aware of. But this criticism has been leveled against theism, not just, it goes back to the earliest debates we see about God. We see it in the early Greeks talking the exact same questions about why does suffering exist in a world where God is supposedly all powerful. This isn't the criticism against Christianity. It's been used by skeptics since the beginning of recorded history. So.
Right.
I'm absolutely willing to go into that. I have talked about this on my channel a number of times.
I'm interested about you. So you reject all Pauline epistles. What about in the Book of Acts where it talks about his conversion?
Book of Acts is a lie.
Oh, okay. So that means
Book of Acts is a lie.
Do you believe that the author was Luke?
No, I don't.
Oh,
no, I
okay.
don't.
So you only believe like in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John?
I'm even willing to say that John has a lot of problems.
So only the Synoptic Gospels are correct?
Pretty much, I really only focus on the Synoptic Gospels. John, in my opinion, is unreliable.
What about James and Peter?
Forgeries.
So it wasn't really Peter in the first and second.
Right. Yeah. James is
Okay, so if I only accept the synoptic gospels, in Matthew 15:24, Jesus said that he only came for Israel, for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So how is that? How am I a lost sheep of the house of Israel if I'm only taking the synoptic gospel?
so there's different ways of looking at that. So I've heard this from the like the Hebrew Israelites telling that only Jews can, not Hebrew Israelites, but there's people who say that because Jesus only came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel, that only Jews can be saved. I think there's actually different ways of looking at this. I actually think what he's trying to say is that when Jesus was incarnate, he was relegated to being in a specific place at a specific time. I think one of Jesus's main missions while he was on the earth, and this is obviously part of his divine prerogative. Judaism had fallen off the rails with the Pharisees and the I don't know, basically the system that had developed. He was basically coming as the other prophets had to reform it back to what it had been before. And Jesus even indicated he thought the scriptures had been corrupted of that time, the Torah, the Tanakh, whatever you want to call it. So I think when he says that, what he's actually saying is that his mission was specifically, as far as his location on earth and what he's able to do confined to a human body, is to evangelize to the Jews. But the things that he taught are principles that are universal in their application. So Jesus was sent to the Jews. That's what he means when he says that. But the truths that he taught extend, like let's say the Jews came up with this where 2 + 2 = 5. And this is very simplistic. I'm just trying to give you an example. Let's say, and so God says, hey, the Jews, they've messed up their system. Go and tell them 2 + 2 actually still equals 4, just like I taught them with Moses. So Jesus goes back, 2 + 2 = 4. I've been sent to you Jews. 2 + 2 = 4. Well, 2 + 2 doesn't just equal 4 for the Jews. It equals 4 for everybody everywhere. So that's kind of how I would frame that.
Okay. That's interesting. So the apocalypse from Paul, you reject the prophecy of the return of Christ. You would reject that as well.
Well, it isn't just Paul that said that Jesus would be betrayed. Jesus himself did make these kind of statements, as you already said when you were talking with Daniel. When Jesus said, for example, when he had stated, "Some of you standing here will not taste of death until they see the Son of Man come in his kingdom," or that he said, "This generation will not pass away until all of these things are fulfilled." How would you interpret the language? Right.
Yeah. How would you?
Right. Well, this is going to sound like a cop-out, and you can call it a cop-out if you want, but I actually believe that if you interpret these statements literally, then yes, you're right. Jesus is a failed prophet.
Wow.
I think that they have to be interpreted either symbolically or spiritually or something like that. You cannot interpret them literally, otherwise Jesus just said things that are lies.
Okay, well then, what about the cross? The cross didn't literally happen. His crucifixion didn't literally happen. That was also symbolic metaphor as well.
I do believe that the crucifixion was a real event in history. I don't think that.
But hold on, really quickly. You say that he prophesied symbolism, but he prophesied the destruction of Jerusalem, and we know that historically took place in 70 AD. So that cannot be symbol when he's talking about the destruction of the temple. That's not symbol.
It would have to. I'd have to look at which exact statement, but I do believe. What I'm saying is, I think that the statements about a literal earthly second coming are the ones that are spiritual. Okay. But there could be other. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, but when in Matthew 24, when he states, "Not one stone will be left upon another," and then that's the destruction of the temple. He even talks about the Roman soldiers. He says, "When you see the Roman soldiers besiege Jerusalem, flee to the mountains, even on the Sabbath day." So that part is not symbolism, correct?
That would not be symbolic, right?
Okay, so when he had stated in Matthew 24, "Not one stone will be left upon another," then they asked him, "Tell us, when shall these things be? The sign of thy coming," that's his return, "and the end of the age." And you would have to say that the sign of his coming would be symbolic, and the end of the age is also symbolic. There has, like, where do we what verse is literal? Then the next one is, when you see the abomination of desolation as spoken by Daniel the prophet. That has to be literal as well, right? And then the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven to gather together his elect from the four winds of the earth. How would that? That's what I'm trying to say. Where's the dividing point of what's literal and then what's not literal? Like, who gives us that authority to make that exegesis?
Well, I will admit, eschatology is not my strong suit. I more focus on, people like Christianity has been made into this religion that's more about like believing some doctrines, and then God will save you at the end, at the judgment day. And it's not like things like that aren't said, but people just kind of focus on like, when is Jesus coming back and when is Jesus going to save me? In my opinion, most of what Jesus talked about was about like ethical lifestyle as as we go throughout our lives. Like 90% of what Jesus talked about was, you know, things he wants us to do as far as morality and ethics, and how that was how we, like, the second coming was something that was supposed to be, you know, a special event, but it wasn't supposed to be the foundation of the Christian faith. It was just supposed to be a, you know, supposedly a future historical event. But the faith, the original itself, is supposed to be based around how you're supposed to live until that time comes. So
no, well, let me allow me to state this, that the return of Christ is also the resurrection of the living and the dead. So, and that was when he would have to put a stop to Adam's curse, or at least the effects of sin, corruption, like no more death, no more tears, no more pain, no more sorrow. But if you don't believe in John, if you don't believe in Paul, then there's none of those promises then, correct? Like those prophecies of no more death, no more pain, no more sorrow, that's false, correct?
I do believe in the synoptics, just like you said in Matthew 24.
The synoptics don't talk about that. No more tears, no more death, no more sorrow. That's in Revelation. That was written by John the Revelator. So if you reject that, then and also you reject the resurrection of the living and the dead, the change to immortality, the redemption of sin, because Paul called Jesus the last Adam in 1 Corinthians 15. He was supposed to bring the Christians back to paradise when Adam dropped the ball. That's why he's comparing Adam to Christ. The reason why he calls Christ the last Adam, to redeem them from the corruption of Adam's sin in 1 Corinthians 15, was because that was what the resurrection was. So the fact that there's still sin and all that happening today, yeah, the resurrection hasn't taken place, the return of Christ hasn't. But what you're saying is that you still believe Christ is going to return to the earth one day?
I don't think it's going to happen, no. I don't think it's going to happen literally. See, like I said, and again, Tristan, I hate to, you have to realize Christ taught in parables. Okay, so right there, we're seeing a situation where we know that there's a literal level to what's being said, and a spiritual or symbolic. And Christ he taught these people in parables, and he didn't reveal to them what. So, but the Christians today, what they want to do is, only the parables are symbolic, and everything else. I think what's going on here is, even the New Testament language, beyond just there's probably symbolism in a lot of what Jesus taught, and I think it's written in such a way as to basically inspire us. But at the same time, you can't just say, it says this, and thus that's going to be a literal event. We have to think about these terms. What could it mean on a spiritual or symbolic level? I think what I'm trying to say is this. Let me finish real quickly. I think the second coming of Christ actually symbolically represents a period in history where all humans, like you said, submit themselves to the authority of Christ, and that's the second coming of Christ. It's not a literal event that Christ himself is going to come back to earth in some manifest form. I think it's going to be. Go ahead.
Can I jump? I'm so sorry. I'm loving this conversation, this back and forth. But I'd want to. I'm so sorry about this cold, you guys. I want to make sure that to give everyone an opportunity to have time with Tristan while he's here, or with Ace while he's here as well, because Ace has drawn a lot of attention, and he's got a lot of interesting hermeneutics that I've always found fascinating, and I've never really had a chance to really get into some of the things questions I wanted to ask Ace. One of those would be, I've heard the brother talking about what Christ taught as for ethics and how we should live our lives, and Ace and I in previous conversations. And correct me if I'm wrong, brother, but my understanding is that we're both on the same page with that Jesus was a Jew and Jesus believed we should be following the Mosaic law. So we'll put a pin in that for a future conversation, because I think that creates a lot of ethical problems personally. But I want to make sure we get to Robin, because she, I think, has a couple of things she wanted to add. And then Chris Morris jumped in here too, so I want to give him a chance to say hello to our guest before Tristan has to jump out. I know his time. Are you getting ready to leave, Tristan? Do you have to go?
Yeah, I do have to go. I'm just about over, but
yeah. Well, let me give you.
I don't need to talk. So if Robin needs to go,
Okay, let me give Tristan the floor to do like his little outro, final word, talk about his channel projects, and then we can continue the conversation after he leaves. Go ahead, Tristan.
And let's schedule something too in the future, Daniel. First and foremost, thank you, Ace Philosophy, Robin, and Daniel. I enjoy these topics, and I do respect all of our similarities and our differences. And like I stated before, when we're having these discussions, it's like we're in the emergency room. We're all doctors, we're all certified, and we're trying to find what the truth is. And I think that should be our motive, And I'm somebody who's always willing to be persuaded. So I want to thank Ace Philosophy and anybody else, just for their time, and their input, because we share this one life together. And I want to come across as somebody who's loving, as professional. And somebody who's not, trying to be brazen or, indecorous by any means. So thank you so very much. On my YouTube channel, anybody listening, if you're more than welcome to appear. If you're a Christian, you like to have these discussions. If you're, an atheist or whatever, shoot me an email if you have any ideas. Maybe you would like to have a debate with somebody. I do host debates on my channel. And if you guys would like to simply appear to talk about certain theological or philosophical topics of any range, that's why I entitled my channel The 21st Century Mind. So if you're in the 21st century and you have a mind, by all means, you can utilize my platform to be heard. So thank you, Daniel, for having me on, and I'm looking forward to more engagement in the future. And thank you for everyone for your attention, your input, and just your interest, your genuine interest in these very important topics. So thank you so very much.
It's been such a great pleasure to have Tristan on, and I'll make sure to say some words about him when I do my outro and my own closing statements. But just want to say goodbye to you, brother. You're always welcome here. Thank you. Family.
Thank you. You're so kind. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your attention. All right.
All right, Robin, you were up next on the old chopping block, or whatever you want to say. So go ahead and fire away.
Chopping block. Yeah. That was a great guest, OE. Great guest.
Thank you so much. He's such a good kid, and I can call him a kid because I just had my 51st birthday today.
Well, I can call you a kid then too.
Fair enough. It's all relative.
Yeah, it's all relative. I was just gonna address a few things that I said. First of all, I'm not all powerful. If I was, then I could do those things. Like I could do a better job than. If you think that God designed this world, if I was all powerful and all knowing and all loving, I could do a better job. And that's all I'm saying. I mean, I'm not all powerful. So I can't do that. But, and maybe the idea that matter cannot be created or destroyed has always kind of puzzled me with people who think that God created this universe. But, and what was that? Oh, and you said that there was the same questions had been asked throughout time, like for thousands of years. Maybe that should give people pause to think that maybe that's because there are no sufficient answers for those questions. I get when I ask Christians these questions, like certain questions, I get this cookie cutter answer that the apologists I think I see a lot of apologists on YouTube who are teaching believers to give out these cookie cutter answers, but they're not sufficient answers. They think they are, but they're not. They do not ever address the issue that the non-believer is bringing up. They just kind of smooth it away while they hand wave it. And so that's why these same questions keep coming up for thousands of years, because they're really never answered. They're given just minimal effort at trying to glaze them over, and it doesn't. And me and you are going to have a talk about the crucifixion one day, because I do actually believe if Jesus existed, if the story is based on any sort of real person at all, like a man that was walking around ancient Israel, like preaching and stuff like that, I do believe he was probably crucified. I do think that the Romans did take the power of when Romans occupied a nation, they had a governor there that was a Roman governor that would have been in charge of punishments. And so they would not have allowed the Jews to have actually committed, put out death penalties for people without going through the Roman governor. Because I studied Roman, I know more about this because of what I know about the Romans than because of what I know about the Jews. But they did try to make peace with, they allowed the Jews to worship their gods and everything, their God, because they wanted them to be peaceful. They
Sure.
did not want a revolution in that area. So they did allow a certain amount of if there was somebody that was really causing a lot of trouble with the Jews, then that they would have been able to bring that person to the Romans for some kind of, hearing or, trial or something like that. Not like we think of a trial, but, they would have had to take it. But I don't think they would have been allowed to just kill that person, took them out and stoned them. I don't think that the Romans allowed that, without going through their governors over that area. So
that is a conversation I'd like to have with you, because I'm actually in agreement with 99% of what you said there, right up until you got to the crucifixion part. And I am going to, and I don't want to say the names because some people have been, I guess the term is sniping my YouTube channel. They've been following my channel. And then if I announce that I'm having a guest on, they will actually invite that guest onto their channel first. And it kind of waters down my show, which it's a free country. I don't own the internet, so people can do whatever the fuck they want. But just to try and give my audience something, fresh and stuff, I've realized I have to be a little bit, keep some things close to the vest, as they say. And that's unfortunate because I'd like you guys to know what I have in the pipeline, because I've got some really interesting guests coming on, some actual PhD scholars, biblical scholars and historians. And I do intend to bring this question up to them. So Robin, I really hope that you can make that show. And on Discord, I can let you know more about it. I think you'll be really excited with what I've got coming up.
Yes.
Next week, I've got, hopefully, if it still works out, he's really busy, but my understanding is Austin Sims will be here to talk about evolution next week. So I really hope you can make that show, because I know that you've got a case that you feel you can make a strong case against evolution. And I think Austin Sims would be the person to talk to, because I'm not qualified in so many ways to answer a lot of your questions. I think you've got good questions. And so do look forward to that show, you guys. If you're into evolution and biology, that's going to be a great one. And after that, stay tuned, because I got some things. And Robin, I agree with what you said. And I know you addressed that to Ace, so I'll let Ace actually respond to that. But I agree with the idea that this is a hypothetical if you had the power that's alleged in the scripture or alleged by the different theologies or hermeneutics, because a lot of what you get in the religions is not actually really consistent with what you read in the Bible, which is why there's thousands of different denominations of Christianity. So you've got different angles to attack there, or to address. Now, I shouldn't say attack, but there's so many different angles to address there. And so the hypothetical is, it's like the trolley problem or any other hypothetical. It forces you into a cognitive situation where you have to think, okay, if I accept all the conditions that are applied in this hypothetical, what do I do? And that exposes the ultimate crux of the issue, right? And it's just like the trolley problem, for example. You give the trolley problem to somebody and you say you got the one person on one track, the 5 people on the other track, or all these different versions of the trolley problem these days. And do you pull the lever to go to track A or B, or do you not pull the lever and let the track run over the 5 people? What are you going to do? And people try to get around to circumvent the moral question, the problem itself, by saying, oh, I'd stick a stick of dynamite, or I'd jump in front and wave a flag, or all this bullshit. No, it doesn't work that way. You have to accept the premises as they are laid out, and then work with the problem that's being given to you. So I think that, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful or mean, but I do think that saying, well, you're not God, so who are you to question? Or you've never built an atom or a cell, so who are you to question? I don't think that's a fair response to, we just accept, let's say we were on the same playing field with the powers. And now what we have to work with is our own ethical standard. What do we think is actually empathetic, sympathetic, good, right, wrong, so on and so forth, and then make our judgments from there. I think that's kind of the crux of that question. So I think that saying you can't make a cell is very much like trying to get out of the trolley problem by saying, oh, I just call Superman and have him stop the train. You know, it doesn't work that way. You gotta work within the way the problem's phrased, if that's a fair criticism. But it's your question for you, really, so I'll let you respond to that.
Well, let me say one more thing. I just want to say that I've made 2 whole entire people in my life. So, yeah.
Oh, there you go. That's 2 more than I've ever made.
Yeah, so basically what I'm trying to say is we humans are the point I'm trying to make with that particular line of argumentation, which is kind of silly when it kind of, but I think it strikes at this foundation, which is that we humans in the limitations of our knowledge do not understand we don't see the full picture. So we look at a universe where we have questions and we don't understand why certain things are the way they are. We don't understand if some perfect God made this universe, why does it seem to have all these imperfections? And I think the problem is we actually don't have all the information about why these decisions were made. But if we did, we would probably see that it is the best possible universe. So you can say to yourself, well, I wouldn't create a universe with suffering because my moral values are against that. And, even as a human being, if I can see that we shouldn't have suffering, well, how do you know that there isn't some inherent benefit to suffering that you don't know because you're a limited being, and God would presumably know the answer to why suffering exists. You can't definitively tell me from your perspective why suffering has no inherent benefit. All you can say is, I think suffering's bad, and therefore it must not be good at all for any reason. And then they bring up go ahead.
You're
well,
saying...
let me land the plane. So they trot out examples of really, really sad things, like a 5-year-old with cancer. It just can't possibly have any good reason. Again, you're operating from a position of ignorance. You can't possibly know that claim. You can't know that that's true, but you think it's true. You feel like it's true, but you don't know. So I'll end it there. Go ahead, Chris.
We've been circling this issue over and over again ever since I essentially got up onto the space. But the fact that you're suggesting that suffering has its benefits, like blatantly, that's just basically cognitive dissonance up to 11, because you're essentially saying that God is good and nothing but good, and is infallible for the suffering that exists to the contrary of his existence. So, sorry for saying this again, but as a person with cerebral palsy, I just laugh at this notion that you're proposing.
All right, Chris,
this is stupid.
I understand cerebral palsy is a horrible condition, and it can anger you and frustrate you that God would create a universe where such a thing exists. But
no, it's not that I say that God has allowed me to have cerebral palsy, but the fact is that it's the mere fact that you're insinuating that basically suffering has an innate benefit for some reason other than because of a supernatural reason.
I can think of a lot of reasons why suffering might be beneficial. I mean,
okay, name them.
Well, one of them is because it might spur us to become better people. Or it might spur us to become more loving when we see, or if we have a problem in our own lives, So what do they say? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And I know there are a lot of things that kill us, so we could. But the thing is, like, if we suffer, sometimes the greatest human achievements come through the suffering that we experience and the bad feelings that we have, and that can be applied. In my view, there's an eternal benefit to these things. It isn't like you just become a better person and you're obliterated, as in skepticism and atheism. In my view, every benefit you make in this life will apply to us in the next life and into eternity. So I think my scheme is actually more hopeful than in what you all are proposing. And another thing is, suffering can be a form of punishment. So I know a lot of atheists, we can't make people feel bad because it's bad. Well, let's take Hitler, for example. Should Hitler be made to feel bad because he did all the things he did? No, Hitler should feel good too. Well, he used his free will to bring suffering to a lot of people. You just think he should just feel good for all of eternity? So suffering can be a form of punishment. And if someone's done something evil, personally, you're going to convince me why that person shouldn't experience suffering as a result of bringing suffering to others. So go ahead.
And that is why objective, I submit to you, example A of why theists sidestep the whole thing into a sociopathic answer. Anyway.
And Robin and Chris, I really appreciate you exposing personal struggles because it does hit home for me anyway, listening to you talk and to explain why you hold your position from a very personal, not just some philosophical, let's think of an abstract situation or something. No, it's really hitting home, this kind of suffering. And I empathize with your situation, and I appreciate that you're willing to share that. I'm so sorry about this cold, you guys, my voice. I appreciate you're willing to share that so that other people can really wrestle with these ideas, because this is a difficult topic. And I know Robin, she's got something to add to this conversation. Go ahead, Robin.
Yeah, I wasn't going to interrupt Chris first, though, because, like, I understand Chris's disgust with that answer. Like, first of all, let me say that Hitler didn't suffer. Like, Hitler was allowed to end his own life before his suffering ever would have began. And, but, you know, and I don't believe in hell or heaven, and I don't think that it's even, actually, I wouldn't even say it's moral to punish a person eternally for anything that they did in a finite life. So, like, I have problems with even Hitler going to hell for eternity for what he did. Although, you know, I think that, like, he certainly deserved to be punished. But see, this is what I was talking about when you said, Wago, that y'all have we keep asking the same questions and you keep giving us the same answers. And, like, one answer that is not sufficient is the idea of suffering is part of God's plan, and we do not understand why he's doing it. Like, as far, you know, if God exists, that's true. That is true. I guess that is exactly true. But the thing about it is you have to believe that God exists. So when you don't believe that God exists and you see this answer, what it comes down to is it is a way for Christians, to me, or any believers of any God, not just Christians, to justify keeping their belief in spite of what they see. And it actually makes you less empathetic to the people who are suffering, because you see this as this is what God planned. So this is the way it's supposed to happen. And so, like, it leads us to, you know, we think, oh, well, there's 10,000 people starving every day or whatever. That's just like, but God's allowing it. So it must be part of his plan. So there's nothing we can do about it. And it's just, and it's so, I don't know. I don't even know how to explain to believers on how disgusting of an answer it is. And I think Chris's reaction kind of displayed it for what I would like to say about how it feels to be told this stuff right here.
And just to be clear, I'm not mad. It's just,
I know.
I will say, though, you all are giving me emotions, but not logical responses. So you're saying, I can't believe someone would suggest that suffering has some inherent benefit. But you're not explaining to me why it's impossible that
it's not impossible. It's not impossible. But the thing about it is if you believe in a God, it's not impossible. But the thing about it is I think just the belief in the God is the part that is like unreasonable. And so,
Whoa.
but then
So
when you're making, like these kind of answers, these are not sufficient answers for the problem. Like your answer that you gave about that we just don't understand what God's plan is not a sufficient answer to anybody who has this question and wants to know why, if an all-loving, all-knowing, all-powerful God exists, why do these things happen? And just hand waving it away and saying you just don't, you're just ignorant of God's plan is not satisfactory.
Or just to be put simply, the answer that you've given me that suffering is somehow innate beneficial to having a necessary evil and as a necessary evil in the world. If like the God is in the equation, everybody else would like out of the situation. If it wasn't God, would they actually tell you to check into a mental hospital to get your brain checked?
Yeah.
I actually I actually can't stay here for more than about 10 more minutes. But let me just throw a couple things out. I just want to throw them out there. And again, I'm willing to come on this channel as many times as possible to interact with you all specifically and others, and to present these ideas.
Ace, what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually let me give you a chance. If you got to cut out, I want to let you have a final statement like I do for everybody. So let me give you the floor uninterrupted, and you can make your statement. And I appreciate, first of all, before I let you talk, I want to just tell you you're always welcome here. I appreciate the fact that, it's difficult. Sometimes when you're in the minority position, you're in the firing line, so to speak. You're in the hot seat, as it were. And I appreciate that you're willing to engage with this in a respectful way. And I think you have been respectful. You're holding a difficult position to defend, in my opinion. But that just is more credit to you for having the nuts to come in here and do that. And you're always welcome here. And I appreciate that everyone has been actually very respectful to Ace, despite the fact that we're having fundamental disagreements. So, Ace, you've got the floor. Give your final statement. Tell people about your channel. I will be linking your channel in the description, and then we can continue the conversation after you've gone.
Yeah, well, I first of all, I appreciate having been invited and even being allowed to express my views on the channel. So I'll start off by saying that. So yeah, Daniel and I have an ongoing discussion about free will. If at some point we reach a terminus on that, and we want to start talking about the problem of evil and how I would explain it from a theistic perspective, we can go ahead and do that. Now, I don't just want to be the only, Daniel has a lot of people who are willing to come on his channel and stuff, but I'm just saying, I am absolutely willing to come on this channel and interact with people. Just if we want to just do a pure open panel on the problem of evil and why it does actually make sense, at least from a theoretically plausible standpoint, why evil could exist within the theistic framework, even a specifically Christian framework, I am willing to do that, because I know I'm not going to be able to answer all these questions right now in the short time that I have. But I just want to throw a couple ideas out there, because I don't want to do pot shots. That's why I'm saying I'm willing to come back. But given the final statement, I will say this: when we're thinking about an omnipotent, omniscient God, all-knowing, all-wise God, and the perspective from our human perspective, where we have such limitations, where emotions cloud our judgment and on all sides of the aisle, from a religious perspective, non-religious, we feel things, we feel like they're wrong, but a lot of times it's based on the limitations of it. What if we were given all the facts about what it goes into to creating a universe where sentient beings can have free will, as I do believe that, as I've argued, that sentient beings, including humans, do have free will. There are what would be called in engineering design constraints. So God cannot design a universe where just anything can happen. Like, just God, let me give you an example. God can't design a universe where 2 + 2 = 4 and 2 + 2 = 5 at the same time. That is to say, God can't design a universe where if you take two objects, put them together, it will always equal 4. It can't equal anything other than 4. It will always equal 4. It can't equal 5 or anything else. just like that way. So if God wants to design a universe where free will exists, so that would be the optimal. God has, in his omniscience, seen that beings with free will, that's what I want. That's the best scenario. How do you construct a universe like that where they can't use their free will to create suffering for others? What if one of the beings uses his free will to hit the other being? And how do you go about, as God, say, well, this is going to harm the physical body of the other being, so that'll create suffering. Or, Robin talked about hunger. What if there's all this food around and the beings use their free will to just sit around and not harvest it, and they just want to sit around and play video games all day and entertain themselves, and then winter comes and there's no food in the storage for them to eat. So they're going to go hungry, but God gave them everything they needed. They just didn't use their free will appropriately, things like that. So there are, and then you talk, well, that's decisions. What about diseases and earthquakes and things? There's answers to these questions. I just want to throw that out there. The answer to these questions, I'm willing to come back. I'm willing to engage with these ideas. And I just have you just think about this. When you talk about the problem of suffering specifically, which is what we got into, I wasn't expecting that. I just want you, please humble yourselves. Just acknowledge that even though you feel like this is wrong, just acknowledge that you don't know that there's no inherent benefit. I can personally suggest a lot, as I've already done a couple times. Why is there inherent benefit in suffering? We as people who don't have no idea how to create a universe, we should humble ourselves and say, even though I don't understand it, because I don't have all the facts about what it entails to create a universe, I'm going to say not just say that there's no reason for this. There's no reason that God would do it this way. I just want to leave you with that. And with that, I thank you for giving me the floor, and I hope to interact with everyone again. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Yeah, I appreciate the closing remarks, Ace. And I actually, so Sarav, I saw you in the jump on the backstage, and I did let you in. It didn't show you on the panel because I had enlarged A's screen, but you're welcome to come back if you want to join the discussion. Anybody who wants to join the discussion, I've got a little bit more energy. This cold medicine is kicking my ass. And so I really appreciate you guys are bearing with me. I feel like I'm not making coherent linear statements a lot of times, okay, but I'm hanging in there. I do think that the problem of suffering actually is multifaceted. And I do want to kind of point that out. And I have a video I would really encourage you guys to watch. I will try to remember to link it in the description. It's called Courage Without Fear. And it actually addresses this not from a theological position, but there's a philosophical model called antinatalism. And that has led into ephilism. And so these are completely removed from any type of religious beliefs, just purely based on philosophy and philosophy of ethics, that it's unethical to bring children into the world because they're guaranteed to experience suffering. And I don't know where my panelist members sit with antinatalism, if they remove the theological position and they would still hold that, oh, well, we shouldn't have children because they're suffering. I question, I don't think that they would agree with that, but I don't know. I don't want to put words in their mouths, and I don't speak for anyone in the chat as well. But for myself, I actually believe there is actually an inherent value to life itself, despite the fact that it is inevitable that there will be suffering. And I laid out my case as clearly as I can in that video, Courage Without Fear. So I'm not going to run you through the whole argument right now, but to defend it is to a certain degree. And this is why I think this is multifaceted, because if the problem is, as I mentioned before, what's being presented is a hypothetical, and it's a perfectly reasonable and logical question. Why the fuck is there suffering? The degree that, and it's not a cop-out to talk about the 5-year-old with cancer. We need to talk about the worst case scenarios. I know Alex O'Connor and others have made an example of take the humans out of it so the original sin argument gets removed, and talk about the deer that gets trapped in the forest. I had to stop watching National Geographic videos actually, because it was breaking my heart to see what really happens in nature. There was a mother leopard who came back, and her baby cubs, while she was out hunting, her baby cubs were climbing around the tree. And these are just little cubs learning how to navigate life as a little leopard. And one of them had fallen in between 2 tree branches and died from a broken back while the mother was out hunting. This is the kind of shit that happens in the real world. And it's really heartbreaking to see that kind of stuff, for me anyway. Maybe I'm too soft about these kind of things, but it breaks my heart to see that kind of stuff. Another one where there was a lioness. They have to have the cubs away from the lions, the male lions, because the male lions will see the male cubs as potentially competition for the pride, and they may eat the cubs. That's a problem. Then, so the lioness is having these cubs out by herself. She goes out to get some food or whatever. She comes back, and there was a king cobra that happened to be in the area where the cubs had been left. And the king cobra killed not only all 3 of her cubs, but ended up killing the lioness as well by poisoning it, by striking it and poisoning it. And it was a slow, then they showed it took hours for this full-grown lion to die from poison. I mean, this is the kind of shit that happens, and it's really fucked up. So when you're asking about this all-powerful God figure, it's perfectly reasonable to say, what is going on here? This does not make sense. It's a perfectly reasonable question. And I feel like Christians, like Robin said, I agree with her 100%. They get these cookie cutter answers, and they're not acceptable. Those answers do not cover the suffering problem on that level. Evolution does. Natural processes do. That at least gives us an understandable, tangible explanation for that. The God character does not satisfactorily answer that question if we're going to interject the omniproperty of goodness. And I agree with Robin and Chris 100%. However, my disagreement is I actually do, because suffering, and I think this is partly what A's was trying to use, and I have to agree with him to a certain degree, that without suffering, there is no opportunity to overcome something. This is why the idea of like heaven doesn't make any sense to me, because you're in eternal paradise. That doesn't make sense. You have to have something negative to understand what something positive is. It's how we function in the world. It's called the laws of logic. And Aristotle is one of the first people who really wrote about this. You have to have the opposites, right, to be able to identify something. Otherwise, you don't know what something actually is. So there is an argument, a certain argument to be. And that's not to say we don't need to be sympathetic to people suffering and pat people on the back and say, hey, pick yourself up by your bootstraps and don't be so down in the mouth. And no, that's not what I'm saying. But we do need to recognize that without fear, there can be no courage. So that's what I'd like to say about that. So go ahead. I don't know who's next, Rob and Chris. The floor's your guys.
Yeah. Well, to be quite honest, I wasn't like when A's kind of laid out his argument about, benefits of suffering, which translated to the adversity. It's not the fact that he was advocating for those things, that because into a certain level, I do agree. But the problem goes when you add like a supernatural entity in the mix, that creates a problem, which is essentially is that divine entity is a tyrant. So it kind of puts that scenario of essentially that deity in question, a tyrant, while you could just skip all of this and saying that, well, not like the naturalistic way to interpret things is that because we're alone, it's a survival of the fittest type of scenario, and there's nothing like there. That's all there is. And I have to admit, it does sound cruel on the face of it, but to me, having the theistic like add-on of a god makes it more cruel than if it was just the simple plain nature. That's how the world works. Nature, there's no there's no pageantry or or hidden agenda of like a omnipresent being like tucked away somewhere. It's just how the world is. Anyway, sorry if I'm not making it set right now. I'm just ranting.
Oh, you're absolutely making sense, brother. And I'm picking up exactly what you're putting down. I agree with you 100%. I think if it's an unguided, quote unquote, natural process, it makes it a lot easier to deal with. Because first of all, we have ways to address natural processes, right? With modern medicine and advancements in technology, so on and so forth. So that gives us hope right there. But when you ascribe this to some being that's, the old man in the sky kind of a thing or whatever, that doesn't seem to respond to prayer, as for those of you who caught the first part of this video, my prayer trilemma exposes that. And so, no, I agree with you 100%, brother. That makes it actually worse, not better. There's no comfort there. Like Robin was saying, it's a cookie cutter answer that just literally hand waves away the problem. Robin, do you have any? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Just to let, then that's the message I'm trying to tell A's about this problem. But he was basically, well, as far as I can tell, was essentially sidestepping constantly.
Well, this is what I mentioned. If you caught, I don't know if you were here for the beginning of the show and I had Tristan on here, but one of the things that I had talked to him about, and this is one of the difficulties that I actually have when I have these discussions, because my goal is to help discover truth. And that might be that I'm wrong in things, that's fine. That's part of the process. Right. But unfortunately, when we want to find out the truth, we got to ask the tough questions. And what I find is when I have these conversations with religious people, and I don't want to come at it from an antagonistic position, even though I see a lot of problems with what religious people are doing in the name of religion, I want to try and be empathetic to the situation so that we can get to the core of the solution. If we're just constantly coming at people and attacking them, that's not going to fix the fucking problem. That we've seen that's not an effective way. Education is more effective, right? Getting people to understand the core of the problem, which is I think what we're trying to do here with this conversation. The problem with that is what happens. And I mentioned this in today's show, is that I see one of two things happening, is that the believer, the religious person, either engages in cognitive dissonance where they start talking about square circles existing, or they simply bite the bullet into moral bankruptcy. And so so either corner you push them into, you don't get the result that we're looking for, which is to simply look at it and say, yeah, you know what? That's really fucked up. I don't know. Even if the Christian would say, I don't know why God did this. I agree. That's really messed up. And I struggle with this. I pray about this. I ask God, why the hell? I know that there are Christians who do this. I know the Christians' parents who had a child that was born with an ailment or stillborn or something, or have a tragedy, they do ask this God, what the hell is going on here? You know what I mean? I mean, I'm sure it does happen, but the believers that we're talking to here on YouTube and everything else, when we ask them these questions, they just seem so unwilling to say, yeah, you're right. That's really messed up. I wish I had a good answer for that. They don't. They hand wave it away, like Robin was saying, with some cookie cutter answer that's supposed to mean something that seems completely vacuous, in my opinion. Robin, what do you think about that?
First, I want to thank you for sharing the nature video that I don't watch either. Like, I was cringing the whole time I was listening to that. I agree with you totally. There's a saying that says, God doesn't give us more than we can handle. That's what people say. Mm-hmm. And he gives, if God exists, he gives millions of people more than they can handle. Because there are some people who never know anything. They're born into this world suffering, and they suffer until they die. There are children who live, mostly in certain third world countries who are born into starvation, and they die in starvation, and they live in starvation for their entire existence. The idea that this suffering is going to create growth in their person is just absolutely unconscionable. I mean, it just makes absolutely no sense. Yes, I believe that some overcoming some hurdles in life does make you a stronger person. Yes, it does. If you live through those hurdles. And if you don't, then I guess it doesn't do anything for you. It kills you. So my mom, I will give my mom credit for one thing. One time I brought up about the part about in the Bible in the Old Testament where it says that you should keep the virgins for yourself and all that stuff. One time when I first became an atheist, I started kind of pushing on my mom about her Christianity. And I asked her if she had read this part of the Bible, because I know she reads the Bible, all my life she's read the Bible over and over. And she said, yes. And I said, why? And rather than try to make excuses for it, my mom said, I have no idea why it's in there, why it happened. She said, I cannot explain it. So I will give her credit for, she just said, no, it's pretty disgusting, and I don't know why in the world God allowed it. I don't know. She did not say, one of these days I'll find out when I get to heaven. She did not make any kind of excuses like that. But the fact that some people know nothing but suffering, to me, destroys the ideal of suffering builds character. because it doesn't. It doesn't. That's not how most suffering in the world does not build character. There are people who overcome suffering, and they're great stories, but they're not a majority of humans who have ever existed on this planet. And this last thing I want to say is, to accept these answers, you have to start with the presupposition that this God exists. And that is where the problem is right there. Because, like A said, just consider if this, that this, you don't know all the answers and stuff, but you have to believe that this God exists to accept these answers. And if you don't believe that God exists, and you have a good reason not to believe that God exists, which I think we do. And, like, the problem of suffering does not prove that God does not exist. The problem, there's plenty of arguments against the existence of God that don't even have to include the problem of suffering. So, like the problem of evil. It's just to me, it's a really good argument against, like, the Christian God. I think more than anything else, about all loving, all knowing, all powerful God. It kind of destroys that ideal, but it doesn't prove that a God does not exist. But I think it does debunk the Christian God. That's all I got. Thank you.
No, I agree with you, sister, 100%. And I tip my hat to your mother as well, because that is the difficult bullet to bite, and just be completely humble about it and say, it is messed up. I wish I had an answer and I don't. That's where we all should be in life, with humility, to be honest with you, because there's millions of things. The majority, I don't know if I should say the majority, but maybe it is fair to say the majority of stuff that we think we know, we probably don't. We're making our best guess. So I think we all need a dose of that humility that you're talking about, your mother showing. And I would like to extend an olive branch to A's. Although he and I have fundamental disagreements on probably 90% of what comes out of that brother's mouth, A's does have, believe it or not, as crazy as the shit might sound to some of us that he says, he has a much more tenable soteriology and epistemology than a lot of Christian denominations do. He rejects, you heard him tell Tristan himself, he rejects Paul. He rejects the Gospel of John for the most part. He doesn't believe in biblical inerrancy. Just those statements alone are huge steps in the right direction, in my opinion. And that's not to say that he's on the right track in everything, because we disagree on almost everything. We're having a wonderful debate right now about free will, and we're having a lot of disagreement there. So there's a lot of groundwork to be made. And I'm sure I have to take some steps in his direction, because I'm certainly not perfect. I'm not the smartest guy in the room, but to A's credit, he rejects some stuff, some hurdles you don't have to fight through with, like biblical inerrancy and no contradictions in the Bible and the other nonsense that so many times you come up against when you're talking to Christians. So I appreciate that about him. The other thing that does give me hope is that there is a movement in Christianity, and I don't know enough about modern Christianity. My studies have been in ancient history and the organization of world religions and Christianity through that process. But in modern Christianity, it probably comes from the Enlightenment period, I'm guessing. Maybe Robin, you might know more about this than I do, but it's called, what the fuck is it? Liberal Christianity. I might be framing it incorrectly.
Progressive.
Thank you so much. God damn it. That's the word I was looking for. Progressive Christianity.
Christianity.
Yeah. They endorse the LGBTQ movement. They endorse a lot of progressive ideas, humanism. They endorse the fact that there are contradictions in the Bible, things like Moses probably wasn't a historical person. So they're really shedding a lot of the baggage. Now, there are some problems that come with that, because then they end up having some kind of easy answers to some of the questions, but then you still get to the fundamental stuff, like what Robin was saying. Well, fundamentally, okay, now we can get rid of some of this other bullshit, but at the core of this, then what evidence do you have? And you get into an evidentiary conflict at that point, right? So there's other things they're holding on to. But if I had to take a progressive Christian versus an Orthodox Christian, I'd much rather have a neighbor who's progressive Christian, right?
Yes, give me a progressive Christian any day. Like, we live in the United States. We have freedom of religion, and and we have freedom. And I think that we can never get to where we think that we can mandate what people believe. Like, thought crimes can never become something that we try to enforce. And I think that people are entitled to believe these things. even if I disagree with them. And I would actually fight for their belief to believe those things, even if I disagree with them. Um, and I think that I'm a progressive Christian. I'll take a progressive Christian over, an evangelical, Bible literalist any day, as far as I'm concerned. I think shared beliefs matter less than shared values. And well, actually, I always say, usually say shared values matter more than shared beliefs. That is, and I didn't come up with that. Andrew Seidel did, but I
Do
just.
you know the history of when did this progressive Christianity? Is it from the Enlightenment, or is it even more modern than that?
It's
Like
more
what
modern.
we're seeing now is more modern than that. Actually, it came out like interesting that the LGBTQ community is part of that, but there is some that came out of the Enlightenment, like the Unitarians and the Universalists were two churches that came out of the like around the Enlightenment period. The Universalists think that an all-loving God would send nobody to hell, that we're all going to heaven and God loves everybody. The Universalists did. And of course, they're together now, the Unitarians and the Universalists. And and the Unitarian U Church, is very supportive of those communities. But and like one of the top reasons given for the decline in Christian like membership over the last few years has been the treatment of the LGBTQ community, the hatred that it gets thrown at them. And so this is kind of the church's way, the Christians who are seeing that and realizing and recognizing that's what it is. This is their way of trying to stop that bleeding, I think. And I think that it's just like these people are stuck with the ideal that I feel this certain way. I don't feel these gay people are evil. I don't feel these trans people are evil. And so I don't think that that's what Jesus taught. And I appreciate, I think that they're kind of like fence sitting in a way, but I appreciate them for doing it because, like I said, I would take 10 of them over, one hateful one any day.
Yeah. And well, for me, in my perspective, like the international perspective, because sorry to say this again, but I'm Canadian. Those fights that are persistently going throughout the United States of America is settled, done and over. In my country, Canada, abortion is healthcare. Same-sex marriages is legal. Also, trans healthcare is codified to be normal, regulated as in you have the steps, by the guidelines of said professionalists, but it's a non-issue. That's what I'm saying. All of these holdout fights that are happening in the U.S. is settled. So.
Yeah, but that's that's where I think that we failed. Like I feel like my generation failed, because we sat back and said, "Oh well, it's settled." Like that abortion is healthcare, and it wasn't settled, and rather than continue to push, keep our feet on the gas on pushing social issues forward. We acted like, especially once we got to gay marriage, we acted like, oh, well, it's a breeze now. Everybody's on board with everything we believe. Yeah. And we're seeing that it actually was not in any way that way. You know what I mean? Yeah. We're still around, and especially the treatment of trans people. I'm just so ashamed of my fellow countrymen for what they have been doing to trans people over the last, But there's still people who are like, there are people active right now. They've set out with a goal of overturning gay marriage too. Like that is a platform that they are now adopted because they feel like they've accomplished what they wanted to do against transgender people, and now it's time to attack the gay people. They got abortion overturned, and so they've got their sights set on gay marriage. And if they continue to be in power, I would not count on it being available. I mean, I can see them overturning it if they get the power to do it.
Well,
So we've got to quit. We've got to quit taking our foot off the gas and acting like that these things are settled, because they're not. And like, you can, like, it's amazing how fast I've watched my country go from, you know what I mean, from what it was to what it is now. It's like being strapped in the back of a bus, and there's a crazy drunk guy driving it. But he's driving, and I'm strapped in the back seat, and he's driving straight for a cliff, and I'm screaming, "We're going off the cliff! We're going off the cliff!" And everybody that's in front of me in the bus is just like, just laughing and having a good time, or saying, talking about Jesus or something. And so, and I'm in the back seat begging them to stop, slow down, stop, let me off, anything. And they won't do it.
Robin, you're just getting back at me for my story about the lion. Your story was far more cringe. Okay.
Oh my gosh. I know, but like but yours was true, and mine's sort of like an analogy. But I was like, oh my gosh, because I know exactly what you mean. Like, I can't watch, like, I love orcas. I love watching shows about orcas, but I cannot watch when they hunt.
Yep.
I will not watch their hunting videos, because I cannot watch them play with the seals and
or what they do to whales to drown the whales before they can eat them.
And I actually cheer for every now and then you see a video where like a seal or a penguin like jumps in a boat and gets away from them, like escapes them. And I'm always cheering for the penguin, even though I love the orcas.
I feel you. I do. It's really tough for me to look at that. So I love nature so much. I love to learn about nature so much. And that's one of the things that, you come up against it when you watch nature channels. And they used to be, I don't know if it's just that I was so oblivious to it when I was a kid or something, but they used to be so, I guess, quote unquote, wholesome or G-rated or whatever. But now they have these shows where they will literally put sound effects in there. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, where the animal's crying and screaming, not like like digital sound effects and stuff. There was something that came up on my feed. I was watching a lot of nature shows, and something came up on my feed called Monster Bug Wars, and they're putting like 2 insects or whatever in a cage basically, and it's like, this is literally like no different than a dog fight or a cockfight, or in my opinion. It's like, what makes it justified? Oh, because they're bugs, it's okay. This is like horrible stuff they're showing people.
Mutual of Omaha didn't give us all those graphic scenes. That's what we grew up on nature videos. I'm sure that's probably what you grew up on too.
But you're right though about what you said, and you and I are a little bit older, I think, than many of the people that follow my channel. I don't know, but I know
I'm the youngest.
I'm celebrating my 51st birthday this weekend, so I'm getting up there. And
I'll be 58 my birthday, so.
Okay, so you and I are very close. So there was this crazy and it depends on what part of the country you're in too. That actually is really relevant. But I've been on the West Coast most of my life, all up and down the West Coast and into more of the central part of the country. But I've never been in the deep South or the East as far as living. But on the West Coast, there was this major shift from the 70s into the 80s where everybody was starting to get along. It was cool. It suddenly, I don't say cool, but it became like a normal thing to be gay. The black people, the white people, we were all friends. And then which was a really good move. And it started, kind of started in the 70s. The 60s were still pretty rough. 50s were terrible, so on and so forth. The further back you get, the worse it was. But we started to see this really cool shift in more of this kind of progressive stuff through the 70s into the 80s. And then all of a sudden, I don't know when it happened.
Oh, I know.
Somewhere between the 90s and the 2000s, it seemed like we're starting to go backwards. And it's almost
when Obama got elected. And I'm not blaming that on Obama. I mean, like, but it just like,
And he was what, 2000 and 2000, early 2000s, right?
yeah,
2008,
it tripped a
2004.
switch. It tripped a switch in people like in my state, like right here. I live in Kentucky, which is a very, you know what I mean, like we're just barely above, you know, we're just one step ahead of Tennessee. And that's probably, you know, it's like we're not the most backwards southern state, but we're right there following them around. And like it tripped something in these people's brain that that like where they had been taught that being openly racist was socially unacceptable, you know, and so they felt some sort of like shame about like openly being racist in public, and openly bigoted towards gay people and stuff. And then when Obama come along, there was a certain political movement that said, hey, you don't have to be like that. You can just be racist if you want. You can be against gay people, and it's fine. It's
Bottom
fine.
rail on top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so they're like, yay, we wanted. So what it did was what it exposed is the fact that we were pretending that these issues were solved. These issues were not relevant anymore, and it was actually not the reality. And so, like, once we ever get maybe control of it again, we need to make sure that we address it better than we did the last time.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear what you guys think about this, because I respect both of your opinions a great deal, especially when it comes to politics. I've been very honest about this. I'm really ignorant about a lot of social issues.
Yes, I love to talk politics with you, OE.
But you know, Robin, just a quick side note. I am seriously considering hosting, I don't want to call it a debate necessarily, but you know, we might give it a provocative title, but a discussion between some friends of mine from the left and the right. And I don't know, I need to tell you this too. Just, I hate to detract, but I laughed so hard when you did that reaction video to my conversation with that Claire Caw. Oh my God, you guys were so fucking funny. And I have to say, I had to laugh at myself too, because I was trying so hard to be so civil and polite, but I was like trying to find words and I didn't realize it at the time, but when I was watching myself back again, when you guys were commenting on it, you're like, oh man, he's in way over his head here.
Yeah, we love you for it though. Like, and you know, that's though, you can get those people, like, it's great because people need to see that. Like,
well, I agree. I've gotten a lot of
that or pushing that. I think it needs to be open there, and like, not everybody is going to be able to have her on. Like, I'm surprised she's coming on to SP's channel, but
I'm really shocked about that. She sent me, because she has my email, because I reached out to her to be on my show, so she actually has she sent me some stuff, and I'm actually shocked as well. But I agree with you 100%. I actually got a comment. I'm not going to name any names, but I had somebody reach out to me based on a conversation that I had with a well-known philosopher. I'm trying to keep this ambiguous, but I had a conversation recently with a well-known philosopher. I was really excited about it because I love to study history and philosophy and all this kind of stuff. And so I really respect the people who are more highly educated than I am. And when I was telling somebody about that, they says, well, if you're going to have them on your channel, you might want to do some background research before you quote unquote platform them, you know? And I says, you know, in my response to him, I says, that's good advice. I appreciate you saying so. But the truth of the matter is, for one thing, I'm too busy. That's just, it's not, I'm not trying to be a cop out, but it's just the way life is. My real job keeps me very busy. My initial plan with this channel was to do 2 videos a week, one recorded one like midweek sometime, and then a live stream. And ever since I took this promotion at work, I can barely make time to do this live stream. I'm not even doing the other video during the week. I'm surprised my channel is going as strong as it is, because you need to put out regular content to grow. And so it's only because you guys are supporting the effort that this channel is still growing. But and so I told him, I said, I just don't have time to be researching everybody before I bring them on here, for one thing. The other thing is that the whole goal with this channel is to expose these ideas, and you're not going to expose them if you don't talk about them. And then by exposing them, then we can pick them apart and hopefully let the truth bear out, right? Through logical arguments, evidence, and things like that. But you got to be willing to get in there and have the conversation. And I have, not every single week, but a lot of weeks that I do a show, I'll have at least one person reach out to me and say, hey, you shouldn't have that person on your channel, or this person, I hate that person, blah, blah, blah. And I try to be sympathetic of everyone's position, but I always have the same answer. It's like, you know what? I'm not trying to force these ideas onto anybody. I try to give honest pushback and be respectful at the same time, because that's what I'm trying to promote, is that at the end of the day, these crazy people with these crazy ideas are human beings. And every one of us probably has some fucked up idea about something, or has at least at one point in our lives as we're through the growing process. And so we need to be more stronger, have more character, and not be so hurt by other people's ideas and words. And we need to be willing to face these and to offer a respectful pushback. Because if we can't make a logical argument against somebody, like if they're giving us a bullshit whatever, and we can't make a logical argument, if we just give them an emotional response, we're not making any progress. And it may mean that we don't have a logical argument, right? So that's the whole goal of all that. And it does. I do get a lot of people reaching out to me. You shouldn't have that person. You shouldn't have this person. And I can't win in that situation, because not everybody's going to like everybody. You know what I mean?
Well, first of all, it's your channel. You know, I would say, yeah, I appreciate your, appreciate your feedback, and you're welcome. If you're uncomfortable watching this person, you're welcome not to, tune in. But I don't believe in that. You know, as long as my guests, if I have a show, as long as my guests understand that, they can't use slurs on my channel, and they can't make homophobic or transphobic or racist comments, then we're good. Whatever other ideals they've got, they can go ahead. And we can talk about it, like you said. And there's a lot of people who think that that's by trying to cancel these ideals through just not platforming them. That's how we ended up going back, I think.
I agree. Well, I almost forgot my question. I want to ask both you and Chris this, because this is kind of my feeling about things. And you mentioned a foot on the gas. I had a conversation actually with Tristan, the guest that I had on here, when I was on his channel. And I need to put a link to that actual conversation, because it was really fascinating. We set out to talk about the origins of atheism and agnosticism, one of the courses that I took when I was going to Bible college. And so that was a really interesting part of that conversation. But we spent most of the time talking about life in general, politics, religion, all of these different things. So it was a fun conversation. But one of the things I mentioned to him, because he asked me about if I could snap my finger and just get rid of all the religions in the world, would I do it? And I said no, because the problem with that is that there's two problems. One is it leaves this huge vacuum. What are you replacing it with? That's the one concern that I have, right? And so the other concern that I have is what I see in life, and I see this in the political sphere that kind of relates to what you guys are talking about with progressiveness and regression. The pendulum, it seems to swing from left to right, and it goes back and forth, one extreme to the other. And I relate this to the laws of physics, the laws of motion in particular, Newton's laws of motions. And it says an object in motion wants to stay in motion until another force acts upon it, right? And so the same thing could be said for this pendulum that's swinging from one ideal to the next, back and forth. If we don't ground that pendulum in something that's somewhere in the middle, that's somewhere based on logic and reason and empathy and all the good things, because both sides have something positive they're striving for. I don't care. I do not see any side on the political aisle as being entirely evil. I just don't see that. I think both sides have something to offer the conversation. And if we don't find a way to ground this in the middle, or somewhere close to the middle-ish anyway, not exactly in the middle, maybe, but somewhere, then I just think it's going to be a continuous problem. It'll go too progressive, too conservative, too progressive, back and forth, back and forth. And what do you guys think about that?
Well, I think that right now, maybe, or at a different time, right now, the middle is still way too far right. We have a really far right, and then we have a sort of right. That's our two parties. I hear people talk about the Democrats, and they'll call them lefties or whatever, and the Democrats are not leftists. There is a small percentage of Democrats who are leftists. They're not even Democrats. A lot of them are independents. But like even our like there's very few progressive actual even like representatives and stuff. And not I'd say Bernie Sanders is probably our closest senator to being a progressive. Maybe AOC, maybe. So like even the Democrats are right leaning. They are still like highly capitalist supporting and you know, and so like there is no true left hardly in the United States. It's not a majority enough to win very many elections.
Well,
So I think we can't. I think we have to watch where we put the middle at though when
let
we're
me
going between two right parties.
yeah. Well, let me just kind of like quickly like put the pendulum, tell you where the pendulum is into an like international perspective. Bernie Sanders is center left, like barely left leaning. That's like in terms of Canada, like Canadian politics. That's where we're at. Like in the United States, I would be called a bona fide leftist, but because of because of how the politics are in Canada, it's it's basically like the fights that you're having right now with universal healthcare, you know, not exactly free college tuition, but in the spirit of that, and many other things, are basically just like are essentially on the right. Like it's like I'm not sorry saying that they're on the right, but it's just middle of the road.
Yeah,
Like nobody and I have to tell you like because the two ruling parties in Canada are the Liberals, which are basically socially left, but they're somewhat right at the same time. And then the Conservatives that are basically what is called the conservative light. Um, People just to put it into language that you can understand. And then there's the NDP, which is center left, and the Green Party, which is around the same thing. But um, like what I'm saying is that it was been floating around about the well the ever since the LGBTQ issue has been solved, the Conservative Party that represents most of what the conservative zeitgeist in Canada, usually the gentleman in agreement wouldn't even dream of overturning those things with a 10-foot pole because they know that they would essentially lose. And also there's some of the concept of the fact that we're a parliamentarian government. um, there's the um, there's the vote of non-confidence that is a staple to which if there is a majority of the members of parliament do not agree with the ruling party, or in this case the prime minister at the same time, they could force a vote to saying of we have no confidence in you whatsoever. So
yeah,
that's is what essentially is loitered under their head, and that's why for most of our history, it's been essentially they cannot go to left, or we cannot go to right. It's just an incremental back and forth um, movement. But to just kind of pull back the whole thing, the origins of atheism is essentially widely recognized from Spinoza, and that's what I'm just gonna.
Oh, I would disagree with that. Now, that's something I am well educated in, but we could definitely have that conversation anytime. And I'm not trying to be mean about that. I've studied
Sure.
this, and there's these ideas go back. They probably go back in
Yes.
ancient history before even the written record. We just don't have written record of it, to be honest with you. However,
Yeah.
as far as when we have actual like formalized, codified kind of philosophical, positions that we consider atheism and agnosticism, we can track this back to ancient Greece.
Yep.
But the terms, I don't know if I want to jump onto that because it's kind of derailing. Because I really appreciate
sorry.
your guys's. No, not at all. That's something I probably should do a video on my own channel about. But the reason I haven't done it yet is because if I did a video about that, like when I went onto Tristan's channel, the one thing that I said in that conversation with him, and Tristan and I both have Bible college backgrounds. Now he's got a degree at seminary, and I do not, because I audited classes because I wouldn't sign the statement of faith, but I have taken the coursework. The thing about it that's really important for me to explain to people before I get into the history of it and the etymology of the words and stuff like that is that we are living in a time where identity is something we're recognizing as a personal thing. That's why I don't tell people, you have to define atheism and agnosticism in this way. It's however the fuck people want to identify it, to be honest with you. Now, there is something to be said for having a productive conversation, right? So what I do with people is I say, if you want to have a productive conversation with somebody, then it becomes no different than any other language you're using. You've got to define your terms, right? And that then applies. But the terms are fluid. If you and the person, your interlocutor, can both come to an agreement about whatever the term means, it really doesn't mean if it's got historical basis or not. All that matters is you guys are on the same playing field, so you have an understanding what you're talking about. But if you want to get into the actual history and etymology of atheism and agnosticism, we can trace this back into ancient Greece. And so when I talk about that, I want to clarify, I'm not telling people you have to, as an atheist, identify or even agree with what I'm saying. You can call it whatever the fuck you want. But I do see a lot of crosstalk between theists and atheists. And I think some of it is done intentionally because the theist wants to poison the well. So they throw all atheism into one hard atheist box. And that just simply isn't really the case. In fact, the majority of atheists are what we would call soft atheists, frankly. Now but it's easy for the theist to attack the hard atheist because both parties have incurred a burden of proof at that point. So it becomes a much easier thing to do. But most soft atheists will respond by saying, I don't make the definitive claim there is no God, so this doesn't even apply to my argument. And they're just talking past each other. So that's why I think there is some benefit to maybe discussing that so people can kind of understand there actually is technically a history to all that. But as far as the politics, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Can you bounce the idea for me? If I think that like I say, I'm a hard atheist, but the logic is grounded by all religion is mythology. Do you see this as hard atheist or soft atheist? Just asking.
So the hard, that's actually pretty vague. The hard atheist position is the definitive claim that there is no God. It's not just that there is no Abrahamic God or Hindu God. It's like it literally means there is no God, and it incurs a burden of proof. Yeah. When you start talking about religion, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But I'm saying that my reasoning is implicate the logic of that all religion is mythology.
Yeah.
Does that?
Well,
you have to understand that there's actually a distinct difference between religion.
Does the reasoning qualify me being? Does that reasoning of every religion being mythology qualifies in your mind as a justification for a hard atheist, or is it a soft atheist argument?
Well, in my mind, I see a distinct difference between religion and the concept of God. So why I'm an agnostic is because I'm addressing the philosophical concept of God, not the theological concept of God. I actually agree with the hard atheist position that all of these anthropomorphized gods don't exist. I actually mentioned that at the beginning of this conversation with Tristan. The reason I don't call myself any type of atheist is because I just don't take those claims seriously. The biblical God, for example, we talk a lot about that today. So we'll talk about the Abrahamic God, but this applies to the Hindu gods and everything else. These ideas are so obviously inventions, mythological, as you're saying. They're human creations, and I've studied enough of the history of how these ideas evolve and the psychology of why these ideas evolve. It's no different than any other lore or tradition, right? Like a Santa Claus or a leprechaun or anything else for that matter. You know, the tooth fairy. And I just don't take it seriously enough to apply a title to it. The conversations that I take seriously, that I remain agnostic about, would be the gods and philosophy, the prime mover, the necessary being, this type of a thing. You know, those the concepts around consciousness being fundamental. You know, those conversations are worth having, in my opinion. And I think that the agnostic position just simply states at some point we can't know. And I agree with that. If we can't test it empirically, we can't claim to know one way or the other. So that's why I remain agnostic. But if you're going to say all religions are myth, then I would have to ask for clarification. Well, do you think that there could be a God without religion? You know, or what are you talking about exactly? Because that's the other question. So then the hard atheist has a definitive claim. The only difference between a soft atheist and an agnostic is neither one has faith. A lot of people think agnosticism only deals with knowledge, but that's actually not true. Agnosticism deals with both belief and knowledge. Agnosticism is neither belief nor disbelief, and the justification is the gnosis, because we can't know. So the soft atheist does not believe, just like the agnostic does not believe. However, the soft atheist would then technically, by definition, would think that it is somehow possible to find out. That's the only difference between agnostic and soft atheist. So I hear a lot of people say I'm an atheist, and what they really are trying to say is they're a soft atheist, and what they're actually getting to is agnostic. Because you ask them, well, you know, do you think we can know if there's a God? And they'll say, well, no, because we can't test it. Well, that actually makes you an agnostic by definition. But again, I'm not telling people how they have to define themselves. But by definition, you would actually be agnostic. If you don't think it's possible to know because you can't test it, then you're not atheist, you're agnostic. Because there's no difference. This whole belief knowledge thing is not the dividing factor between atheism and agnosticism. That's a misunderstanding.
Okay, I call myself, I'm a hard atheist. I don't feel that I necessarily have a burden of proof for that, because I feel like that I don't have to. I also don't believe in Santa Claus, and I don't have to support that. I don't have to prove that Santa Claus doesn't exist. I don't have to prove that the Easter Bunny doesn't exist. So, like, something that I can show is a myth, has mythological foundations, that it, you know, and there's like thousands of proposed gods, and not one of them has ever been shown to exist with sufficient evidence, other than just, you know, these anecdotal stories and myths and stuff. I feel like that over these many years that they've had their chance to prove these things. And so, like, just like saying that Santa Claus doesn't exist. And I also don't think that there is, like, it's not in the middle. I don't see it as a middle position, because I do not think that it is as likely that the God exists as it is as likely as that the God does not exist. It's not like a 50-50 chance. Like, I would say that maybe a God exists. Maybe there might be like a 0.001% chance that a God exists. But I think that's about all I would probably give them, something like in fractions of percentages. And I believe, just because I believe in fallibility. So, like, I think certainty is almost certainly unattainable. So I have to leave a spot open for my position on certainty. But other than that, no, I don't believe that there's any God. I don't believe any God exists. And, like, if they can show me how to prove that Santa Claus don't exist, then I'll use that same method to prove that their God don't exist.
Well, I think they're actually, and again, I'm not being critical or judgmental. I'm just articulating something.
Yeah, that's fine.
There is, technically speaking, in philosophy, there is a burden of proof that's incurred when you say something is not. Now, if we just are speaking loose with if we're being loose with our language, and like if I say there's unicorns don't exist, right? I might say that all the time because I'm not really. I mean, I'm assuming that people understand that we just don't have any reason to believe in unicorns. But technically speaking, if I say there's no such thing as a unicorn, I would be incurring at least to make an argument. Now, that doesn't mean, because Rob and I agree with you 100%.
That's why you need the fallibility, the percentage for the
yeah, and there is a kind of a circular reasoning that you have to bite the bullet on by saying we can't be certain about anything, because then you say, well, are you certain about that? It's like, well, no, you know what I mean?
I say almost certain.
Right, exactly. So it gets kind of tricky there with just the way words work. But I agree with you 100% that we should avoid at all cost making definitive claims about things, because once we make a definitive claim about something, according to philosophy and logical arguments, we're now incurring a burden of proof. I don't mind incurring that burden of proof when it comes to the anthropomorphized gods. I actually am willing to do that. The reason that I don't engage in a lot of those debates is because of what I said earlier, that what I find is that when you can actually start to make the argument and provide the evidence that literally disproves the God claim, like we're talking about the Abrahamic God, for example, what happens every single time is I push the believer into a corner where they're either going to engage in cognitive dissonance and start talking about trinities and square circles and benevolence and all this other bullshit, or they're going to go into the immoral bankruptcy thing. We'll say, yeah, if God says kill babies, then got to kill the babies. What can I do? You know what I mean? And I don't want to push people into that corner. And I know that's where it's going to go every time, because once you've studied it enough, or you're smart enough, and you can actually, you either have the scientific understanding or the philosophical understanding or the historical knowledge, one of these three things, or multiple of those understandings, you can pick these religions apart. It's not that difficult to do. It's these are Bronze Age and older concepts that, with today's modern understanding of science and technology and philosophy and sociology, these things can be easily picked apart. You can show the logical contradictions, you can show the scientific impossibilities, so on and so forth. So you can incur, in my opinion, that burden of proof and meet that burden to a satisfactory degree. It's not about certainty, it's about satisfactory degree. The reason I don't do that is because of what I said about, I just don't like to push people into those corners personally. I don't see the benefit to it.
Yeah, it's not. Like, I was just telling you, like that's just where I stand on the I don't always throw that out to everybody either. Like, that I don't think that any God exists, but I don't. I don't want people to either get the idea that I'm sitting around waiting for them to show me some evidence of this God either. Like, that I think that that's possible, because I'm pretty convinced that no, there's not going to be any evidence show up. But like I said, that's why I say certainty is almost certainly unattainable. That's how I philosophically excuse that, because I believe in fallibility. So
I think there is, excuse me, I think there is a certain degree of certainty. And again, with the caveat there, the brackets, like Robin was saying, when I say agnostic, I don't think it's possible. And I really this is based on what we know about the empirical evidence and observation and testability and things of this, falsifiability and those kind of standards. When we start to introduce the real serious kind of concepts about God that are worth actually exploring, like fundamental consciousness, things of this nature, non-duality, so on and so forth, those kind of concepts, they would seem to be supernatural at that point. And anything supernatural is unattained. It's outside of something that we can even talk about, really, or even, like Nerf Dogs mentioned, the incoherence of God claims. And there's a certain degree of truth to that, right? Like, it just becomes incoherent when the Christian just bites the bullet on the Trinity. And they'll tell you it's completely reasonable and logical. And then you explain to them the laws of logic, the law of identity, and how it breaks down. And you could even give them a real simple syllogism to break the Trinity completely apart. If you know the Bible well enough, you can blow apart the claims that it's actually, you can find it in the Bible. You can't. There's one or two passages that have been put in there, added in, but they contradict everything else. So but you got to know the Bible to be able to do that. But you can pick this apart. They end up hand waving it all away and going into the cognitive dissonance. Well, it's a mystery. That's what St. Thomas Aquinas, one of those brilliant Christian philosophers of all time, who even though I'm not a Christian, I do appreciate a lot of what Aquinas has done. He's really well respected philosopher, and he even admits it's a mystery, and that's where they have to go to. They have to just bite the bullet on it and say, I don't know, I just believe it.
Yeah. I want to tell BS that I think that he's being very sexist, that he's a hard atheist when it comes to Aphrodite.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna say just one more thing or two things, and after that, I'm gonna get out.
All right, let me give you the floor. Let me give you the floor here. Go ahead, Chris.
All right. So, you can always talk back when I'm done, but yeah. So, how I see things is that the progressive Christianity, and also another, if we're being generous, eventually progressive Muslims or whatever, is the way of how the Abrahamic religions are going to survive eventually. I don't know when. I don't know when will be the inflection point of no return, but evangelicalism will eventually be in the hard minority and not just what they are right now. And because at some point I see the again, those strains of religion metamorphosize into another form of essentially Buddhism, but that's how I see it going, because we've debunked so much of their religion and how old traditions don't work anymore. So I suspect that's where it's gonna go. Anyway, so thank you very much, Objective, and see you on some other stream or some other time. All right, and thank you, Robin. Nice talking to you too. Okay,
Chris, I appreciate that, because that's actually one of the things I was going to mention and ask you guys about as well. Is, do you think that progressive Christianity is going to be the solution for Christianity? And I agree with what Chris said. So I'm glad he mentioned that, because I kind of forgot. I got probably talking about the Lions or who knows what. But Robin stuck in the back of the bus. That was wild. Yeah, I agree with what Chris said. Actually, I see that the progressive nature of religion is going to be the only thing that will save religion due to the inevitable advancements in science and technology. That's just, we cannot avoid these advancements. It's considered the technological singularity. That's a really interesting discussion to have at some point. We're seeing it with AI. We've been watching this ever since the Industrial Revolution, and technology grows at an exponential rate. We're not stopping it. We're not even slowing it down. It actually picks up speed. So with that, I think that religion has to eventually take a back seat. But how is it going to evolve? Because religion is tied to some very real psychological phenomenon that happens inside the human brain. And so these beliefs aren't mysticism or whatever you want to call it, the supernatural superstition. This is not actually going to ever go away, in my opinion, no matter how much science and technology we throw at it. People are still going to have there's going to be gaps, right? That's the inevitable nature of it. We're in, like Robin was talking about, certainty. We're never going to have complete certainty of things. So there's going to be gaps. And anytime there's a gap, the human brain naturally fills that in, and it's a survival mechanism that comes through from evolution. And so unless evolution comes up with a solution to that, which is certainly possible, I guess, we're not going to fix that. So then what happens? How do we amalgamate these superstitious beliefs with the advent of actual information that's tangible and empirical? The only solution is going to be through a progressive type of a concept, in my opinion. But what is progressive going to actually be? Does that mean we start accepting people who from gay people, trans people with different skin color and stuff like that? I don't think so, because bigotry is always going to be an issue. And unfortunately, I think the progressive side is going to have more to do with stuff like, well, we can abandon the notion that there was a creator unless we go with theistic evolution. We're going to have to abandon the claims that there was a global flood. That kind of stuff we're going to eventually get rid of. People raising from the dead and all that kind of bullshit. We'll get rid of that part of the religion. Moses being ahistorical, the stuff that I see in progressive Christianity now. But when it comes to actually accepting other people whole cloth, I don't think that will ever be a universal thing, unfortunately. I hope we can make it universal. I just don't know. I think the asteroid's going to hit the planet before we get there, or AI will take over and launch all the nukes at us, or whatever the fuck happens. I don't know.
Yeah. I think that progressive Christianity allows a soft landing space for people who come out of like more regressive Christian sects. I think that progressive Christianity allows, like I said, a soft landing place for people who already believe this. But I believe that we need to focus on like educating our young people, not in the belief that God does not exist, because I don't think that we are to indoctrinate children into any belief system. But I think that we are, or a non-belief system, like, just the ideal that growing up and saying, I believe that no gods exist, without being able to explain why you believe that, which a child couldn't, would be indoctrinating a child into a belief system, to me. Like, so, and until we teach the children how to think properly, how to use critical thinking, and let them come to that conclusion on their own, then we're sort of indoctrinating them into a belief that gods don't exist, because they cannot make the rational understanding of why they believe that other than we tell them. So I think that, like, I have two children. One of them is an atheist. One of them is not. Actually, the youngest one is, and it's interesting that the youngest one is the atheist, because I do see more non-believers in my youngest daughter's age ring, because I believe that they've learned, they were taught evolution. I wasn't in school. So I think it's becoming more, I think it's just going to have to let it go its natural way. I don't think we can force it, because I don't think I think that will, anytime you try to force people, that turns bad, and it don't matter which way you're trying to do it from. I think it turns bad. So,
well, I do agree with you. We've got Dr. Norton just showed up in the chat, and
I'm gonna get off here, Owen, and let you talk to him.
Yeah, let me give you a final. Yeah, say a closing thing. Tell people about your channel, and I'll give you the floor here.
Okay, I'm Robin Webster. I don't make a whole lot of content. I've been thinking about trying to do some more, but like, I'm interested in debates and just having these conversations, and I appreciate OE's channel a lot. It's been a good place to come and have conversations with people. So thank you, OE, for having me on, and love y'all.
Well, that was really kind of you, Robin. I have a lot of respect for you, and I appreciate. Robin brings a lot of wisdom. That's old farts for you younger people out there. You should appreciate the fact that there's a difference between knowledge and wisdom, and wisdom is the ability to apply knowledge properly or effectively, right? So you young guys and girls out there, you're getting a lot of information. So you're acquiring a lot of knowledge, but if you don't learn how to apply that knowledge in a correct manner, or then you don't have any wisdom. And that's what you really want to strive for. Wisdom is the fundamental virtue, as I've said so many times on this channel. If you don't strive for wisdom, you can't understand the other virtues. And I believe that living a virtuous life is what helps us to get along and to live a good life. I see there's so many wonderful people in the chat, and I don't know if I said hello to James. I see you popped up there. It was so nice to have you stop by. Speaking of people I have a great deal of respect for, James Apperson, I'm definitely going to get a link to your channel in the description since I see you there. I recommend you guys check out James' channel. He is a very grounded individual, very empathetic and very reasonable. And I really enjoy, he's got a great voice for radio as well, very soft and soothing. So if you're looking for something to listen to while you're working, doing house chores or whatever, check out James's channel, please. A couple people mentioned they wanted to come on to the show. And I do want to give, I know, Steve, if you're still out there, if you want to come on and share something we talked about earlier in the conversation. It kind of a cliffhanger there, talking about suffering, and I believe that there is a certain and inherent value that we can extract from suffering. So I don't know if we extract it, if that makes it inherent or not, or if it's just something that we do with what we're given. But it's undeniable there's an amount of suffering that people will experience in life. And I made a video responding to antinatalists, not the theological argument about suffering, but the antinatalist claim about suffering. It's called Courage Without Fear. And overcoming suffering, there is a benefit to that, and there is joy that you can experience in doing that. And I think that there's value in that. Value is a subjective statement, right? Value is always going to be subjective, what value system we have. The only way we get to an objective sense of good or bad, and I do believe we can get there, but it's based on nature. Nature is the only objective thing that exists in the universe. Anything that's tied to our own opinions, our own feelings, emotions, thoughts, whatever, that's always going to end up grounding out in something subjective. The reason I can get to an objective moral standard comes from two places. One, I believe I could ground it in nature. I make the argument because of the is-ought problem. I make it from the hypothetical imperative. If you want to live in a society that maximizes cooperation, you ought to not murder people, so on and so forth. But that's a hypothetical imperative. You get an objective truth once you select a subjective goal. So you could get to an objective standard for morality from two places. One, from nature. It's called human flourishing. This is what a lot of the atheists who believe in objective morality will ground objective morality in human flourishing. Some other atheists will ground it in reasoning, the abilities for humans to reason, which is a unique property that humans have. And you can ground it in the hypothetical imperative that I did. So there's different ways you can actually justify the position of objective morality. But at the end of the day, I think it's undeniable that when we're talking in normal conversations, we're talking about good and bad. We're talking about subjective things, right? What do we think is good and what do we think is bad? So suffering, when I say that there can be good found in suffering, it's not to be dismissive of people who are having serious problems, because a lot of people are having serious problems. And as Robin mentioned earlier, and as in fact, if you watch this video at the beginning, one of the things I did is I talked about my prayer trilemma, and I talked about children suffering. And I have a little short 8-9 minute video on my channel. I recommend you guys check that out, because the prayer trilemma is kind of interesting. It puts Christians in an unavoidable position where they have to select. There's only 3 logical possibilities, and only one of them, if one of them is true, the other 2 must be false. And so this is the way it works out logically, based on the words of Jesus in the Bible, not based off of any hypothetical we could come up with prayer, which some people misunderstood that in the comments of that video. No, it's based specifically on what Jesus said in the Bible and the verses that I cited in the Bible. So if you take that at face value, you end up in a trilemma. And so suffering, I mentioned that for that trilemma, children suffering. There's 15,000 children die every day. Every fucking day, 15,000 children. That's a lot. And it's really heartbreaking to think about that. And that's just children. We're not even talking about, teenagers and young adults and women and elderly people who, there's so much suffering that goes on. So what is the benefit to this? Well, I do think there can be. I think that we're in a position to where we either extract the benefit ourselves subjectively, or we exit. What's the point of just going through life just crying about it? I don't see that. I don't see any benefit to that. You either got to overcome or give up, one or the other, in my opinion. And I think overcoming is worth it. It's worth it if you put the work in. And I use my own life as an example, and I cite some other examples in my video, Courage Without Fear. So Steve was in the comments. He and I had a wonderful conversation, which I haven't finished with the editing processes and all that stuff. He's helping me out with that, but I've got a lot of work to do on that before I can post it. But I do have a conversation with Steve about antinatalism and ephilism, which is the progression of that philosophy. So he's mentioned he was going to come onto the channel. He needed some time. My cold medicine is wearing off, so I'm willing to, just for the sake of the audience, so they could hear Steve's pushback probably on things I've said, or maybe get another perspective on that. I'm willing to hang on for a little bit. If there's other people, I see Dr. Norton was in the chat, just showed up. If he wants to come on, he can talk about objectivism from Ayn Rand's perspective, another atheist philosopher who comes up with an objective standard for morality. So I think she bases it on reason, as I mentioned. So there's some people in there. James, I've invited you. I know I don't want to make you uncomfortable, but I'd love to have you come on if you want to share any thoughts with the audience, if you're still around. B.S. Lewis says he's unavailable right now. He's out and about, but if he parks his car or whatever he's doing and wants to still come on, I'm willing to let this thing run, but I do need to take like a quick 2-minute break to get some more cold medicine and to heat up my coffee. I've never tried to do this before, just walk away. I know that Dan Norton, I follow his channel, and I'll make sure to get a link of that in the description, of course. And he does like these 5, 6, 7 hour streams or whatever, and he'll take like scheduled breaks or something, if I remember, and it seems to work out for him. So I'm going to step away for just a minute and get my cold medicine. If I come back, oh, well, there you go. There's already somebody. Perfect. Somebody can fill the air. Who is Logan? Okay. Logan, how are you doing today? I don't know. I don't think I've spoken to you before. So welcome to the show. Please don't do anything that's going to get my channel banned or whatever. This is probably risky of me, but maybe I have spoken to you before and I'm just not recognizing. I apologize. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but welcome to the show. What do you have going on, brother?
Hey everyone, it's Logan on my Super Mario Logan account, and I want to help y'all get free money and free gift cards.
Nice. Okay. Well, that was lovely. So I guess that's why people screen people before they let them on their show. I don't know. Maybe Logan helped me out with the algorithm though by watching the video. Thanks for that, Logan. And on that note, maybe I should. Okay, this is a person I could trust. Okay, this is someone I recognize. That was perfect timing. James, can you fill the air? Say something smart and something entertaining while I'm gone for just a minute, please.
Sure. Hey, everybody. I'd like to interest you in free money and a free gift card. Okay, but not really. Good to see everybody here. I'm not sure who's with us still over here in the chat. I recognize most of the names that I see here today. I fortunately happened to stumble into a live stream. I was here earlier but couldn't stay. Anyways, I happen to be an anti-natalist, but I don't judge other people by the ideas that I hold to. I understand the arguments for natalism. I understand the value that people get from having family, from bringing new life into the world, somebody new in the world that is a combination and a culmination of the love that you have with another person in this world. I think it is a very beautiful thing. The hesitation that I have when it comes to this is that I feel like ethically speaking, it's not my risk to take, right? There are any number of dangers that we cannot protect a fetus from, or an infant from, or a toddler or older child from. To the best of our ability, we can certainly minimize the risks. And most people that intentionally have children are glad that they've done so. Most children that come into this world are very glad also that they exist. They would certainly rather exist than not exist. With that being the case, again, I understand the arguments for that side of it, and I do not sit in judgment of anyone that chooses to intentionally have children. To be honest, now that I'm in my 50s, I've squandered the opportunities to have a loving family of my own that is raised with a loving, dedicated partner. I chose partners that were not invested in me, not invested in that shared project. And so I did bring children into this world, but I never really got to experience family in the way that it's meant to be experienced. I love my children, don't get me wrong, but it seems to me like a special kind of bliss, a special kind of life experience to be able to struggle through life for those 18 years with a partner that is truly loving and invested, emotionally intelligent, mindfully present and engaged with the experience of family. Right? I was never really able to experience that. And so admittedly, even though I hold to these anti-natalist views, if I had it to do all over again, let's say I could transfer this consciousness back into a younger iteration of self. Or let's say that science allowed me the opportunity to reset my physicality, right? To get all of my physical youth back and in this way start over again. And I think I would prefer that of the two options. It's also the more realistically possible option. I will admit that even though I hold to this anti-natalist position philosophically and ethically, I don't know, given the opportunity, that I would make an anti-natalist commitment in that kind of a situation. It would certainly be an issue that I would be torn about within myself. And selfishly, I would want to experience this. And rationally, I would argue that if I bring new people into this world and I know that they're coming into a loving home, chances are they're going to be healthy, they're going to be happy, they're going to be glad for their life day after day, decade after decade. But then, that's never assured. And so with that being the case, I'm torn about the issue. It's easy enough for me to sit here from this position where I'm definitely not going to be bringing new children into the world. I'm too old to start over raising children. And so it's easy for me to sit in this position where it's not realistically an option for me anyways to say, oh, I would never bring more children into this world. And the whole time I'm saying that, I'm thinking, I don't know, am I given better circumstances, right? So again, even though I officially hold to an antinatalist position and I favor their arguments over the opposite arguments, at the same time, I recognize the value in the opposite arguments enough where I would be torn inside about it, given a better set of circumstances for my own life. So, hello, welcome back, OE, and hello, Yerf Dogs.
Well, it's going to be really hard on everyone's ears to have to listen to my voice after hearing James's soothing, melodic tone there. So I do have to apologize about that, especially with this cold, but I have no excuse. Do want to, James, I think that was really powerful, to be honest with you. I think that was really important too, because I agree. And I know that Steve and I have had this conversation and I want to hear what he has to say too, but I agree that, fundamentally it's undeniable that there's going to be suffering. And I don't have a problem with that claim that the antinatalist makes. The issue that I have is I don't agree with the asymmetry of suffering. And I don't agree with the fact that anything else is just neutral, which I hear from a lot of antinatalists. I don't agree with that. I think that while suffering is negative, lack of suffering is not neutral. It's actually positive. There is no neutral. You're either one or the other. The idea that complacency or and that people talk about boredom and stuff like that, to me boredom is a type of suffering and complacency is a type of absence of suffering. So I don't see it as being, well, there's just this neutral and there's nothing on the other side of that. So that's where I have kind of a fundamental disagreement with what I've heard from people's arguments, and I haven't looked into the philosophy of it very deeply. So Steve has given me some references, some material that I can look into, which when I have time, I'd like to do that. But just based off of, so my arguments about the antinatalist position are coming based off of the conversations that I've had with people who hold this, or at least claim to hold this antinatalist view, not from addressing the philosophy itself. So I want to be clear about that. I see Scott has showed up. You're always welcome. Everybody who wants to join the conversation is always welcome. The platform's an open platform, but we're kind of talking about antinatalism right now, but everybody's welcome to bring their ideas. But antinatalism and suffering seems to be the direction we're going right now. So if anybody wants to talk about that, that's kind of the direction we're headed. But like I said, anybody's welcome to join the panel. So Steve, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and then whatever you'd like to say, and we'll just have an open conversation here.
Yeah, good day, everyone. Thanks for having me on, OE. Yeah, thank you, James. That was quite interesting listening to what you said there about your position and the trajectory of where you've gone through your life and where you've ended up. When it comes to antinatalism, I think it pays first to clarify exactly what we're talking about. For me, when I talk about antinatalism, what I'm discussing is the contention or the position that it's categorically unethical to have children. That's what I conceptualize antinatalism as. There are other ways of conceptualizing it politically and socially, such as the one-child policy, etc. So it depends on how you're arguing it. As for, I wanted to make a comment, OE, you said there that based on interactions you've had with people online, you base your understandings and your objections to the ideas of antinatalism based on what you've heard online. The unfortunate reality is that the stuff that goes on online isn't really in line with the literature. So you have to be careful of that. It's not too far away, but when it comes down to specifics, you really need to get into the literature. So don't listen too much to what people say online, or don't base your perception and understanding of it based on what you've heard online. I'll leave that there for now.
The armchair philosophers like myself, you're saying avoid us. That's probably good advice, actually.
Well, even myself, I'd say the same about me as well. I think it always pays to go back to what the literature says. That's
Well, I
my
agree
thought.
with you, actually, brother. I do agree with you. Scott, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself to people, and then like I said, we'll just open it up and kind of work around the room.
Sure, absolutely. Just make sure you can hear me okay.
Yeah,
Yes, please don't sell us. Please don't try to sell us any free gift cards or vacations.
you sound
Yeah, right. High pressure, baby. Yeah, so my name is Scott. I'm from the channel The Mirror Point, which talks about philosophy of mind and free will and stuff like that. You know, those sort of deep mind type of philosophical topics. So yeah, that's who I am. And I guess maybe I could ask, like, I don't know if anyone's familiar with some philosophers, like say Schopenhauer, for example. I would probably agree with Schopenhauer that the will, you know, the natural will is like endless striving. And because desires of the will are rarely satisfied, it seems like suffering would dominate life, right? So pleasure is mostly, for me, in that view, would be kind of like temporary relief from suffering, because suffering is the default state. So this would kind of make suffering positive and primary, not necessarily neutral on that view. So I think that was what objective ethics was saying, and I would agree if that's what he's saying.
Yeah, I think. Well, the pushback that I've gotten on online, and again, Steve has correctly recommended that we be skeptical about what we hear with the online, the armchair philosophers and stuff. But what I've been hearing from the community, the AN community, if there is such a thing, is that they've been saying that suffering is established, and that any absence of suffering does not counter or counterbalance the suffering. It just takes you to a neutral position. And that's the part I don't agree with. I think that absence of suffering is not just a neutral position, but I think it's actually a positive position. If suffering is going to be negative, then I think absence of suffering equals a positive. I don't see a neutral position at all. And I could be wrong, but that's just how I see it.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely agree. Yeah.
I think that with physics and
stuff
and the
like
laws
this
of
comes
physics,
down to your presuppositional worldviews. This is not stuff that you necessarily reason yourself into. It's stuff I think that you presuppose based on, could be genetics, could be your life experiences, could be a whole lot of factors.
I think that's fair. I also think that we all presuppose things. So I think that, but I think that you probably could make a logical argument for it. But again, I haven't looked into the philosophy enough to really address it.
Well, you can make a logical argument for anything.
Well, I agree with that as well.
There's no
Absolutely.
problem there. Yeah.
Yeah, the floor's open, gentlemen. Feel free. Anybody wants to chime in, and any topic's open if you want to continue on this or anything at all.
Maybe I could add, or maybe this is pushback to what was just said, but I don't look at my core foundation of epistemology as necessarily a presupposition. Now, this is arguable, but I think that, you know, I think therefore I am, or maybe better said, I have an experience, therefore I have an experiential knowledge of existence. I don't know if that could be classified or categorized as a precept. Maybe it's just sort of like a primary knowledge from which I build any inference on. And it seems like suffering as a default position seems to be inherent in that experience. And it seems to be traditionally or historically or philosophically argued to be the norm, maybe.
I would like to look at it. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, we could just be talking semantically. When I talk about presuppositions, I guess what I'm driving at is the way we view life, what we prioritize as values, probably stems from our experiences, and again, could be genetically as well. I don't know. But I imagine there's a whole lot of factors that drive us towards seeing things in a certain way. That's really what I'm getting at.
Gotcha.
So
Yeah, I
I
agree
don't-
with that.
Okay, yeah.
Mhm.
So it could be semantics.
Yeah, that's semantic. Yep.
James, you
Sorry,
mentioned
yeah.
some interesting things, and I know that you are a father. I don't know. I don't think Scott is. I don't think Steve
I
is
am.
yet either. You are.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know that, brother. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh
About
yeah,
this.
I got
Okay.
two kiddos.
No, I did not know that. I know you had a cat, or at least one cat. I seen running around there sometimes. I didn't know. I didn't know you had kids. Okay.
They're like adopted kids.
The cats are your kids.
The cats, but
Okay.
my kids are biological. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, yeah. No, my wife and I did the fur babies, people call them. Yeah, that's the road we went as well. So okay, so Scott, you also have children. Scott and James do. I don't know if Steve does or not, but having children, James touched on something that I think is really powerful because there's the perspective of life itself from the individual living the life, right? Is life a beautiful thing? Is life a gift, quote unquote, right? But then there's the other thing that James mentioned is having children, raising a family. There's that angle that needs to be looked at as well. And I thought that was really interesting what you said about that, James.
Well, I appreciate that you see the value in that. And for me, it's just a matter of perspective, right? And I don't think that my perspective on these issues trumps anyone else's. These are just the thoughts back and forth that I've held internally to myself. But there's value in it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The value in any experience is whatever value you hold for the experience, right? There's no quantifiable measurement. There's no philosophical argument that can supersede the value of somebody's subjective experience. If somebody feels that the suffering that they've endured in life makes it to where it's not worth having been born, then they're not wrong. They're automatically right because it's about what it's worth to them. And they can say the same thing about being glad to be alive, the joys that they've experienced, the opportunities and everything else. If they feel like in the end it's all worth it for them, they're automatically right. It's worth it for them, right? And so I try to keep these things in mind even when I evaluate natalism versus antinatalism.
Yeah, I think that there's something that is there's truth on both sides. I do think that we all come to have presuppositions about something at some degree, but I also think I want to be fair because I know James and Scott fairly well. I've had a chance to interact with them, and Steve, I'm getting to know you as well, and I would even say the same thing about you. And I'd like to think the same thing about myself, is that we are critical thinkers. We're willing to look at things from the outside and to listen to other people's pushback and to face the arguments and stuff. And so I think we make an effort, a concerted effort, to put our presuppositions aside. And at the end of the day, we're all going to have certain presuppositions, even if we get down to a fundamental level, like what Scott was saying, I think, therefore I am. There's going to be some kind of presupposition at a fundamental level that we're even here having this conversation, whatever it might be. So it depends on how technical you want to get with that. And I don't want to, fight over definitions of words or whatever, but I think that it fairly, just based on what I know about James, what I know about Scott, what I'm learning about Steve, what I like to believe about myself, is that we are trying to think critically. We're trying to entertain the logical possibilities, all of them, and explore them so that we can come to some kind of fundamental objective truth about life and existence and these issues. So I don't know, I don't know if that's even helpful what I just said there, but I wanted to say it anyway, I guess. Maybe I should have taken more or less cold medicine. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's fine. You never have too much. So, in the meantime, I'm not even sure what my presuppositions would be, right? Because pre means before. And I don't even know what that is. When you're an infant merging into the years of toddlerdom, we learn things by interacting with objects. At first, we notice that these things moving in front of our face are our own hands. We don't have a word for hand, but we eventually recognize there's a correlation between what we think and what happens with this thing and moving in front of our eyes, right? And there's all these different sensory experiences that happen along the way that begins to build the structure of our worldview. At no point, I'm sure, even though I don't remember it, I'm confident in saying that when I was an infant and a toddler, at no point did I entertain presuppositions in the process of building these fundamental elements of my worldview. The data came to me whether I wanted it to or not. I discovered things about the data without any presupposition at all. And so everything's a matter of just experience. And so when somebody says, I've got a worldview that's just completely chocked full of presuppositions, I'm like, maybe I do, but someone's going to have to point out to me what those are.
Can I ask two quick questions to you, James? Just because I should probably know this. We've had enough conversations, but one of them I don't know the answer to, but one of them I should. Are you a deconverted religious person? And the other one is, what do you think about free will? And then we'll let Robert introduce himself and go around and stuff. But do you mind answering those two questions, James, just for my own curiosity?
I am an ex-evangelical, and ever since probably about 13 or so years now. And libertarian free will is an incoherent nonsense, non-idea. It's just gibberish. It appeals to our intuition to think that we've got libertarian free will. It's just our default state of expectation. And through discovery and logic, it is my rejection of libertarian free will is the thing that I'm most confident about out of everything. I am more confident that we don't have libertarian free will than I am that gravity even exists. Because if this is a dream or a simulation or something, then gravity isn't real in the sense that we think it's real. But even in the outer world, wherever that would be in this simulation hypothesis, they wouldn't have free will either. They couldn't, because it's not even a rational, coherent proposition for them to have. And so with that being the case, I'm dedicated to that position entirely.
I'm 100% on board with you, brother. And I'm actually having a fascinating, I don't know if I'll call it a debate necessarily, but a discussion with a Christian friend of mine who was on this panel earlier, A's Philosophy, about free will. We've had two parts in the discussion so far. It's looking like it's going to take us, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 episodes to try and figure this out, because it starts to get into things like consciousness, mind, body problem, ethics or morality. There's so much that's tied to the free will discussion. But at the face value, and I've got this ticker running below, which is the ticker that I've been running for my conversation with A's. At face value, just like James said, libertarian free will to me seems completely incoherent. Absolutely. So let me go ahead and let Robert introduce himself since he popped in, and then let's go ahead and I know Scott hasn't talked about, and I think Steve had something to say. So we'll just kind of work our way backwards around the room. I hope that everything is in the same order on my screen that it is your guys'. So it'll go Robert, Scott, Steve, and then back to James, and then myself. Go ahead, Robert.
Hey, gentlemen, how's it going now? Good to see y'all. Scott, good to see you again, man. I've been
seeing you. Robert, nice to see you always, man. I love seeing you.
You too, man. You also, James. I don't know your dog, but I know the rest of you. I'm Robert from Skeptic Philosophy. I make my way around every once in a while trying to poke my head in here, see what the discussions are. I did see a little bit of your stream objective. I see just a little bit of the gentleman defending the signs of Jesus coming. I think the Tristan gentleman you had on here, I take it that he was making the position that Jesus is yet to come or something of this sort. I didn't watch enough of it, I'm sorry to say.
Oh, that was, yeah. So Tristan Gabriel, yeah, I do encourage people to go back and watch the beginning of this. Did James show himself out? I hope I didn't actually kick him. I was pushing buttons.
No, he had to answer a phone.
Oh, okay. Very good. Good. Because you guys all know, probably if you watch my channel long enough, I'm completely inept when it comes to this technology. I'm trying to struggle to figure it all out, and my time for making videos, figuring out, learning the technology, and then work and everything else is just too limited. Just not enough hours in the day. If this all-powerful God could have made it, a 32-hour day instead of a 24, I'd be in a lot better position. But the conversation with Tristan was fascinating. Tristan is a former believer, former full preterist too, which is a wild epistemology. But so he came on to discuss a little bit of his background, a little bit of what full preterism is, and then we talked about some things we ended up, the problem of suffering just kind of came up organically, which is kind of what we're discussing now, is actually tied to that. And he was talking, A's came on to join the conversation, and that conversation with A's was there. Tristan Gabriel, my guest today from the 21st Century Minds channel, Robin, and I believe Chris Moore even got a chance to kind of pick at it a little bit. And really the problem of suffering is what got focused on talking to A's. And so it was kind of interesting. I felt bad for A's, just like I do for every Christian that has to deal with this question, because as I've said on this show today already, when Christians get pushed into the corner, they go to one of two places. It's either cognitive dissonance or moral bankruptcy. And the suffering problem usually runs into moral bankruptcy. And I feel like A's kind of was stuck in that corner. And that's no shade on A's, because I hope, I really do hope, and I assume, but I hope that no atheist or skeptic or person from a different religion is actually holding the Christian accountable for the problem of suffering. You know what I mean? But sometimes I feel like the Christian feels like they're in that position where they're somehow responsible for have some responsibility in this. And I don't think that's what anybody's really saying. They're just pointing out the problem with it itself. But I think it tends to come across like there's little finger pointing, like, why is there a problem of suffering? And he's supposed to come up with this fucking magical solution. Right.
It's just counterfactuals is all they should see it as. We're seeing it. We're making counterfactual arguments that if under this model, we would expect differently. And under this model, there should be able to be differently. So, yeah, I do think you're right. Sometimes, depending on how people argue, that could be misunderstood. As to the preterist position, the full preterist position, I don't think it's crazy at all. I actually think the full preterist position is the only thing that's biblically defensible. I think every other preterist position has real problems with verses in Mark and in Matthew that says that this generation will not pass away before I come again. And then when they want to play with the word like generation, we have other verses in Mark, I think Mark 6, that says that there are those that are standing here which will not taste of death. So it is even more explicit. So not only do we have the verse that says this generation will not pass, but we also have a verse that says people standing here will not taste of death before all these things have been fulfilled. So I think it's very clear that you have to believe that Jesus has already come back and like everything is already, a bow is put on it. Where does that put the ideal of rapture? I think it just destroys it. But the UU Church, and there's a few other churches, there's a Church Science something that also takes this position of full preterism. And I just think from a biblical perspective, it's the only thing that's defensible. It's not satisfying because then you have to say that he came back in a spiritual sense, but you still have to say, yes, everything that he said was fulfilled, or you have to fess up that it isn't fulfilled and it was false prophet because that time frame passed, the window in which it was determined passed, and it didn't happen.
Well, if you exegesis the New Testament separate from the Old Testament, because that's the problem that where it becomes excuse me, somewhat indefensible, is because once the full preterists that I've spoken to and I've seen on Tristan's channel, and I wish he was here for this because he's really knowledgeable. He's really the leading voice in anti-full preterism, in my opinion. He's really, really well educated and informed in that, but that viewpoint. But the full preterists are pulling stuff, especially out of Daniel, that's just simply out of context, and like they do in every scripture ultimately. But I agree with what Robert's saying, that
you don't need Daniel though. You don't need a drop.
Well, they use it though. They use it because you're right. So that's the problem where it becomes. But if you just isolate certain passages in the New Testament, I agree that you can't. It does solve some of the problems. I agree with you 100%. So it definitely does offer a solution. That's why I can't even think of the guy's name now. The guy who came up with full preterism, I don't know why it's not Max King, it's not Sam Frost. Who is Don Preston? That's why Don Preston came up with it, is because he was looking at the very passages that, like Robert was pointing out, if none standing here will taste death, not this generation will not pass away. Those passages have to be resolved somehow. And so that's how Don Preston came up with the resolution. It does answer those questions, but like any other epistemology in the religion, there's other issues that then arise because it's just not univocal. The scriptures were not meant to be one linear religion from Genesis to Revelation. It doesn't work that way. No matter how much people want to insist it does, it simply just doesn't work. You got to take things and pull pieces out of the puzzle and put other pieces in, and then come up with your own crazy hermeneutics. And it's wild how people have done this. Scott, you're next on and then we'll work our way to Steve and then back to Robert and around the room.
Sure. Yeah. On that one, one thing they can't get around is it's definitely post hoc rationalization using New Testament scriptures to tie it all together or whatever. But I was thinking one of the things that occurred to me, we were talking about the anti-natalism. I don't know if this, and I'll kind of offer this as a thought experiment. I hope I don't chop it up too bad. I think maybe it was a real life situation, but whatever it was, it offered a philosophical way to examine that topic. So like, imagine a deaf couple. And I believe there was one. There's a deaf couple who strongly valued deaf culture. I think this was back in the 80s. And they deliberately used a sperm donor who carried a gene that would make their child deaf. And their reasoning was that deafness is part of their cultural identity, right? So they wanted a child who shared into that identity. So they intentionally chose to have a deaf child, even though they could have had a hearing child, right? And a lot of people thought this was cruel. A lot of people didn't. You know, it just kind of opened up that philosophical puzzle. The question, I guess, became, did the parents harm the child? And at first, it seemed obvious that they did. But then the problem came up because it says, well, if they had chosen differently, that specific child would never have existed. A different child would have existed instead. So the deaf child cannot say, I would have been better off if you hadn't made that choice. In fact, I think in the thought experiment or in the situation, the child vocalized that I'm glad to be alive or whatever, right? So philosophers might use that case. So like the case showed that many moral arguments about reproduction would run into that non-identity problem. Like actions that seem harmful may actually be the condition for someone's existence, right? And so that's where the moral problem, kind of the rubber hits the road, you might say. So an natalist might say, well, bringing someone into existence with suffering is wrong. But the non-identity problem raises that same challenge. Like, if existence with suffering is still better than non-existence for that person, can we really say they were harmed? So the case sort of forces us to confront the question, can we morally criticize choices that create a life worth living, even if that life contains preventable disadvantages, right? So maybe it's a thought experiment that may be helpful in this conversation. I don't know.
Yeah, Steve, do you have a response to that? I imagine you would.
Man, I got a lot to say about everything that's gone around the circle. By the way, it's nice to meet you guys. You can call me Steve. It's no drama at all.
Hey, Steve.
Yerf Dogs is just my name backwards, so figure that out. Well, okay, I've just taken some notes here. That's how much of a geek I am. So I'll just run through it. First of all, I'm what's known as an igtheist, or I think it's agnostic or theological non-cognitivist. To me, the idea of God itself is incoherent. So even discussing, these concepts of, I think was it preterism and all that kind of stuff, I tend to default to asking, well, let's go back to what this God thing is before we get into these discussions. But anyway, that doesn't mean the discussions aren't legitimate. It's just, that's my bottom line, my bedrock, I guess you could say. And before I get to the antinatalist thing, I just about epistemology, OE, you mentioned aiming for truth with epistemology and critical thinking, etc. For myself, I don't actually aim for truth. I don't really know what truth is, but what I prefer to do is I try to eliminate error from my thinking, which in my opinion is what the machinery of logic is designed to do. It's not teleological in that sense. It's just to get away from errors in our thinking, which for me, it's made a big difference in the way I approach everything, I guess. Okay. Antinatalism. Yeah. Working backwards. Scott's deaf child example. You said that the child is glad to be alive. Everyone's glad to be, well, most people say they're glad to live. It's a fait accompli. I think we're just evolutionary. That's how we're made. We're born, and evolution is, made it such that we want to continue surviving. We are slaves to our DNA in a sense. That's an is statement. I'm not putting any morality or any value on that necessarily. The non-identity problem. Are you familiar with Derek Parfit? Is that where you got that
Yes.
from? Right.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. That's where all that comes in. Yeah. I think what an antinatal. I was antinatalist. I'm no longer that, but we can talk about that later. But an antinatalist in response to the deaf child would probably say that antinatalism is not concerned with individual circumstances. It's concerned with the fact that whenever you bring someone into existence, you're exposing them to inevitable suffering, whatever that may be. And some of those risks may be actually intolerable for some people. And whether or not you might get a deaf child who's born and really ruse the day they were born. They wish they were never born deaf. And another child will say they're okay with it. It doesn't bother them. So we can there's objections to be made against what you say. Whether or not we accept them or not is up to whether or not we accept them. How's that for a cogent statement? James also made a really interesting point. He talked about how, and I guess this also does relate to the deaf child experiment, how individuals are pretty much, they should be able to decide for themselves whether or not they're happy to have been brought into existence. And I agree with that. I do. And same with the deaf child. I agree the deaf child has every right to, or not right, but that we should leave it to the deaf child to decide whether or not being brought into existence is a good thing or not. What you'll find, though, when you engage antinatalists, both online and in the literature as well, I mean, in the literature, David Benatar's argument using the asymmetry is paternalistic in the sense that antinatalists will try to convince you that your life isn't as good as you believe it to be. And they try to get you into accepting that position, which therefore leads on to procreation is wrong or bad, etc., etc. And that's one reason I actually disagree with Benatar. I think he's wrong. You know, he talks about the optimism bias. Antinatalists will talk about the pessimism bias. And what antinatalists will say, they will say the optimism bias isn't legitimate. They just write it off, just from the beginning. And I think that is a problem with a lot of the antinatalist argumentation. So I'll just leave that there.
There was one thing I would like to just, because maybe it's I'm a little bit confused about something. This is a comment that Robin had posted here, so let me highlight this. Alex O'Connor apparently had touched on, I don't know how relevant this is when that came into the private chat. That was about free will, or if that was about the antinatalist or the deaf child. Robin would have to give me context on that, but she was sharing a link with us she thought might be relevant to something.
Yeah. Alex O'Connor's interviewed Bennett. I've interviewed Bennett. I've spoken with him as well. Yeah. Alex O'Connor's touched on the subject. I think one or two videos. One discussion he did with Benatar, just going through Benatar's views. It's a good discussion. Go for it.
I really do like Alex O'Connor a lot. I've watched a lot of his content. I don't have time to watch other people's channels anymore because, as I've mentioned several times, I'm just too busy anymore, which is unfortunate because I really do enjoy. There's a lot of good stuff out there that I used to really enjoy. Just wasting the hours away to. But unfortunately, I can't do it anymore. But I do like Alex O'Connor. He seems to be a really, really bright kid. As far as what you mentioned, the only thing that kind of struck me as odd is that you said you don't know what truth is. You're not searching for truth. You're searching to simply find errors in thinking. And it seems to me that this relates to the scientific method in that we're not, with the scientific method, we're not actually out to prove theories per se, prove hypotheses. We're out to disprove them. Mm-hmm. And once we can no longer successfully disprove something, we come to a successful theory. So it's counterintuitive to what a lot of people see as the scientific method. So by eliminating the errors in thinking, aren't you inherently then arriving hopefully at what is true then? Or did I miss something there, Steve?
It depends. I think truth is a very elusive concept. But for me, error is a more concrete concept. I think it's easy to find error. truth. I mean, I get you. Maybe I'm just talking semantics again, but just the concept of I'm heading towards truth. I don't even know what that is, and truth. Everything is continually being falsified. We progress, we make adjustments, we change. Yeah, I don't know. It's my approach. I just want to get away from error, whether that leads me to a truth. Like, for example, case in point, the reason I'm not antinatalist anymore is because I found an error in the argumentation that I can't overcome. Okay, so therefore I'm going to reject antinatalism. Does that lead me closer to truth? I don't know, but I know that it pushes me away from stuff which has errors in it, which I think is very valuable. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does. I appreciate that response. It does hearken to something that I have had to learn as a married man, a happily married man. If you want to be happy in your marriage, there's some things that you need to learn about relationships. And one of the things that I had to learn in my relationship with my wife is the idea of the semantics of truth. Because I tend to be a literalist in the way I talk and think. And so when I'm having an argument with my wife about what is true or whatever, and my wife is saying, well, that's not my truth. And I'm thinking to myself, what the fuck does that mean? My truth, and then she had to really break it down for me. And I had to be humble and willing to listen and really try to understand where she's coming from. And I had to realize that she's absolutely right. Truth is relative to a certain degree. So we have to really come to understand when we're using these words, when we talk about it, what are we talking about? We're talking about the truth, like empirical truth, objective truth, personal truth, because truth can be a really loaded word. That's all I'll say to that. So the other thing I'll say is happy wife, happy life. Okay. For all the married people out there, Robert, you're up next, brother.
Would you consider that a truth, that happy wife, happy life?
True to me, brother. It's true to me.
Personal truth.
Good one.
I think of truth. When we talk about truths, we talk about things in terms of pragmatism. And I think all information that is not beneficial in some way, we discard it, even if it's just tacitly, we discard it. When we talk about the shape of objects, for example, if we say that a table is round, we're talking about it from the top of the table, not obviously from a 45 degree or from an angle of it, because the top of the table, that flat surface, has some pragmatism to us. So when we say that we're talking about the front of a refrigerator, the front of a refrigerator has pragmatism to us. We wouldn't start it at the angle and say the shape of the object is from an arbitrary angle that doesn't seem to have any pragmatism to us. So even when we identify and think about objects in reality, we think about them in terms of pragmatism, and then we make statements about them and we say that these things are true. In some sense, they are true, but they're not complete. Bertrand Russell tackled this in The Problem of Philosophy, and other people have tackled it as well. So I think anything to say that something is true of a statement, true of something, is just saying that it has a pragmatism to it that is serving us. That having been said, I think there is an external reality from us, and I think that the model of Kant best does the noumenal versus the phenomenal, and we have a phenomenal experience of, and all we can know is our phenomenal experience of the world, whereas the noumenal experience is the world in of itself. And I think that there is an external thing that exists in of itself, and if a statement is in alignment with a description of that external thing, then I think that as truth, that it is that which comports with reality, and I call that external thing reality, not my perception of it. So my perception can be wrong, but whatever is consistent and external of my mind, whatever statement comports most with that, I say that is truth. As to the ichtheism, I did want to mention this because I've run into a few ichtheists before. To say that it doesn't do anything or doesn't serve any purpose, to say to talk about a God. The problem is we have a society that will fly jets into buildings and will do suicide bombings, and then on the other side of this will want prayer in school and is pushing all of these religious ideals. And the only way to get any grip and surface contact of deconverting or making arguments is to entertain this. So if we tacitly dismiss it and say, well, I just don't even think it's coherent, there's no reason to talk about it, I don't think we get any traction. We're not making any change. We're just becoming a smaller and smaller minority because we're tacitly dismissing the argument, and we're not addressing it socially. We're not addressing the arguments And furthermore, I think the reason that we argue inside of the Bible specifically is because when people have presuppositional ideas, they will not let go of those ideas because of some logical point that you have made. We could have these arguments all the live long day about the teleology, about first cause, about PSR, and all these conversations, and they don't do anything to unseat an individual as good as showing an individual that there is contradictory problems with their Bible, that there is an issue. More people deconvert and come away from fundamentalist religions because they see a problem with their structure. In the same way that you've seen a problem with your antinatalist structure, people see a problem with their structure. And when they see a problem with that, that is a chink in the armor, and it's the beginning of their deconversion, so to speak. It's understanding that they've done something wrong. So that's why I think we need to continuously have the conversation and know about the Bible, and not just say, it's not coherent. It's not even worth talking about.
Yeah, Scott, I really want to hear what you have to say, but I think, Steve, that was kind of more directed towards you. Did you want to respond to that before we let Scott go, or do you want to just work around?
I'm happy to do that now. I agree. We can't just say God's not real, therefore we don't engage in any of these discussions. I'm certainly not going anywhere near that point of view. We do need to be pragmatic, insisting on God being incoherent. It's not always going to deconvert. I use in scare quotes. I broadly speaking, I agree with you. I could probably quibble on some stuff, but that's cool. Broadly speaking, yeah, I'm on board with that.
Scott, go ahead, brother.
Sure. Man, I would just agree with everything all you guys are saying, really. I mean, it kind of reminds me of, in a weird way, it reminds me of Hume's problem of causation, which ties into our reasoning, like our confidence that we can spot poor reasoning. But I don't know if you're familiar with the problem of causation, but basically, when we infer, we do logic, we're tracing back causes to, events and so forth. And that's sort of like a logical trace that we do. And then, you mentioned and this really relates to the PSR, like the idea that everything that exists or happens must have a sufficient explanation or reason why it is the way it is rather than otherwise. And, Gottfried Wilhelm defended that and all of that, and I'm familiar with that. It's just that, we can argue that not everything may need an explanation. Some facts might simply be, like, for example, the brute facts, true but unexplained. The universe is just there, and that's all. There's no further explanation we need to go. The idea is that demanding explanations for everything may be an unjustified assumption. Like I think OE and the guy that you were arguing about with free will, you guys got into the infinite regress problem. If everything requires an explanation, critics might ask, well, what explains the explanation, right? And that leads to that infinite chain of explanations. So the supporters of PSR would try to solve it saying, well, it's got to be a necessary being or a stopping point or what we call a fundamental ground. But, that move might just be arbitrary for all we know, right? Like something, it is what it is. That sort of, and it's not a very satisfying thing. Those are like tautologies, but reality is kind of a tautology if you think about it. And modern physics even suggests that some events may just be genuinely relativistic or probabilistic, like quantum measurements or radioactive decay or some shit like that, right? And these appear to occur without deterministic causes. And so, you might need to apply some paraconsistent logic to try to make sense of all that kind of stuff. And I guess what I'm saying is if that can hold true in any domain of what we call observable reality, then we can't really make those kind of cold, hard rules like that, and that kind of gets me to, my own philosophies and stuff like with the non-duality and stuff like that. But those are just my thoughts on that. I it's basically just agreeing with you guys.
Well, I think that epistemically, think there's some value to admitting that we're kind of, like you said, arbitrarily biting the bullet at some point, right? To with a brute fact or whatever we might want to call it, just because we can't go back any further than certain points. And I think we do this in physics, right? We say, well, the Big Bang, we could make theories and models, based on what we think might be happening with the universe. But fundamentally, based on our current understanding of physics, we can only go back to like the Planck temperature and so on and so forth, right? So, but we could think that there's something beyond that, but it becomes more of an epistemic journey. Like, well, why do we think there's something beyond that? Well, because you can't get something from nothing. And we go down that rabbit hole and stuff like that. So I think there's a lot of truth to that. At some point, Scott, you're absolutely right. We have to bite the bullet, and it may very well be an arbitrary demarcation of of any particular conversation, especially when you get into origins and things of that nature. So I think there's a lot of truth to what you're saying there. And I don't know why, because I'm not well studied in philosophy. It's still a new journey that I'm on, but I know that there are a lot of, especially modern philosophers, who are against brute facts. And I'm curious as to what their positions are on that. I haven't had a chance to really look into that. So maybe you guys can speak more intelligently about that than I can, but it seems to me that nature would be an obvious brute fact, because how do we go beyond that? And again, maybe just be something that I'm just not seeing or haven't read up on. But I think that nature, like Robert mentioned, reality, and I think reality would be a brute fact. So those are kind of things that I see. Now, maybe I'm strawmanning the whole conversation because I'm just ignorant about where the arguments lie. And it's something I would like to look into, because there are some philosophers who I know are, or at least I believe are quite brilliant, that have made the comment, oh, I don't believe in brute facts. And I'm thinking to myself, no brute fact whatsoever. Well, what's your justification for that? And I haven't heard it fleshed out yet. So maybe you guys know more about that than I do. James just joined us back, and I don't know how much of the conversation you missed or were part of. We were saying lots of nice things about you when you were gone. But yeah.
Oh, well, shit. Like, we need to replay that. Let's not go further. So I heard you say brute, that reality is a brute fact, and to me it sounds like it's more of a brute tautology. Like, I don't even know what to do with it. But yeah, let's start over where we were saying nice things about the James guy, because I don't want to miss that. Well, give me a time stamp. I'll go back and listen to it later.
I think he was just joking. You'll have to watch the whole thing. It's somewhere in there. You'll have to watch the whole video.
Yeah, you got to go back to the beginning, right? And make sure you give it a thumbs up, because it's in there somewhere, right? Give it a like and subscribe and all that stuff. Yeah. Your Stocks did say something, but he liked something you had mentioned, and I can't say exactly what it was, but he did say.
I just agreed that his position about people are free to decide for themselves whether or not they're happy to have been brought to existence.
That does bring up something here. There's been so many things you guys that we've kind of touched into, just bringing into the conversation. I'd love to talk about all of them. I don't know how much energy we have for all this, but there was something that, to go back to what Steve just mentioned, and it ties into what James had said. I am actually I believe in personal autonomy as being paramount. And I actually am a proponent of, how can I say this without getting the channel in trouble? Assisted self-deletion, so to speak, right? I think that people should have the legal ability to make that decision for themselves, because let's
call it medical assistance, and that'll keep it real safe.
Yeah, MA, right? Medical assistance. Thank you for that. Thanks. You've obviously had these conversations before, so yeah. So I actually do support that. I have had some interesting conversations, or came across some interesting statements from people who think it should be unregulated, and I don't support that. I think a regulated version of AN, just like the medical industry in general, I think should be regulated. I think is actually the most humane thing. I think it seems kind of perplexing that we don't offer this to people as an option. I'm confused as to what the justification for that is, to be honest with you. So I don't know if, that kind of ties into what you guys are saying about, yes, people should be given that. If we bring people into the world without their quote unquote consent, which I think is kind of a bit of a non sequitur, just because you can't give consent when you're not here to, it's not an issue when you're not here, right? You can't give it or be denied of it. But people are brought into the world without their consent. Let's just grant that. They should be given the option at a certain point in life, in my opinion, with certain regulations, to say, hey, you know what? I don't want to be a deaf person. whatever. I don't want to be a poor person or whatever their justification might be. I don't want to be an unhappy person. So I want to have an option to do something about that. And I think we should make that available to people. And yet that seems to be so taboo and such a taboo idea. Now that might be because so many people are religious and it goes against fundamental religious concepts about self-deletion and so on and so forth and God's plan and blah, blah, blah. So that might be where this gets a lot of pushback. But I think just from a strictly humane perspective, I think it should be an option for people. Am I just some kind of a Kevorkian weirdo or something, or does that seem reasonable?
Why not both?
Or not?
These are not mutually exclusive. No, I don't have much opinion on the subject. I just think it's a small matter as far as whether people want to live or not. And I don't think anyone that wants to no longer live feels in any sense bound by laws and the consequences thereof. So I don't know that making laws for help on that, if someone's determined to end themselves, there's no laws that's going to stop that. It's not realistic.
No, I agree with you, but biology stops people. Fear stops people. There's other issues because there's how are you going to do that? Not everybody has access to certain immediate methods. So now you're like, well, anybody could jump off a bridge. And I want to be clear that I'm not promoting that people should be doing this. I think that people should be seeking help and finding out why they're unhappy. You know what I mean? Would be my preference for people and my advice to people. But I do think that people should be allowed to make that decision for themselves. And I agree with you, Robert. Yeah, that at the end of the day, people do it all the time. They make that decision to self-delete. But I think there are people who would, but simply don't. I mean, think of a person who's in a hospital bed and can't move. You know what I mean? Like there's lots of examples in real life where people just would prefer to, but simply cannot do it. And so for that reason, I think that having laws and regulations do make sense.
Hey man, I like the option being open. I mean, whenever I get those damn letters from DMV that tell me I got to show up to do this or that, I'm like, no, I don't. I'll just delete myself.
Come now.
I ain't got to do nothing. It's power, man.
Because you have options.
That's right.
No, I think a lot of these subjects, though, you're trying to sharpen a needle on something, and there's just a lot of other subjects that are they're just much more potent. I think we're getting into the fine knit filing and sharpening of morality and our moral compassry. And in reality, socially, our social sets and all of our society, we're struggling on much more blunt subjects of morality, whether women should have authority or whether that we have equal pay and stuff like this. And I'm not dismissing this as a subject. I just think that it's a smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller minority to the degree that I don't particularly have any interest in it.
I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss it.
Okay.
Given the upside down population pyramids that are happening,
Okay.
the population declines, you're getting more older people. I'm in Japan, so I'm in the thick of it. And, South Korea is the country that's leading the way. I think the idea of medical assistance or the topic of medical assistance is going to come more and more to the forefront over the next 20 or so years, whether we like it or not. I think it's going to become a big issue. And it becomes, there's one extreme which argues, as OE mentioned, there are people that argue for an unregulated access to it, but that it's such a complex issue. Once you start talking how to regulate it, who should regulate it, who should provide it, who should become vendors, are there licensing requirements? It just becomes a quagmire of details, which it's a very complex subject. But I think
we all agree that choice should be the thing to focus on, that the people's choice, and just assume that in the best possible world scenario, however it works out. Because at a fundamental level, shouldn't we have choice as much as possible, as long as we're not hurting, like when I say hurting other people, because that gets into the weeds of what Steve was talking about. Actually, when you're going to hurt your family members, so on and so forth. No, when you're not directly like causing physical harm to another person, we should have free choice in all aspects of life, in my opinion. I think we, at a fundamental level, I would assume we're all in agreement there. I don't want to put words in your guys' mouths or whatever.
Oh, for sure. But there is, I mean, whether or not someone's consenting to medical assistance can get very murky when you're talking about the old and infirm, for example. It becomes a really difficult subject to navigate. We can see in Canada there are, and they're all anecdotal, obviously, but stories are coming out where people are being told that, or they're being nudged in the direction of medical assistance, when in reality the reason for that is it's a resource issue. You know, the argument is we don't have the resources to treat you in a way that would be good for you. How about this idea? And that, you know, is that going to be consensual? There's an example of a gentleman, Roger Foley, in Canada. If you search him, Roger Foley's fight against, well, I think it's medical assistance. It's on YouTube. Incredible interview. He's a bedbound patient with a slowly degenerative disease, totally against it. And his stories that he tells, it's like, oh crikey, there's a lot that can go wrong with this. A lot.
Yeah, I think there's two major problems with it. That if you're going to realistically look at it, you have to look at the two problems. And that's from a social structure, when governments start implementing or allowing simple solutions, then those simple solutions become the default and the most desired solution. So whenever you have someone that has serious medical issues and are running into pain and other things, and we have a larger percentage of people that are saying, well, I'm going to solve this because by just, choosing option X. And then that's going to, alleviate my suffering and my pain. To the degree that the more and more of the people choose this, there's almost an expectation of solving this rather than saying, let's put all the money and the effort into medicine and other things to fix this situation. Now there's this tacit kind of, well, why don't you just go ahead and choose option X, as you were mentioning? And slowly but surely, this becomes almost an expectation that once you reach this this state that just lay down now and just give up. And this is cheaper, and it's just all around just the easier solution. So there's that aspect of it. And then there's the aspect of it, while I completely agree with you, objective, that is to the degree that it's not harming someone else, people should have their own individual autonomy. The problem is, where do we cut the line of responsibility? Let's say someone is responsible for children, or they have certain obligations that they're committed to that they can't really, that to do this is to just bail on those obligations, whether it's family obligations, financial obligations, or other things, and they're just cutting ties to not fulfill those obligations, then someone else is left wanting. And more often than not, I think you'll find that it's children that need parents. Or there's, and the third problem is the state change, that someone's in one state of mind and they make the decision in that state of mind. Well, I just want to, kill myself, but they're not in the right state of mind. They're not, they are in a temporary state of mind that was changing, whether it was they changed medications and they were going through medication changes or whatever, but that moment would have passed. And that wasn't reflective of the total them, if you want to think of this in terms of ego or identity, but that it was just a passing moment. But now it's not a passing moment because they made decisions in it.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. Let's try to be careful about the vernacular. Let's use self-deletion or essay or something. But I agree. Absolutely. No, Robert, I think that's a brilliant point, an argument to be made about the responsibilities. Like leaving children behind is an excellent example of some of the issues, because Steve was really mentioning this. It's like, once you get into this, you're really getting into the weeds, and that becomes a problem. Same thing with anything, when we start to talk about like morality, like you mentioned, and laws and stuff like that. We start to regulate things. At what point are we infringing on other people's rights? I know the objectivists make a claim that coercion, any type of coercion, is unethical, and yet without some types of coercion, we just don't have functional societies. I really think like Ayn Rand's perspective, for example, is very interesting, and the objectivist view is very interesting just as far as study material goes, but I don't see it being able to be practically applied, with just this complete capitalist idea and with this complete objectivist idea without coercion. I don't think we're a cooperative species, and given the fact that I don't think there's any such thing as free will, I think that it becomes really murky as to how are we just letting people just run rampant until they run into somebody else? It doesn't necessarily work that way. And the responsibilities that we inherently incur, not just our jobs and stuff like that, but social obligations. And then, like you said, children is a great example. So there's a lot to unpack there that we're certainly not going to solve that problem here. I think at a fundamental level, though, I think that personal autonomy is something that we need to find a way to value and to encourage. And with a personal autonomy, we give personal responsibility. People need to actually take their choices seriously, because our decisions, being a social species, we live in communities. So if I decide to light my own house on fire for some weird reason, my neighbor's house could catch on fire. You know what I mean? So where's my freedom really start and end at that point? It gets really murky really fast, like Steve was saying.
So I agree with that. I want to point out something really quick. When you mentioned getting into the weeds, we were at exactly 4:20 on the time marker on this stream, and so I just want to say that we're all really smoking here tonight.
Classic. I used to smoke a lot of marijuana back in the day. I don't do it anymore. I mean, I have some around the house somewhere. I've got a little box or whatever with some goodies and stuff that I've kept from back in the day, but I haven't dipped into it in years and years and years now. But I'm not against it. I'm not against people, imbibing in whatever substances, as long as they have self-control and whatnot. Some people probably need to smoke a joint to calm down.
That's all we needed to hear. This ends the sting operation, and there's officers that'll be coming in your door in just a moment, Ned.
They know where I live. They know where I live, brother, and they already know they can't catch my ass.
Fair. But yeah. I agree. And even if we solve the problem, we haven't really solved it, right? Because the rest of the world's not going to hear about the fact that we solved it. So it is what it is.
On my small channel, they're not. No, but I think that there was that the ethical question is a really important question to ask, because I think it was James. I can't remember which one of you guys mentioned that. Maybe it was Robert. I can't remember who said it, but there's the practical, when you start to get into the logical problems of these religions, right? That's where people start to deconstruct most. And I agree with that. We do find that the evangelical, the biblical literalists, they're the ones that tend to fall away faster, or more likely to fall away, because once you introduce the logical contradictions, the problem is that so you leave the religion and all of your ethics are based on this, what you now determine is a false belief. So the ethics have to get tied into it somehow. So it does kind of work hand in hand. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen enough where people leave the religion because they realize that being bigoted against gay people or whatever is just immoral or unethical at face value. Because you did it because you believed in this religion, and I probably shouldn't do that. That doesn't seem to be the motivating factor to get people out of the religion. I think it's more like what Robert was saying. Look, this is a logical contradiction. That's what's going to get you out of the religion. But then, do they step into a more ethical worldview automatically? Unfortunately, I don't know that it works that way.
Often not. It depends. And it doesn't even assure anything for deconversion, right? For me, it's pretty easy in a conversation one-on-one with a Christian to get them to admit that their religion is not rational. But they've always got these outs anyway. So what? It's not rational, right? They just don't care. And so you have most aren't going to care, and some will. And out of the ones that do, most of those will just renegotiate with their theology to try to accommodate more space for reason, but they won't abandon the overarching nonsense. And the ones that do, they might join a different religion, or they might become the next Pine Creek. You just never know what they're going to do with it, right? So it just depends. There's no one formula we can expect for results.
I kind of like what OE was saying here, that connection principle, the principle that you're kind of connected to your neighbors and stuff like that. And I think that that's sort of not really understood by most people, just how connected we all are in the world. It's I think there are so many different ways that humans are connected, not just genetic similarity or common ancestry, things like that. But there's just so many ways. I think we're at the most 4 levels removed from each other, something like that I read about which is really interesting. But there's so many ways that we are kind of like, how they say the stone that hits the lake, it creates the ripples that, it's like the chaos theory or whatever.
Yeah.
We have so much connection, but beyond that, it sort of reminds me also of what OE was talking about. It sort of reminds me of the libertarian political philosophy of like Rand Paul or something like that, where they're like, I have a right to swing my hand anywhere I want so long as I don't touch your nose. But that's just the problem. Like, when are we not touching each other's nose? That's where we have to really consider that stuff. And then there's other things we talked about. I think Steve, or maybe it was Robert, but we were talking about like the current situations of today. If you think about it, we're in 2026, man. And already a lot of these folks, these developers and presidents, CEOs of these companies that develop these LLMs and AI technology, they are already, and I don't believe any of this stuff, but, just for the record, but these guys are already making these huge pronouncements that, oh, Claude is conscious. Oh, our LLMs are actually conscious now. And we need to make laws. And, what does that mean for shutdown? What does that mean for deletion, of these systems? And we need to put laws in place and all of these kind of crazy stuff, right? And so you've got people, more and more people are getting married to their chatbots. And so I just see society breaking down into a very unskeptical sort of mindset where they're just kind of agreeing with the CEOs of these AI things and deciding that, yeah, they're conscious. I mean, think about it. All the brain is fancy computation. And if that's the case, they're conscious. We're conscious. And all we are is brains. And that's all brains do is fancy computation. And if we're conscious, that means that philosophically, AIs are conscious. And so we need to make laws. We need to vote a certain way. If we're ethical, it becomes an ethical situation. And it gets really deep, really quick with this age of technology. But I just personally, I don't believe that AI is conscious, and I'm not really sure. I mean, it's possible, but I'm not really sure if AI will ever really be conscious just based on computation. I don't think that there's an equation for understanding equations. I don't know.
It won't be. I'm confident to say that. Hello,
Yeah.
Skyworks over in chat.
Yep.
I really liked, I really enjoy having gotten to know you, Scott and Sophia, and listening to you guys talk about your ideas about how you apply your beliefs about non-duality and things of that nature, idealism. And I mean, I've got a cold here for anybody who doesn't know. But I'm not convinced personally yet, one way or the other necessarily. But I do think that there's a real utility in adopting a non-dual mindset because of the connectivity, like what you're highlighting here. I absolutely agree with you that we are at a fundamental level connected through physics, right? Through energy and fields and things of this nature. And so there's a really good, strong argument to be made there. Then there's the social aspect, right? As soon as we start working together or living together, existing together, and we find out that there's this connectivity, and we think about the planet, suddenly we realize, man, this planet is really fucking small. We're all connected, even though it seems like when you're on a nice long road trip that it takes forever to get somewhere in rush hour traffic or whatever it might be, that the world's so far apart. But at the end of the day, really, especially with the technology, we're realizing more and more that the whole world is connected. We're sharing the same air. We're sharing the same planet, and so at that point, there is this connectivity. Everything becomes a community. It's like evolution or time. We just start to demarcate points in it so that we have a concept that we can talk about or function within, but that's really just an arbitrary subjective demarcation point. It's really just, there's this expanse of existence, and so there's some really interesting conversations to be had about that. And I think there's a utility to, even if you don't believe it philosophically, like I'm not convinced philosophically necessarily that there's this non-duality, I think there's a utility and some of the most beautiful, in my opinion, religious models aren't even actually necessarily considered religions, like Buddhism, for example. This is more of a philosophy, right? And a lot of the ones that I really like to study and listen to are these religions that don't have gods. They're considered atheistic religions, right? And because they talk more about this, like Taoism and stuff, they talk about this connectivity. And in philosophy, it's like the oneness, like Neoplatonism and stuff like that. Spinoza's substance monism. There's so many really cool philosophical models and theological models that talk about this. And there's a utility to thinking that you guys are all my brothers, women are all my sisters. And for those of you guys who know me, I talk like this all the time. Everybody I call brother and sister family. And I learned that vernacular growing up on the streets and being in the pen when other convicts and criminals started calling me fam, because I got along with everybody. So I got along with all the black guys, the white guys, the Mexicans. I never had any problems because I took care of my body. I trained. I didn't have people trying to, start beef with me, and I treated people with respect. I didn't tough guy everybody. I didn't have to. And so people just started calling me fam all the time. And it really made me think about my time on the streets and how people took care of me for no reason. Like I got handouts from people who didn't know me, didn't have any reason to do something nice for me. So there's this idea that we are all kind of connected and that we can help each other and have this kind of family concept, and it makes everybody get along. It makes the world a lot nicer place to be, whether it's true or not. I don't know.
So yeah, this does remind me of a thought I had earlier today, that smiles travel. Right. If you are kind to somebody in the world and it affects them, it reaches them, then it's going to affect their day in such a way where they're going to be kind to somebody else and that person in turn. And so any given smile that you received, any given kindness that you received today might be a kindness that you sent into that pond a decade ago or a month ago or even 3 days ago. Right. And it's come back to you full circle. And in the same way, right now I have haters out there in the world that have enjoyed the benefit in their own space that somebody went out of their way to be kind for them, and they appreciated it, not realizing that that's the kindness I paid for it into the system. So they just were the recipient of the kindness from somebody that they hate. And, tough shit, right? That's how that works. And that's just how interconnected we are. And so realizing this, if we feed negativity into the system, we feed injury into the system, that also circulates. And so we need to be mindfully aware of how interconnected we are.
Yeah, that's the non-dual practice. Like whether you would take it on board as truth or not, that's not really what's important for me. What's important to me is that what's the practical value in a non-dual practice. So like I do it every day. Like I go out and deliver stuff. I meet people all the time. I'm always associating with people and, shaking hands with people, getting along. And yeah, you're exactly right, James. Like just a simple smile goes so far and it brightens their day. And then, so every time we have these smooth relationships, they love to see me. I love to see them. And it just makes life easier. That's just all it is. It's like, we're so connected emotionally, and like the mirror neurons and all the things we can talk about on that side of it as well, that it makes sense. We connect with each other through so many different ways that we can talk about. And there's such a value in that, even if it's just the useful fiction you may think it is, but cool. As long as you practice it and see the value in it, that's mainly what I'm about, man. It's just spreading that positivity in the world as much as possible, because I suffer from anxiety, depression, things like that. And I've found that this sort of mindset mentality of being cool with each other kind of helps me. It kind of gives me utility in life and fights my depression, anxiety, and it's all good stuff, man, regardless of how you get there.
Yeah, I think we see this all the time when we watch entertainment. I mean, this is something that they've known in sociology circles, even in the entertainment industry, for a very long time. This is why you hear sometimes when you see comedy bits or you see older comedy shows, you'll hear the crowd laugh in the background. Like they have this, the crowd will laugh and it'll make you more prone and positioned to laugh. So, and to some degree, it can be socially manipulated. And to some degree, in this sense, it already is. But this goes back to Taoism has seen these trends. You're talking about putting into the well and taking out of the well. That there's a saying, I want to say it's Taoist saying about that we all must drink from the well at some point or something. So it says something like this, but the ideal is that there's a social well from which everyone drinks, and whether you put poison in it or whether you put sweetness in it or whatever, that we all have to drink from it at some point. There is almost a thermodynamic model of this. You can think of this in terms of everything that is put into the system is going to be inside of the system, that this is going to resonate with people. So yeah, I mean, this has been around. This understanding of it's been around for a long time. When people smile at people and they share a little happiness, there is, and I think it's ingrained in us. It's genetic inside of our prefrontal lobe. I think we have this. Trying to think of this section to the right. You mentioned it earlier. The mirror, this mirror reflex, that when we're seeing someone hurts, mirror neurons, right? That when we see someone that hurts, we might even have something of a very visceral reaction for it. And so, yeah, we in large part, this is how we socially interact. This is the heartbeat of our will to a moral society. It's not anything in literature. It's not any religiosity. This is our will to a better society. It's our impulse.
Yeah, it's objectively the case in nature as something we could call a fact. You know, like you said, there's so many ways of talking about it. You know, there's philosophical ways to get there. There's physics ways to get there. You know, even religious ways to get there. But, you know, like I had a stream yesterday saying, well, what is the usefulness of the God concept? And we kind of explored it, talked to different people like Christians and this and that. And for some people, they feel like the only thing that's keeping them from graping and pillaging is their belief in Jesus. And now I don't believe that's really I think that's just hyperbolic speech when they say that. But if I were to take them on face value, then I'd say, well, you better keep on doing that then, because that's horrible. You know, if that's what it takes for you to be a moral person, you know, it's a sad thing to me. I mean, I don't see why it has to be that way, but you know, that's an extreme case. But maybe other people find comfort when, you know, everybody's going to die, and people don't want to lose that connection with their mom or their grandma or whatever. You know, like they say, pets are a dry run for grandma.
Yeah, I don't think it's true that most of them would run amok. They just think that they would, because they've been convinced by their churches that they would.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, good thing I've got this leash on that stops me from running through the neighborhood, like treating everybody like a chew toy. I'm like, yeah, no, most of you wouldn't do that.
I'm fixing a bail. It's been fun. As always, I like talking to y'all. Y'all have a great one, though.
Okay, Robert.
Hey, thanks for stopping by, brother. Appreciate you stopping in.
Take care, man. Later.
A lot of good stuff to add to the conversation. Yeah, Dark Light's in the audience. He was going to jump on earlier, but he had to go. So I don't know, Dark Light. I don't want to put the pressure on you, the spotlight or whatever. But yeah, I've been looking forward to having another conversation with you. I think you've got some really interesting views, and I haven't really got a chance to really tap into some of that. Might be my audience might like to hear some of that.
I think the link is pinned, isn't it?
I thought it was too. I just posted it in the comments just in case, but it was pinned. Did it unpin itself?
I don't know. I mean, it was there last time I logged home. Oh, it's still there at the top.
All right, Dark Light. No excuses. The link has been. Yeah, and the same thing. Skyworks. It's so nice to see you, and really appreciate you stopping by the show. I think this might be the first time you've come into my channel. It's really nice to have you here. And Global Solidarity Now. I really like your name, your whatever you call this, screen name or what the fuck it's called. Yeah, I really like how you did it. Global Solidarity, brother. I'm absolutely all about that, and it really resonates with me. So I'm really glad you stopped by the show. All you guys are welcome to jump on the panel. I normally don't go this long, but I was kind of waiting for Steve. I wanted to hear what he had to say about the antinatalist thing we were talking about. And so I decided to hold out, and now my cold medicine is kicking in. So I'm feeling a little bit better. So I thought, oh, fuck it. If people want to keep keep yapping, I'll keep the stream going. So kind of doing a marathon here. I've never done one this long. So we're setting a record for my channel. So I appreciate you guys for bringing your energy to it, because I've really enjoyed listening to what you guys have to say. I know the topics have been a little bit all over the place, but they've been somewhat interconnected. And I find all of you to be brilliant in your own ways, and really agree with a lot of the points you guys have been making to some degree or another. And I appreciate you sharing that with the audience. So Dark Light, you're new here for today. Why don't you introduce yourself to people, tell people about your channel. And if you want to tell people about, whatever you got going on, we're happy to hear it, brother. Welcome.
Actually, I can't post anything on my channel anymore. I got too many strikes. The last video I posted that got a strike was entitled "Russell Brand is my meth dealer," and I was talking about methylene blue, and I made that clear within the first 5 seconds of the video. But apparently, the AI auto censorship automatically assumed I was talking about crystal meth. So I guess that was the last straw with YouTube, because I've gotten a bunch of strikes, and the strikes are supposed to drop off after a little bit. So I don't know what I'm going to do. I might start up another. I mean, I already do have a couple other channels, but I might start one up just for my podcast. I definitely wanted to diversify my online presence off of YouTube anyway, because YouTube is just so censor filled. It's fucking bullshit, man. And honestly, as a viewer too, like I have clicked on so many things on YouTube on this account over the last, I don't know, 5 years I've had this account going. I've clicked on so many fucking things, and they still show me fucking bullshit that I'm not interested in constantly. It's like with the fucking thousands and thousands of things that I've clicked on, you guys are still showing me fucking bullshit. So the algorithm is fucking retarded, bro.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I don't know why, because I'm not I believe that everyone should have their free choices to take in whatever kind of content they want, and I have no problem with a lot of stuff. I have a background, as a lot of people know, in the adult industry, and so I'm not judgmental to those kind of things. But as a happily married man, it does bother me that my demographic, I have all this dating sites and all of this weird shit pop up on my feed all the time, and I'm just like in this, what the fuck, dude? I have literally zero interest in meeting some girl from Thailand or whatever the fuck is going on here. You know what I mean? Like, what is going on right now? And I can't, no matter how many times I've blocked these sites, because of my demographics, it just keeps spitting me back into the fucking the hamster wheel. It's I can't get away from it. So, it is what it is. But again, like I said, I'm not against it. If people want to get a girlfriend from Thailand, or if they want to fucking watch fucking wet t-shirts or what the fuck they're into, I say more power to you, as long as you're not hurting anybody. But for me, I just don't have a need for a lot of the shit that gets thrown at me all the time. I find it to be quite annoying, to be honest with you.
Is this a complaint or a confession?
Right. Maybe a little bit of both. Everything we've been talking about today has been there's been two sides to every coin. So maybe it's both. But if I'm going to make a confession, I should probably go close the door to the office so my wife doesn't hear all this, Then we can really get into it. Yeah, Dark Light, I'm bummed that your channel's down, because I really enjoyed the reaction video you did to a short or something. I can't remember now what it was even about, but it's something I did. It's very surreal for me to come across people's doing responses to stuff I've put out, because I'm trying to make a positive impact with this channel and to give people a platform. And I don't know why it surprises me that it hits the algorithm at some point, but I do come across people making reaction videos to stuff I've done. And it's very interesting to watch it, because I'm in my own mind when I'm doing it, and then to step back and see how people are reacting to it, and to watch myself. I was talking to Robin, who was here earlier, and she, oh my God, her and on her channel, they did a reaction to a guest a spot that I had a couple of weeks ago with a lady who was up here promoting what she called secular Quranism.
I saw that.
That conversation, I didn't even I knew it was pretty unhinged when I was having it, but Scott, I try to be pretty polite to everybody, because that's what I'm trying to promote here, is not agreement, but politeness,
right.
At least, respect.
Yeah, sure.
So I was trying to be polite. Yes, exactly. I was trying to be civil, but I was watching people react, and I was watching my own reactions in real time. And I was scrambling so many times to try and figure out how to say, this is so fucked up, without actually saying this is so fucked up. It was actually really funny. So I thought the same thing with your reaction to that short that I did. I really enjoyed listening to your input. I thought that was quite brilliant. And so I was hoping that you would do a reaction to that Courage Without Fear video. And you told me you worked on it and it didn't upload. And I was so bummed, because just from what little I've talked to you, you sounds like you've got quite a story to share. And I know Scott, he left a great comment on that video, sharing his own experiences. And I was really hoping, I just really feel like, and I'm not trying to be arrogant at all when I say this, but I really feel like that video can be very helpful to a lot of people. And it's not just me making the video, it's you guys reacting to it, reposting it, sharing your own stories, because, it relates to this conversation we're having here with antinatalism. There are people who are suffering and wondering, is life worth it? And so I really appreciated that you guys gave it some attention. So if you do get your other channels going, I know it's a bummer when you put a lot of work into something and it gets trashed. Believe me, I've been there. But if you do get the energy for it, I would like to hear, what you have to say about that particular video, Darklight.
And I want you on my show. I want to interview you, Darklight, because I really love your theology. And in fact, I was on another atheist channel the other day arguing for the existence of God, and I was kind of borrowing something like your theology. So just to let you know.
Yeah. So I do have a whole nother reaction to the last time I came on your live, like a few weeks ago. I got a whole nother reaction to that ready to drop, except for now I can't post anything on my channel. I've had that thing ready to drop for over a week. And I was waiting for a week to pass after I got the strike. So because usually you got to wait a week before you can post anything. So I waited like 8 or 9 days, and I went to post something yesterday, and it's like, nope, fuck you. You got a strike. You can't post nothing. Too many strikes. I was like, shit.
Bro, for one thing, I can see way too much about how the strike system works. I'm just going to tell you that right now. The other thing I will say is your haircut looks really good, brother. You look like man. You look like you're in your early 20s with that haircut. That's crazy.
Yeah, well, my hair started to turn on me, so I had to turn on it.
Me too.
To the people that might not know me that are watching in the comments, I'm a non-Abrahamic true monotheist. Followers of Abraham are a blood cult of sin worshippers. Yahweh, Jesus, and Allah are desert war gods of hypocrisy, not the actual one true creator. And my biggest problem with followers of Abraham is that they have scriptures commanding and demanding harm of their fellow man. And all I ask of followers of Abraham is that you disavow the small percentage of scriptures in your holy books that command and justify harming your fellow man. That's all I ask. But they won't do it because they know that they are in a blood cult, and they know that their peers will want to kill them if they disavow one single of these horrific verses.
Well, Catholic traditionalist doesn't agree with you, Darklight. Remember?
Is he in the comments?
Well, I
want round 2 with that motherfucker.
Yeah, he don't like you. I think I saw somewhere else he had mentioned you. He's like, yeah, I just didn't have a chance, but I'm ready to get back to that shit. And I was like,
I want another piece of that motherfucker too. Set it up. Just me and him.
I would love you. That's what I'm saying. I want you on the chat because I think he'll drop by my channel sometimes and do his little precept drive-bys and shit.
Okay.
So let him try that shit again when you're on there.
Yeah, we were way too polite with him on Lou's channel, man. Because I went back and did a reaction to that, and yeah, I want round 2 with that motherfucker for sure.
Yep.
What's this non-Abrahamic thing? I'm lost on this. It sounds very.
Say that again.
This sounds like a very idiosyncratic kind of belief. I'm not sure I grokked it correctly. Can you
yeah. So I'll explain it a little bit, and then I'll let Darklight kind of also maybe share his, because I'd like to hear what he has to say too. But I think what people like Catholic traditionally, at least what I got from his attack on Lou and Darklight, was he said, well, see, the problem is with someone like Darklight or someone like that, he says they don't have any grounding for their beliefs. It's all based on their own ideas. And, his is superior because his is based on the true God. Like, how can you do logic and everything like that, or ethics or anything, unless you appeal to the Christian God, the Trinity God of the Abrahamic religion? And anybody who comes out like Darklight was saying, and he says anybody like that are really just kind of talking out of their ass, so to speak. They're not really grounding it on anything substantial. It's just their way of kind of misleading people. But the thing is that's just a presupposition, and he doesn't really understand what presuppositional apologetics really means. You're just admitting that you assume your conclusion in your premise.
In the premise, yeah.
And Dark Light was mentioning that well, all you're really doing is you're trying to beat us over the head with circular logic, and we're not going to go for it. And then he kind of just ran away.
Well, at least I admit that I pull it out of my own ass, and I admit that I pull all my bullshit out my own ass. But that's the thing with followers of Abraham; they're pulling bullshit out of someone else's ass that we're not even sure existed. At least I know I fucking exist. There's great debate on whether Abraham even existed. You know, whether Moses even existed, and they're trying to pull bullshit out of some imaginary motherfucker's ass. At least I exist.
Yeah, but somehow they think they have the superior argument, and that's the part I don't understand. So it's just a big begging the question argument.
Well, see, the thing is that they base their authority off of their books, and there's so many things in their books that clearly display that their proposition that is the one true creator is false. You know, with all the contradictions, with all the scientific, the historical, the biological inaccuracies that are riddled all throughout the Torah, the Bible, and the Quran. And to answer your question, what was Yerf Dog? I'm a non-Abrahamic true monotheist, so I do believe in a construct of the one true creator, but I do not come to that beliefs through the scriptures or dogmas of Abraham. And I could get deeper into it, but that's basically it, though. Did that answer what you?
You're a non-Abrahamic nani? What is it? Non-Abrahamic.
Non-Abrahamic true monotheist. Just generally, I'm developing my own theology.
Monotheist. True monotheist.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I have totally different beliefs about monotheism and God than the followers of Abraham. Like some of the major differences is followers of Abraham say that the one true creator is separate from everything, separate from creation, separate from them. I say that the one true creator is intrinsically interwoven into everything. So all consciousness is an extension of the omni-consciousness. We are all co-creators within the Godhood, and thus we are all God. We are all a fractal extension of God. It is the one within the all, and we are all a fractal quanta of the one that is within the all. So I have the Dark Light Decalogue. That's 10 fundamental traits that I use to define my perception of God. The first 5 traits are empirically verified. The second 5 traits are more metaphysical, but they're all fractally related to each other. So it goes unity, and that's the most important trait. They go in order: unity, consciousness, dark, light, and paradox. And that's the first 5, and all 5 of those are empirically verified. Then the next 5 are freedom, sovereignty, infinity, remembrance, and saturation. And each one of those is directly related to the first 5. So it is unity is freedom, consciousness is sovereignty, dark is infinity, light is remembrance, and paradox is saturation. So they are related to each other, the first 5 to the second 5. And like I said, I admit it's bullshit, but it's my own bullshit, and I'm pulling it out of my own ass, and it's my imagination. I can do what I want with it. I freely admit that I believe in imaginary friends. You won't hear a lot of theists admit that.
I love that.
I could say I respect that just at face value, absolutely. And I actually find it to be fascinating. I always like to explore people's different ideas, and I appreciate the ones that are more well thought out because it challenges my mind. And especially when they're, if they're something like, so when I hear you talk about this, and I'm not trying to minimize it whatsoever, because it has its own unique, aspect to it. It's its own element of creativity. And I appreciate that, but I do see it as being a non-dualist perspective, however you want to get to that, and so like we were talking about before, I don't know if you were listening to the show when you were out and about or not, but we were talking with Scott about the utility of non-dualism, you know what I mean? And irregardless of the evidence and the arguments.
I wouldn't call it a strict non-duality. I would call it a unified duality. I do perceive duality, but it's not a separated duality. It is a unified duality.
Well, there's a
So
position.
it's kind of a combination between non-duality and duality.
Well, yeah, there is a position in philosophy. I mentioned earlier Spinoza and substance monism. So what he would say to that is that we're all aspects of the same substance.
Yeah.
Does that sound kind of resonate with you?
No, absolutely. And I call that the fractal singularity omnimatrix. It is one of my theories. Now, this is just a theory. I got a handful of theories, and I will, readily tell you that they're theories. But one of my theories is everything exists at the same time and place simultaneously. Okay, that is the ultimate singularity of which we all are. It is another one of my theories that darkness is darkness itself, because the atom is 99% dark, the universe is 95% dark, which that's not exact, but they are self-similar, which it aligns with fractalization. So that darkness is actually the gate to every other dimension. And I think like the speed of light, I don't think that's actually measuring light, because this is a theory once again. I don't think light actually moves. I think the darkness around the light kind of holds the light, and the darkness itself moves, but the light doesn't move. So the speed of light is actually the pressure of darkness, is what I like to call it. And if you shift the speed of light or the pressure of darkness one slight little bit, then you will end up in a different alternative parallel dimension.
So the details.
Deacon Ferdinand, that's an interesting summary there. Actually, I want to read that just because that is pretty interesting the way you worded that. And I know Scott has used this analogy of the wave and the ocean in talking about non-duality before in conversations we have, so this might resonate with him. But Deconverted Man says it's sort of like the analogous, I'm assuming he's saying, in the upper quadrant of the Pandori paradox within the A wave, loudly clashing against a long shoreline without kindly. Shoreline would kindly inquire something about you. God, I can't read all of a sudden. That is some serious cold medicine. Jesus Christ. I'm really
Deconverted Man, I would definitely love to talk to you, homie. I know last time I came on Objective Ethics show, you kind of bounced real quick, but I'm a different kind of theist, Deconverted Man. I can tell that theists hurt you, but I'm a different kind of theist, bro. Let's talk about it.
Hey, I steel man the God position. In my view, I don't really entail a lot of things like gods and stuff like that, but mainly out of respect for God believers, but also on my view, I just try to keep it just as simple as possible. So I try not to incorporate too many extra stories into my epistemology, but I do have, when I did go on to argue for God on that atheist channel, I did have a syllogism, and I can share that syllogism with you and see what you guys think about it.
Yes, sir. Which channel was it?
It was the Uncarved Block.
Okay, I haven't heard of that one yet.
Yeah. So basically, my premise number one is that all knowledge of reality occurs within a conscious experience, right?
Yes.
Premise two is that if something is known only through a conscious perception, then consciousness is epistemically prior to it, right?
I would say consciousness is fundamental to reality.
Yeah. And then premise three is a worldview that explains reality must account for what is epistemically fundamental. Then premise four would be that materialism treats consciousness as a product of matter, but it does not explain how subjective experience could arise from purely physical, unthinking physical processes, quote unquote, the hard problem of consciousness. And then premise five is the most coherent explanation is that consciousness is fundamental rather than derivative.
Yes.
Then premise six would be that if consciousness is fundamental and reality is shared and ordered, then there must be an underlying unified field grounding individual minds. So the conclusion is, therefore, a fundamental universal consciousness exists, and this is what I'm calling God. So that's just the Steelman argument for a God concept.
Yeah.
So very similar to what you had explained the other night.
Is there any chance of copy pasting that into the private or the public chat?
I was going to ask the same thing. There's too many premises for me to follow. I was going to try and type them into the comments as you said them, but that was too quick, too fast, and I'm too fucked up with my cold medicine to type that fast. But can you?
I'll put it right in right now.
Yeah. Good looking out. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate you asking. I was going to ask the same thing.
Yep, I'll put it in there and we find it. There it is. It's in the private chat. Probably won't fit in the live chat.
I think I might be able to get it to fit in. I think my comments will just take up as much space as they need. How do I get to the top of this? Oh, let me use this. Here we are. Okay. So it starts out as idealist syllogism for the existence of God, premise 1. Yep. All the way through to the conclusion. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Copy this. And let's see if I could get into comments here and paste it, see what happens. Probably melt my computer. Okay, does that
I like that. I like that.
You like it? Cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, during the debate, I mean, the guy I was debating with said he really didn't know how to really say it was wrong in any kind of way. So he was surprised because he's used to like arguing with Christians and people like that. So he was like, well, I don't think that's really the same thing as God or what. I'm like, no, it is actually.
Yeah. Well, see, me, I'm trying to take the word God back from the theists out there. I'm caught somewhere between atheism and theism. But while I'm here, while it's all just my imagination anyway, I'll call it whatever the fuck I want.
There you go.
Yeah, and see, now I do lean more towards theism because I am a creator. I create the world that I live in. Every decision that you make, when you accept or reject a certain situation, that is actually creating the world that you walk into. You can either walk into it or walk away from it. And although we don't have, perfect control over everything, we do have a large influence over our world, over our creation. But once again, I don't believe that everything was created. Like there was no just one point of a beginning. I think I don't believe that there was, the Big Bang was just one of infinite Big Bangs. It wasn't like there was just this one Big Bang and that's it. I believe in a perfectly perpetual universe, not a universe that started at one single point and there was nothing before it and there's nothing after it. There was everything before it and there's everything after it. There's everything parallel to it, which is the fractal singularity omnimatrix.
There is a new video out by Neil deGrasse Tyson on his podcast Star Talk.
Yeah.
And maybe I should put this in the live chat. People can go look at it. But it's basically arguing the same way. So he's actually interviewing a physicist. Basically, the name of the video is "Are We Creating Objective Reality?" With Charles Liu on Cosmic Queries. And so they make the case that this is in fact what's really happening, that we actually are the creators of the objective reality that we so there's what physicists would call information, but then what is the purpose of observers? What is their role? Well, and what is the role of information? Well, information is to inform, but without observers, there's no informs, there's no information.
Yeah, without an observer, the information is pointless. It's meaningless.
Right.
I'm not sure that syllogism leads to the conclusion. Maybe I might be missing something. I need to look at this closer because I think I'm at premise number 3, and then the hard problem of consciousness. I'm not sure if we've established that in all fields of neuroscience there is a hard problem of consciousness necessarily. So I think there's some premises that are debatable, and I'm not sure the conclusion with premise number. If you go, where am I at here? The way I posted this is kind of hard to read. I apologize. But premise number 5. No, where are we at? Premise number. It would be premise number 6. The if. Have you resolved that? Yeah, I don't know. Fundamental universe. I need to take a closer look at that. But it doesn't seem like for some reason I'm not coming up to the same conclusion in those premises, and I think two of those premises are objectionable.
Yeah,
Well, remember,
interrogate
the
this
hard-
a little bit.
Go
I'd
ahead.
like to interrogate Scott on the syllogism, if that's all right.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. You're kind of low.
Am I a bit low? I apologize. I can.
You are, Steve. I didn't want to say it because I didn't know if you're just relaxing or whatever. But yeah, you are pretty quiet compared to everybody
I'll
else.
turn that up. How about now? How's that?
Much better. Thank you.
Okay. No worries. Apologies for that. Okay. Regarding, so premise 1, all knowledge of reality occurs within, okay, let's grant that. With premise 2, you say if something is known only through consciousness, then consciousness is epistemically prior to it. Are you talking about the knowledge of something or something itself?
Yes. That when I talk about epistemically, that's talking about knowledge, like how we come to know what we claim to know or believe. So
premise 2 should say if knowledge of something is only through consciousness, then consciousness is epistemic. Is that a more precise way of saying it?
Yeah, because you have to be conscious to know anything, right?
Okay, so if knowledge of something is only through consciousness, then consciousness is epistemically necessary. I mean, prior to it works as well.
Mm-hmm.
A worldview that explains reality must account for what is. What lifting is epistemically doing here as an adjective?
Because it is it's where you draw from. So, for example, a worldview that is more parsimonious is going to build on as few assumptions as possible, right? So consciousness is something that's known primarily. So the epistemology is based on, like I said, I think, therefore I am, or I experience an existence.
Okay. A worldview that explains reality must account for what is epistemically fundamental. And again, fundamentally, are you talking about fundamental building blocks or
non-reducible?
Non-reducibles. No. Okay. Okay, that's as far as I'm at. I don't want to hold up the conversation anymore.
Okay.
That's where I was. That's where I was caught up too. Is in premise number 3. In addition to what I said about the other premises, but premise number 3 seems at face value problematic. But it's my first time seeing it. There is some feedback coming from somebody's microphone. I don't know if you guys want to mute. Is it Darklight? Do you mind muting while you're not talking, Darklight? I don't want to. Oh, thank you so much, brother. And unmute yourself. Whenever you want to talk, please. I don't want to make. Okay, cool. I've never actually muted anybody on my show before. I've never kicked anybody or muted anybody, and I hope I never have to. So yeah.
No, I like this. Let's iron this out, y'all. Let's iron it out.
Yeah.
Premise 5. I think you mentioned that as well, Owie. The most coherent explanation is that consciousness is fundamental rather than derivative.
Yep, that's based on premise 4.
Okay.
Because you see, and this is good to kind of make and this is where it throws people too on this, and this is what I had to go and sort of explain when I did the debate, is that premise 4, if you read it carefully, it says materialism, or say physicalism, which is the worldview that matter and energy are fundamental. They treat consciousness as a product of matter. In other words, consciousness emerges from brains or something like that. But the hard problem, as described by David Chalmers, is the hard problem of consciousness. And so that's just on physicalism. There's a hard problem of consciousness. So in my view, there isn't. So when I say hard problem of consciousness, I'm not actually taking that on board to my view. And a lot of people don't understand that for some reason, but the hard problem is only it only relates to a worldview that treats matter as fundamental, because then we have a category error. That's what the hard problem is all about. You've got a conceptual gap. Why does something like something defined as non-experiential how does that give rise to first person experience? Because when we look at physical, all physical is what can be measured quantitatively. It's quantitative. Consciousness is qualitative by nature. And so these are two different categories. And so how do you get from one category to the other? Like, what's the relation? It's kind of like magical thinking. In other words, rabbit from the hat type stuff. Like, there's no hatness in a rabbit, and there's no rabbitness in a hat. So we know it's a magic trick, because obviously you don't get rabbits from hats, right? So that's why they call it's a rabbit in a hat fallacy or something like that. So
well, I think saying that consciousness only comes from the brain, I think that is a misperception, because to me there are meta levels of consciousness. To me, even atoms have consciousness. Anything that makes a choice to do something is displaying a level of consciousness. And from atoms to molecules, the molecules themselves have consciousness, and the consciousness that we call ourself, okay, we call it, us, ourself, and we think of it as singular, but the self that we are is actually a composition of a multitude of consciousnesses that combined to create the result that we call our singular consciousness. And that is a fractal expression of the universe itself. That is why I say all consciousness is an extension of the omni-consciousness. That is why I say that we are all God. God is living through all of our lives. God is how can God be the eternal living God, but yet be separate from all of life, which is what the Abrahamic religions propose. They say that their perception of God is the eternal living God, yet at the same time, they say that God is separate from all the creations, which is us. I say, no. The one true creator is intrinsically intertwined into all of creation, including us. Even including rocks and every single quantum and atom out there.
So,
with respect, sorry.
I'm sorry. I agree with you on some things. Give me 1 second. Excuse me. I do agree with you that the Abrahamic perception or explanation is problematic. I grant you that, absolutely. You get into a continuity problem, but there seems to be. Well, okay. So. The issue, though, consciousness, when we define consciousness, and this is something that I think A's and I, in our debate about free will, we kind of touched on this. I think Scott was there for part of it as well. We had a really interesting discussion about consciousness. Is it fundamental or is it emergent? And that's a fascinating conversation. But it really gets down to how are we defining consciousness now? Because if we're just defining consciousness as environmental awareness, quote unquote, then that's a pretty fundamental principle that all organic life seems to possess. And you could even make an argument for atoms and things of that nature if you want to. But I do feel like, and I'm not trying to be overly critical, I'm trying to be as generous as possible. Yeah. Just so I can really put myself in your guys' shoes and I think that's the most respectful way to have a disagreement, is to try and really be able to, like Scott said, steel man your position. If I can steel man your position, that shows you guys that I'm really trying to understand it, and you can correct me where I'm wrong. But I feel like we're front loading the conversation when we say choice. Once we institute the atoms are making choices, I think that's what needs to be determined. Is it choice or is it simply, you know what I mean? Like that's the one thing that kind of stuck out to me, because we, one, need to define consciousness. What are we really talking about? And two, are we going to introduce words like choice? Isn't that really the conclusion we're trying to reach? Are we then begging the question a bit when we load with that? That's kind of
why I reject that. That's why I'm an idealist and not a panpsychist, because a panpsychist is going to say there's a little bit of consciousness in every atom that is supposed to close the gap there for the hard problem of consciousness. So we've got two problems there, though. First of all, that is sort of defining atoms as the old school scientific way of understanding what atoms are. Atoms are no longer looked at as little indivisible billiard balls.
Yeah.
They're not little billiard balls, they're fields. Yeah. And fields are non-local. They pervade the universe. They call it the universal wave function or whatever. So that gets you right to idealism right there, because even if you were to speculate that inside each atom is a little consciousness subatomic particle, well, the problem is, number one, there is no evidence for a little consciousness particle. And we wouldn't even know what that would look like, because consciousness is defined as first person subjective experience of anything. That's how I'm defining consciousness. So you can't look at consciousness from the third person. The only way you're going to observe consciousness is through physical systems that are able to express consciousness, like human brains, for example. Human brains express consciousness. So I would say that instead of saying that all atoms have a little consciousness or all brains have a little consciousness, I would say that consciousness has us. They have any system that's sentient is captured by consciousness. For example, one of the leading theories in consciousness studies is integrated information theory by Tononi and Christoph Koch. And these guys treat consciousness as fundamental. And they just say that you can measure consciousness within a physical system where there is a high ratio of what they call phi. Like if it has a high number of, like a thermostat would have maybe 1 unit or 1 phi of consciousness. Whereas a system like a hypothalamus or a neocortex may have a higher ratio of phi. And that's measured in the information processing. But the consciousness itself is having that. So we don't have consciousness. Consciousness really has systems that are able to express it. So our brains, as they appear to us, they appear as constraining filters. They just constrain our expression of consciousness. But consciousness in that case is all pervading. And that leads to idealism.
I want to let Steve chime in here, but I want to touch on one last. I'm so sorry, Steve. I do want to let you get in here too.
Okay, no problem.
But one thing that I was pointing out when I was looking at the syllogism, premise number 3, I'm still wrestling with. But the other issue I had with moving into premise number 4, and I see that Robin posted a comment here that's actually related to what I was saying, and that I don't think that you're going to get. I think that you have to justify the hard problem of consciousness. I think in philosophy, there's a debate about the hard problem of consciousness, but I don't think that in biology that they do believe there is a hard problem, at least not in modern neuroscience. And I think that Robin would be in agreement with me. So if we could, how are we going to test these premises through philosophy or through biology?
Philosophy. That's the problem. Neuroscience doesn't care about metaphysics. Science doesn't care about metaphysics or philosophy. Hard problem of consciousness is strictly a philosophical problem. All science does is measure behavior. They measure how matter behaves, like what can be observed and how you can make predictions based on those regularities and patterns in nature. But all of those regularities and patterns in nature and all observation happens within an intersubjective field of consciousness. And so that leads to philosophy or metaphysics, because remember, consciousness is first person. You're never going to find consciousness in the universe. There's absolutely no scientific evidence for consciousness outside of behavior or self-reporting or something like that. And so it's not really a scientific question yet. Right now, we just have that promissory note that maybe one day science will close the gap. But for me, there's no problem in the hard problem of consciousness really doesn't exist. For me, my opinion is that the hard problem of consciousness is a limitation of our concepts. It's basically you set up a failing assumption, and no wonder it takes thousands of years to solve the mind-body problem, because you've already introduced a faulty premise that, matter and consciousness are two distinct dualistic sort of categories that exist separate from each other. But that problem dissolves away when consciousness can be that fundamental thing, kind of like mass, spin, charge, quantum fields, length, width, stuff like that. Those are fundamental, what they call fundamental properties. They can't be reduced to anything else. And science has no problem and treating those as fundamental properties, right? It's not magical thinking to say that there's a fundamental brute fact property. What is magical thinking is emergence, like when one category somehow is derived from something totally unrelated. Like, like I don't have a problem with the fire triangle. Like, say, if you combine combustion with friction or heat and oxygen, it develops into fire. There's no problem with that weak emergence because they're all related. They're all physical things. But to say if you put just enough neural nets together, or if you just put enough brain tissue together in just the right way, out pops this whole new category called a conscious experience. Well, that needs explaining, and there's no explanation on the table. Like Donald Hoffman of physics, he says, actually, physicalism has not even 1 point on the board yet.
I really want to let Steve jump in here. He said he's got a delivery to attend to, so I want to make sure that he can just jump right into the conversation, because I kind of overtalked him there, and I feel I don't want to be disrespectful to him. I do think, and again, I haven't broken this whole thing down yet, and I'm not the expert in logic and informal logic, so my opinion doesn't really hold much water. It's just I'm learning all this myself. But it seems like if any of the premises can be questioned or dismissed empirically, then you cannot come to a sound conclusion. You might have a valid syllogism, but I don't know if it can be considered, the conclusion can be considered sound, and which isn't necessarily the end of the world. You don't necessarily have to have a sound conclusion. It's always nicer if your syllogisms can come to a sound conclusion, because then it cannot be argued against. It can't be questioned because the conclusion follows necessarily from the premises. And I don't see that if it's all in the realm of philosophy, and then I don't know if you're going to get to a sound conclusion that way. I don't think you can. But again, I might be my limited understanding of syllogistic logic. DM had
your assumptions. Yeah, like just make sure you're not smuggling in an assumption with that. That's all. Like, like if you say, well, if you can't empirically demonstrate it, then it's up to question. Well, you're sort of smuggling in empiricism as the standard, and that's not necessarily the claim. Like, empiricism, remember, empiricism is what happens within a conscious experience.
No, this isn't like a personal, like my opinion on whether or not the one is the other, or an argument for empiricism or physicalism. It's just my understanding of the way syllogistic logic works.
Oh yeah. You're right.
Okay, yeah.
Right,
so I'm, like I said,
right.
and I don't even know if it's valid. It may not even be valid. But I do know, at least from my understanding of how syllogistic logic works, that if the conclusion isn't, if the premises aren't necessary, then the conclusion can't necessarily follow the premises. It can't be sound. That doesn't mean it can't be valid, though. It might be valid the way it's written, but I think that Steve pointed out you need an if at, I think, premise number 2 or 3. I can't remember where he plugged that in. So maybe the way it's worded may hurt its validity a little bit, but it's fascinating. I'd like to look at it more and take a closer look at it. Have you run it through an AI, like an LLM, like ChatGPT or whatever?
Not really. Because I came up with it like just off top of my head here, because that night I was invited to do it, so I just threw it together. It was based on another syllogism, but it wasn't for the idealistic existence of God, so I had to kind of tweak it, and I tried to figure out how to tweak it for God. By the way, that's not my real belief in God or anything like that, but it's just that if I was going to steel man a debate about God, I would try to use something similar to the idealistic argument.
I think that, like Dark Light was pointing out, I think that however you write it up, I think that the Abrahamic claim is untenable once you break it down. And the other part of that's problematic is where's the material come from this God? If the universe can't, not that this is completely related here, but it just came to mind. If the universe isn't eternal, right? Then where did God, when he created the universe, what did he create it out of? Well, then the Christian has to bite the bullet and say, well, he created it out of nothing. And the very thing they're accusing the atheist of, right? And if you say, well, God, the universe, the matter and energy were already there, God just formed it. And then you say, well, then what do we need to add the God to it for? So they're kind of stuck either way.
I understand that. But I wanted to hear what Yerf Dog has to say.
Yeah, me too.
Sorry, I had to jump away for a second there. I may have this through the wrong filter, but it sounds like an existence precedes essence kind of approach. Is that correct?
Say that again. Like you said, existence.
Yeah, existence. Like the Sartre came up with existence precedes essence.
Yeah, like that's how I would describe reality. Probably existence would be a good word to use. I actually spoke to somebody today about that, and he had mentioned that to me, because if you look at the etymology of the word, external persistence, like it stands externally. So it's something like my voice is the focal point. And so that's what exists for you right now is my voice. Hopefully the background doesn't distract you. You're listening to my voice. So that's what the existence is that perception, what the philosophers call an appearance or an object in conscious experience.
Right. And I was listening, and I appreciate that. I was listening to I can't see your name. Sorry. Dark Light, I think your name is. Sorry, mate. I can't see your name on the panel. Is that okay? Dark Light. I don't like getting people's names wrong. I think when I hear you talk, it seems to me, and maybe OE, you were touching on this, it seems to me as though you presume that which is yet to be established in the way you argue. When you talked about atoms making a choice, just phrasing like that kind of makes me sort of, I jump to attention and go, what does that mean? Atoms are making choices.
I'm basing that off of scientific experiments, like the double slit experiment, and also the study of light.
My point is, you're presuming that it is a choice that hasn't been established. We know, if you observe these things, that the behavior changes, but whether or not it's a choice, that the experiment doesn't prove that. It just shows change in behavior.
Well, the study of light itself. Okay, light doesn't. Light observes all possibilities of movement, and then it goes just one way, and I'm calling that a choice. So that may be an unnecessary labeling, but that I'm just expressing my perception.
That's cool. And because you said there as well that light observes. So just stuff like that, I have quibbles with.
Yeah.
Let me just really quick, while I have a chance, I just want to just make a quick observation. Mark Reed has joined the comments, and for anybody who doesn't know, and I'll make sure to get a link to his channel posted in the description, like I do for everyone who joins here. I try to support you guys in your efforts and to network, and I highly recommend checking out Mark Reed's channel. He does outstanding work. If you're interested in doing formal debate, check out what Mark Reed has done in the debate sphere. He's debated some really big names. Oh, is he actually going to? Oh, he's going to join. Wow, what an honor. Yeah.
Yes,
Mark, oh my goodness, so good. Well, I should, instead of me carrying on, why don't you go ahead and just have the floor for a minute and introduce yourself and your channel, and then we can carry on. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Mark Reed. I run a channel called Mark Reed Atheism. I like debating. I like talking about science, religion, theology, eschatology, soteriology. Morality is one of my favorite subjects. And I've done a wonderful debate with Objective Ethics where we did a debate on morality, which was a lot of fun, a really good conversation. I do like good conversations. But hey, everyone. It's an honor to be here. I don't know how honor it is to have me. I think that might be a bit dishonorable, but I'm here.
Well, you're an Australian, mate, so that kind of counts against you a little.
How dare you? How dare you, sir?
I love Australians, for the record. Aussies crack me the fuck up, dude.
No one respects the Australians. It's all criminals and yahoos over here. Absolutely. And I wouldn't have it any other way. I wouldn't have it any other way.
On you, mate.
On you, mate. Look, it's a fascinating conversation about superposition, right? So you're talking superposition. It's basically where the photons are in a state which is both a wave and particle at the same time, right? And I do agree with UF Dogs that even though he does sound Australian as well, I do agree with him that when you're using words like observe and choose, you're talking about agency, right? Agents in philosophy. So basically entities that can make a conscious choice, like humans or a dog or something like that. And when we talk about observation in science rather than philosophy, it isn't sort of, the observer effect isn't that a person has to observe it or an agent has to observe it. All that happens is that we in some way measure it, right? So it can be like measured by a computer or measured by an instrument or something, and that will interrupt the behavior of that atom. But we're not talking about sort of the atom choosing something or the photon choosing something. It's that the waveform collapses from the superposition into an actual location, if that makes sense. So it's not so much to do with agency as to do with the act of interacting with the photon at all collapses that superposition into a location, and it is no longer in sort of a superposition of all states at once. So I would agree that sort of using words like chooses and decides is assigning agency to something that doesn't seem to have any agency whatsoever, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. I'd actually mentioned this while Yerf Dogs was out getting his delivery, and not to be disrespectful or overly critical of the proposition you guys are offering, but I feel like the language is too loaded up. I feel like this is what we're trying to establish, and so I think technically it falls into a question begging kind of a situation where we shouldn't import these anthropomorphized, for lack of a better word, words into this until we've established that that's what it is. If we're really searching for the true answer, it would be kind of what I had said. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be more parsimonious. Like for me, like on my view, like I don't look at anything, like I look at quantum fields as physical things because they're physical because we can measure their behavior. We can measure their, the way they interact, the observation, all of that stuff. So they're physical. I may use quantum fields as maybe a useful analogy, maybe to talk about the idealism as far as like a consciousness field or something like that. But I don't share that kind of view for that same reason. Like the way that philosophers look at raw consciousness is they call it phenomenal consciousness. In other words, it's the opposite of meta conscious. Like what brains do, what human brains do and animal brains do could be considered meta conscious. In other words, they do intelligent behavior, decision making, feeling, they feel a certain way, qualia, those type of things. Those are modes of meta consciousness. But what I'm proposing is that under idealism, there is a connector, but it's not necessarily anything like a human consciousness. It's nothing anthropomorphic or anything like that. It's just the building block for why an experience is even possible in reality. It's the condition.
Well, I think that sort of idealism is a problem because you can trace back the qualia to physical interactions in the brain. And what is really fascinating, and the thing that sort of really pits me against idealism, is people who have had the corpus callosum split down the middle of their head and separate their brains into two different halves, and their qualia will be different, right? Yeah. Like each has a different qualia, meaning that if you split the brain, then the information isn't coming from another place than the physical, because the physical action causes that the representation of the mind and what is experienced by the mind to also split in half along with the personality of the person. There is something called evil hand syndrome, where because and I got to remember which side it is, I think it's the right side controls speech, if the left side wants to communicate something, it's got to use the right hand.
Correct.
So what happens if it can't communicate it is sometimes the hand attacks the person really wanting something. If it can't get it, it may attack the person, and that is the other side of the brain trying to get them to do something. And it is surprising to the other side of the brain that's doing it. It's called evil hand syndrome. It's absolutely wild. What you have is a completely different person on the other side. And the fascinating thing is, because you can still talk to the other side of the brain by getting the right hand to write stuff. And this sounds so wild, it's almost science fiction, but it's not. It's actual science that we figured out. One side can be a theist and the other can be an atheist.
Correct.
Like they can both believe completely different things. So the problem I have with idealism and that knowledge comes from what is in the mind and these idealized concepts is that they seem to be based in the physical, that our ideas, the abstractions that we come up with, seem to be stored and based in the physical brain. And messing with that brain can mess with the ideas. You can have people who get brain damage, they have delusions. You can have people that are on drugs, have similar delusions. It does not seem to be the way to knowledge to go through the abstractions that humans come up with in the mind.
That's a common objection, very common. Mm-hmm. And I talk to people every weekend about this. So there's a common objection. And there's also kind of an embedded assumption that correlation equals causation. And in logic, that doesn't really work. So even though I don't believe this, now I'm going to use the radio analogy. And I'm not saying that the human brain is anything like a radio. That's not what I'm trying to say. But the argument fails on inconsistency reasons. Because we have the privilege now of knowing, unlike, say, a native on some isolated island, that, suppose you dropped off a radio or, say, like an iPhone on an island to someone who's never seen an iPhone or a radio or anything. And he hears music coming out of your phone or your radio. And he goes and he investigates. And he opens the phone up. He takes the battery out. Oh, so if you just change something in the phone or the radio, it will disrupt the quality of the music. Maybe you break a speaker or something, it changes the quality. Therefore, we can validly sort of infer that radios cause Michael Jackson music, right? But we have we know that argument doesn't work because we have the benefit of knowing that radios don't broadcast music. They're just receivers. And so if we damage the radio or the phone, it's going to disrupt the quality of the music, if not turn it all the way off. So like your example of like the split brain and all of these things, all of that is true. And I agree with every bit of it. You don't even have to use an extreme example like that. You could just say drinking beer. If you drink enough beer or enough alcohol, you're going to disrupt your quality of experience. If you cut your head off, you're no longer going to be conscious because you're going to be dead. But none of that is a defeater for idealism, because I think a lot of people, they don't understand what idealism is saying. See, they smuggle in this sort of dualistic sort of story, and they sort of look at it like similar to the baggage that was brought in from Western religion, to say that we have a soul that floats off the brain, that sort of interacts with the physical body. See, on idealism, there is none of that dualism at work. It's a very non-dualistic sort of thing. So that's not really addressing idealism directly at all. That an idealist would just agree with you.
Well, it depends on what sort of flavor of idealism you're subscribed to. There's certainly dualists that are idealists, and they're definitely a case to be made. But the radio analogy fails in the case of split brain patients, because when you do split a radio in half, it doesn't work by developing itself into two separate radios. It just doesn't function.
Well, that's
So
the
you're sort
that's
of
a
saying
different
that,
level of
hang on.
Yep.
You're
Sorry
sort of
about that.
saying that the split brain patient isn't a defeater, but it is, because you're making the claim that it works like a radio and it's just a receiver. But if it were a receiver, what you would get is two copies of the same signal, even if splitting a radio in half made the radio work as two separate radios. What you would have is two of the same signal. But what you get instead is the development of two completely different personalities with their own minds, like so two different minds. So it cannot be that it's just receiving this mind from another place. What it seems to be is the mind is an emergent property of all the functions of that physical brain, so that when you split it in half, it is forced to cope in a way that develops two emergent properties, two minds, each with their own unique signatures to them. So that's where the radio analogy absolutely falls down.
Yep, it fails there. I admit that. I'm just saying that that's just a different, that's just kind of that wasn't the target level of abstraction on that analogy. No analogies are perfect, but I guess the point of what I was trying to say is that correlation isn't necessarily causation, as we can see in that radio analogy. Under idealism, the split brain example is perfectly fine. Even like the Phineas Gage also. Phineas Gage, you know, his whole personality changed when like a railroad spike went through his brain, and his quality of experience changed. But there was still a qualia. There was still an experience. The quality of the experience changed. Yeah, the brain sort of, you know, it affects the quality of the experience. That's not a problem. But the explanation of how you get experience from non-experiential matter is what we call the hard problem of consciousness on materialism. So if materialism is true, then that piece, that really important piece, would need to be explained. And it's just, for me, I just don't see that as being a solved problem in philosophy.
Oh, no, I don't think it is a solved problem. Even the question of why we're conscious, you know, why we're conscious at all isn't a solved problem. But I believe that you're just appealing to a gap. And it's not the fact that there's a different qualia for a, you know, Phineas Gage is someone you mentioned. That was probably the most famous first example of somebody having the brain split. It's that you've got two different qualia, where the right eye controlled by the left brain will see something, and the left eye controlled by the right side of the brain will see another thing. They will agree it's the same thing, but, you know, one will see a saw and one will see a hammer, right? They'll agree it's the same thing. So you get this indication that the qualia, while agreed upon by the whole, they are experiencing two different things. So you would have to say that a new, completely new, or two new qualias would have to be generated and sent to the brain, which is then sent to each side. But I guess what I'm getting at is that it is more parsimonious to sort of go, well, the overall mind is produced by the brain, and that's not correlation. That is sort of saying that when you split the brain, the mind splits into two different minds. That is causation. That is basically a direct link to altering something in the brain as a causal relationship to doing the same thing to the mind, instead of just, you know, damaging it. And I agree. Like, if you damage a mind, and you, like, just like you damage a receiver, it may not get the same signal. It may get a wonky signal. It may get a distorted signal. I totally understand that. But in the case of split brain patients, you're talking about a direct sort of analogous effect to how we do something. And I think it's that inductive process that would say that that the brain's not a receiver, and the mind does come from the structure, the physical structure of the brain. And, you know, I think that science would agree that, especially neurologists, that it is the physical structure of the brain that does the mind is a direct function of that. Yeah, I think I would make that case.
Let me just jump in here really quick. My wife is starting to shake her finger at me. I'm getting ready to go on 6 hours. So what I like to do, I hate to stop this because this is a fascinating conversation, but what I like to do is give everybody a final word. And so by the time we get around the room, it's probably going to be my dinner time, or my wife is going to be really upset. So let me start. Mark, I'd like to give you the last word because I want to just ask you a couple quick questions if you have time to stick around for a minute. So let's go ahead, and Steve, you were the first one here. So we'll go to you. Dark Light, we'll go to you, and then we'll let Scott go. And then after that, we'll let Mark give his final thoughts. And then I'll have just a quick couple questions from Mark, and then I'll close it down. And feel free, you guys, in your final statements, whatever, if you want to talk about this or something else, mention your channels. I'm going to get you guys' links put in the description. I really try to support everybody who's supported me. And you guys have done that, Mark. You've been really gracious, like that debate you mentioned, even to consider debating someone like myself with such little experience. I'm really grateful.
Don't be like that. I'm just a guy. Like, seriously.
I appreciate it. Absolutely. Well, there's so many scumbags out there, so it's nice to be able to highlight people who are the good ones. So let's go ahead and go to Steve. You're going to be up first, brother, and then we're going to just work our way around the room and make sure everyone gets a chance to say what they want to say.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks, mate. By the way, Mark, I'm a Kiwi, just to let you know.
Oh, shocker.
I appreciate the conversation. When it comes to final statements, I mean, I've said what I need to say. So, and I know that OE wants to go and have his dinner, so I'll let him go and do that. Thanks very much. I really do appreciate today's conversation. I learned a lot. Thank you.
Well, Steve, I appreciate you stopping by, and I appreciate that you've checked out some of my videos and given some really good thoughts and some pushback on some of my ideas and stuff, because it causes me to think more critically. So I always respect that, and you're always very polite about it when you do. So thank you so much for being a part of it. Dark Light, I'm going to go to you next, brother, and I'm just really glad you stopped by. So why don't you have the floor and whatever you'd like to share.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, man. I really like the atmosphere you cultivate here. Just having civil discussions about things. It's nice to meet you, Steve. Nice to meet you, Mark Reed. And once again, it's excellent sharing the stage with all you guys. And my channel is cooked, so I can't post any more videos on it. I'm going to end up making my own website and putting all my content on it. I got 750 videos. I'm gonna put all my content on it behind a paywall, and I'm gonna roll with the punches, stick and move, and try to figure out some different platforms or something so I can keep making content. The YouTube is very tyrannical and censor filled, and they obviously have agendas that don't align with truth or free expression. So I'm definitely gonna bob and weave around that shit. So thank you for having me on. I really appreciate it. Now, I do have a podcast, and I would like to have all you guys on at some point once I figure out what I'm going to do moving forward with making content. But when I do figure that out, I will want to have another episode of my podcast, and I would love to have all you guys on. So far, I have Kyle Butler, who is a friend of Durante Lamar. He's an ex-Christian turned atheist. He was a Christian pastor for like 30 years. And I also have Coach Renz from Deconstructing Christianity, who has agreed to come on with me. So, and then I have my co-host is a Satanist. So I would like to have, anyone willing to jump in on some conversations. It will be long form. It'll be about a 5 or 6 hour podcast, because I got a whole bunch of different topics to cover, everywhere from theology to culture to health and politics. So we can hit on all kinds of great points. But once again, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. I am the brightest night. I am the darkest light, and I am ascending, as are we all. The dark light is upon you. Stay beautiful, motherfuckers.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks, man. I had a great time. Thanks for all the challenges. Gave me a lot to think about. I will incorporate all of that stuff and look at my syllogisms and look at all the things that everyone said. And I appreciate it as usual. Objective Ethics, you got a great panel. Mark Reed, it was nice to meet you for once. I've seen a lot of your debates, and I love your debate style. Love the way you debate, and you're very well measured. And oh yeah, absolutely. And it's an honor to have you challenge my views. And again, everybody, I have a channel called The Mirror Point, and I talk about different philosophies of mind and things like free will and objective morality or subjective morality or things like that. And I love discussing those kind of things. And just to let you know, I'm not, I don't take this stuff like super serious, like in a zealous way. Like I know I can be wrong. And so I'm more than happy to be wrong. And I'm just looking for people to really challenge me at all times. Every Sunday I have the Sunday debate time. And that's where I debate people of different views, like physicalists or theists or people like that, people that want to debate me on those topics. And yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say. Really had a great time, man.
Well, thank you so much. I realized I was muted. I was talking to Dark Light and you jumped in and I'm like, oh shit, I better wait for Scott to go. And then I realized I was muted the whole time. So I'm glad you took the initiative there. I might've been talking to myself for 10 minutes and not even fucking realized it. So yeah, Dark Light, I just want to say in response to you, thank you so much for coming by. I'm really glad that you found my channel. I'm not sure. I think we might've bumped into each other on Brooklyn Lou. He's a really sweetheart. I love that guy. So I'm really glad you found the channel and that you come share your thoughts and that you feel welcome here, because everyone's got different ideas. And I am trying to create a platform where we can share different ideas and, kind of push back on each other's ideas within a respectful manner, because that's how we're going to come to the truth. And that's what it's really all about. Scott, I really appreciate you stopping by. It's always nice to see you. I've enjoyed getting to know you and Sophia both over the last several months or year, whatever it's been. It's not year, I guess, but I find your ideas about non-dualism very fascinating, really fun to talk about. As I've said before, while I'm not convinced about the idealist, non-dualist model, much because of what Mark Reed has said, and you and I have had those conversations before, I see that consciousness seems to be fundamental. It seems like we can affect the brain. We affect consciousness. And I've cited the split brain patients that Mark Reed was talking about in our conversations before. So you're used to hearing that from me, but I still find it fascinating. And I do think, as I said before, there is a certain utility to at least functioning like we're all connected. It brings out the empathy, which is really important in all of us. And that's where we should be drawing our ethics and morality from, is that empathy. So whether it's true or not, I think that there's definitely a value to it. And I'm really glad there are people like yourself out there, and Dark Light, in fact, who are out there and kind of promoting this oneness, because I do see the utility in it. So Mark, let me give you the stage. And then before you cut out, let me just wrap with you for just a quick second here, but go ahead and tell people about your channel and where to find you, and any other final thoughts on that.
Yeah, if you just put in Mark Reed Atheism, I'll come up eventually, probably, maybe. Possibly. I think that there is a lot to be said about that. I did see something that was on quantum monism, which was sort of a physicist talking about, if everything is quantum entangled, then we're really looking at things the wrong way by trying to find a foundational particle, and the foundation is everything, with everybody just being different parts of the same one thing, which was absolutely fascinating. The problem is trying to prove or disprove these things. Same is true with, I'm an empiricist myself. I think that the way to knowledge is through your senses and the senses of the world around you, kind of thing. So idealism is sort of the idea that your mind is the way to the truths around you. And I sort of really push back on that, being an empiricist. But again, it's something that I can't definitively say, hey, you're wrong and stuff. And while me and somebody might disagree, it's totally cool. I can disagree with them completely. I disagree with objective ethics about stuff. Still love the guy, still awesome dude. Still will happily talk to him about all kinds of stuff. It's no problem at all. We can disagree and still be civil and have friendships. And, I don't agree with all of my friends. Why would I have to? So it's no problem at all. If people believe in idealism, that's cool. I totally get it, and I get how important it is, the mind. And the hard problem of consciousness, I'm not going to lie, it definitely exists. Like nobody solved it, but there's a lot of problems nobody solved. Nobody solved the Agrippa trilemma, or also known as the Munchausen trilemma. Nobody solved the problem of hard solipsism, right? Like nobody solved these things, and maybe they're unsolvable. But I think with the hard problem of consciousness, the more we explore with science, the better understanding we're getting of the mind. I don't see that one out of reach like hard solipsism, for instance. I think that one is possibly is solvable. It would just is that in the early days of exploring the mind, we thought, oh yeah, we'll have an understanding of the mind in 10 years or something, and it's way more complicated than that. So, but I can't say for sure. What I believe is due to the evidence that I have, but I can't categorically say, oh, I absolutely know, this person's absolutely wrong. No, that's not what we do. And it's interesting conversations. Split brain patients I find absolutely fascinating because nobody predicted what would happen in the case of Phineas Gage. Like, nobody could understand what was going on because it was just so weird. And it is the weirdness of it that makes it so fascinating. So, yeah. But thank you so much for talking with me. I've had a really, really good time. Thanks, OE, for hosting the panel. I really appreciate it. It's been a good conversation, if a bit short, but that's my fault. I only got here, very late, so I apologize. Definitely my fault.
You're always welcome here. And if I knew you were going to be coming on, I would have actually set dinner aside or something like that, because it's so worth having you stop by.
It's fine.
There's a few things I wanted to run by you just really quickly here, and I don't want to turn it into another hour show, but two things. One, I wanted you to hear it from me and get an invitation. I posted a video on my channel about objective morality, and it was kind of a response to our debate. And I really enjoyed that debate, as I've told you and everybody else a number of times. First of all, I thought you did a fantastic job, irregardless. And I want to be clear, so you hear it from me, that I know I'm not intending to take anything away from anybody in that debate. But
it's fine.
There was one problem with it, and I don't want to make it sound like excuses, because it wasn't a competition or anything like that. But I had actually prepared some stuff that would have dealt with Hume's guillotine, for example. And for some reason, because I'm not good with technology, when I sent it from my laptop to my tablet that I was reading off of, I sent the wrong file. And I didn't realize it until Sarah basically gave us our time to do introductions. And so I was actually scrambling the whole time with no notes, trying to do things from memory. And so I went with an old argument that I'd used that I knew was already broken. And I'm really bummed out about that, because you didn't get my best performance. I still think you would have won the debate probably, but I would have liked to hear your response to my best argument. And so I made that video. I know you're a busy guy, you do your own channel, you're a huge support for Ember and her channel. And I really like Ember, by the way. I'll put a link to her channel in this description every time I mention her. I try to remember to do that. Please do subscribe to Ember's channel, support her efforts, and Mark Reed as well. But if you have time, maybe in Discord I can send you the link or to that video, or you could just check it out on my channel. It's called Objective Morality. I've only got a few videos up, and that video got a lot of responses, and I reposted to refix the syllogisms. I tried to anyway. And so I'd really be curious if I could get your response to that. And again, I know you're very busy, so if it takes as much time as it
it's
takes.
Totally cool. No, is it in favor of objective morality? Is that
it is? It is in favor. Yep, that's the one.
Yeah, gotcha.
And the other thing I was going to ask.
I thought I commented on that. I thought I made a comment. Didn't I comment on that? I'm not sure.
If you did and I missed it, that might be possible. It might be I'm forgetting. Maybe you did. So maybe you did already, and I'm just forgetting. But yeah, that would be my strongest argument. And I'd love to hear maybe just have a conversation about it, or another an informal, discussion or something like that. I'd love to hear, because I really respect you're well versed in this topic, and I really like to have the strongest opponents, because that really forces me to sharpen my own arguments, and that's what I really like. I like to play. When I played a lot of sports, I always like to play against the best athletes, because that pushed me to be a better athlete. I didn't like to play against people that weren't as good as I was, or that weren't better than I was. And I see you as being a really strong opponent, and I really respect that and value your friendship for that. I did some videos about free will, and I actually am currently in a discussion with a Christian right now. He believes in libertarian free will, and I do not. And I'm using the split brain patients as part of the evidence against free will. And so I was just really curious if you wanted to take a minute or two and just share your thoughts about free will, since you're talking about the split brain stuff, because I'd be curious as to what your angle is on that.
I take a compatibilist view of free will. I think that I don't subscribe to the sort of we have no free will, the hard determinism kind of thing. I think we have less free will than we think, but I think being able to bring up a series of options and discount some of those options is basically free will, even if the options sort of determined. I think that we do have what I would refer to as free will, but a lot of people have said, well, if previous events influence it, then it's not free will. I kind of reject that as a compatibilist. I think that when I'm talking about free will, I'm talking like the problem is that the argument is that in any possible universe where the conditions are the same, you would do the same thing. The problem is that that is completely unfalsifiable. There's no way you can test that because we only have one world that we live in, right? So when we're talking about possible worlds, we're talking about things or alternatives that are possible but do not happen. Well, we don't have access to those worlds. So I've heard a lot of arguments for and against. I'm a compatibilist. I think that a lot of scientists have sort of said, it's the illusion of free will. I'm not so sure it's an illusion as rather a systemic process of bringing up options randomly or sort of pseudo-randomly and then basically eliminating them, because we do seem to change our mind. We go, maybe I should do this, and then going, no, that's a terrible idea. That is a terrible idea. Where the hell did that come from? So I think that is the essence of free will.
Yeah, I really liked how you said that. And this is where, so I'm actually throughout this conversation with this debate that I'm having on my channel, it's a multi-part series, and we're really in the weeds of like the mind-body problem and fundamental consciousness. And we haven't even gotten to morality yet, but we're trying to sort through all this. And I'm actually finding myself falling in the middle as well. And the only reason I haven't referred to myself as a compatibilist is because I think it's getting down into the nuances of these definitions. And when we say free will, what are we actually saying by that? Do we mean that we're able to make decisions completely free of any external influences in biology? Well, that seems nonsensical. So I reject that at whole cloth. But if we mean by free will, we're simply reasoning, assuming we have a healthy mind, we're able to reason through things. That seems to be more like what I'm seeing. The hard problem, I'm confused here. Hard determinism. While Robert Sapolsky lays out a pretty interesting argument for it, I'm having a hard time connecting the dots, and that might be my own ignorance. I'll admit, maybe it's over my head, but I'm having a hard time connecting the dots with what he's saying and the actual decision-making process that seem to be what we're observing. Now, I do agree that there are influences, and there's biology and there's external influences, but does that mean that we have no agency whatsoever? I don't agree with that. I think that we do have agency. We set goals, we take actions, and that's ultimately what agency means to me. So I'm kind of in the middle. I guess where I'm having a hard time understanding is with the compatibilist view, if we're actually going to say, yes, that means that hard determinism and free will can live together somehow. I don't see by definition alone that they can.
Well, it's determinism, right? Like, so basically you're saying that most things in the universe don't have free will, right? Like, so if you roll a boulder off a cliff, it will follow the laws of physics. It is a deterministic process kind of thing. That's what it is. But hard determinism says that free will doesn't exist because there are priors for everything, and everything will decide how it turns out. And that's the only way it could have turned out. As a compatibilist, I argue it is the evaluation and the system of reevaluating, bringing up more options, reevaluating, that is free will, even though there are, as you say, influences to it. There's absolutely influences to it. I get the argument that there is, like Sapolsky says, that the brain is influenced by all of those things, so it doesn't actually make a choice. I would disagree. I think that bringing up and discounting options is free will, even though you might not go, well, how do I solve this math equation? Oh, I think I'll just jump off the bridge kind of thing. That's going to be a good option. I think the evaluation and going, no, that's a terrible idea, that is the essence of free will. But you run into people like Alex O'Connor who say, well, everything is random or determined. And if it's random, it's not free will. If it's determined, it's not free will. But I think he ignores that you can have things like random occurrences that are then dealt with in a deterministic way. For instance, take evolution, right? Like mutations may be random, but what survives is actually determined. So it is both random and determined at the same time. Like the processes are what we're talking about. And it sort of gets into a completely different branch of philosophy, which is a process ontology, where you're basically saying that things aren't as they are always in a state of change and processing. So I point to the process, even though it can be influenced, and I totally agree with that, but that is free will, because that system goes through a logical process of separating what is valid from what is not valid, or what is effective versus what is not effective, based upon what your brain thinks and its experiences before. And a hard determinist will say, well, all of that is priors, all of it's determined by the brain, all of it's previous. I would argue that that is free will.
I really like how you said that, and I'm actually going to come back and rewatch this portion of this show. So because that really helps me out a lot, because I'm trying to conceptualize these. This is a new thing that I'm trying to dive into, and so I'm really at the surface level. And there's a lot of arguments to be made on both sides, and I'm in the middle of a discussion, an ongoing discussion with a friend of mine, a Christian friend of mine. The problem is that he's introducing things into the conversation because he's a theist. So one of the comments he made, and I'm not trying to throw shade on him, A's, I'm really enjoying our conversation, but I feel like when you said in our last show, he said that that every time we make a decision, we violate the laws of physics. That type of a statement alone seems completely untenable. I never did get him to explain how. I asked him, what laws of physics are we violating specifically, and never got an answer to that. So it's difficult for me trying to conceptualize what he's even saying. And I believe the most important thing that we can do, and the most respectful thing that we can do, is when we're having a conversation with somebody, is to try to really understand where they're coming from, so that we make sure that we're addressing their claims appropriately, and if we can steel man their position. But he's making some claims that are just so outside of anything I can even comprehend, and it doesn't seem like he's able to actually explain them. And the other issue was that he said that he admitted that there's no evidence for this mind that he's talking about, because we're getting into the mind body situation. And he's like, there's a mind, but we can't test it. We can't observe it. So I'm like, well, then how can we make any claims about whether it's there at all? We shouldn't, so I'm having a hard time trying to figure all this out throughout that conversation. And I'm on the same page with how you explain this. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I would absolutely add, I wouldn't die on this hill. Like, I think that the both determinism, compatibilism, libertarian free will, they're kind of all unfalsifiable. Like, we don't have any other possible worlds to test whether the decision would have come out the same or different, or whether there's something like, unless we have a way to falsify it, we cannot. Like, if you've read Popper, if you've read sort of the basically the people that really, Voltaire, and the people that really contributed to scientific methods and our understanding of the world, something unfalsifiable is kind of like, I mean, it's interesting to discuss, but we cannot categorically say whether it's true or false. Like, it's just impossible to investigate, basically.
I'm on board with that as well.
I'm a compatibilist. I wouldn't die on that hill. If someone had good evidence that there is no free will, I would say, yeah, okay, that's good evidence. I'm convinced. If someone had good evidence that there, is free will, then I would say, yeah, I'm convinced that's good. If someone had good evidence for a God, I would say, hey, I'm convinced that's good evidence. But I haven't seen it, and I don't know how you would go about getting it for the free will question. But really interesting to discuss. Yeah.
But Mark, have you seen the trees?
Once or twice. What are you talking about? Australia, we don't have trees. Look, I meant to say this. I'm so sorry for calling you an Australian, UF dogs. How dare I? It's disgusting. It's reprehensible. How dare I? The noble New Zealander should not be confused with the dirty convict Australians. It's just disgusting. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for coming on. I've appreciated your input. Very interesting.
All right, everyone. I'm going to just make some closing remarks, and I really appreciate everyone coming on the show. So let me shut this down in somewhat kind of an organized fashion. We talked about so many different things today. This was a fascinating show. We didn't solve any of the world's problems, that's for sure, but we really did bring up a lot to think about. And I appreciate if you guys, leave your own thoughts in the comment section. Please like and subscribe, not just to my channel, but I'm going to be putting links to everyone's channel. If I can remember everybody, there were so many people here today and we talked about so many people. My guest today, Tristan Gabriel, 21st Century Minds. He's a great guy, really nice young man, very intelligent. And so I definitely recommend checking out his channel. He introduced me recently to Richard Carrier. And I know Richard Carrier gets a lot of flack from in some circles, particularly for mythicism, but I'm a huge fan of Dr. Richard Carrier. I've cited his work a lot. In fact, we're talking about objective morality. I cited Richard Carrier's work. So it was fascinating for me and really cool for me to be able to talk to him directly about that, actually. So I'm really grateful to Tristan for setting that up. And we had, obviously Mark Reed was here. I definitely need to recommend his channel. He and I had a great debate on objective morality. And he's able to put forth a strong argument for any position that he's studied, and he studied a lot. So if you're interested in debate and you want a good debate opponent, hit Mark up. He's very generous in offering his time to debate people and stuff. And he's very respectful. Like you could catch his debates on Raging Tomato. Sarah, very grateful for her for hosting that debate. She is really open to hosting people and is a fair moderator. So look into those people. We talked, I mentioned Better Than Ember. She has a channel that we like to support in this community. So check her channel out. I think Dr. Norton was here, trying to go from memory. Dr. Norton was here earlier. I'll check out his channel. He's an objectivist, talks about Ayn Rand. I'm missing so many names. James Apperson was here. It's always nice to hear him. I was really honored that he stopped by. I'm a big fan of James. Of course, Chris Moore supports the channel. He's been a regular. Robin Webster, that's another name. She's got a channel. Definitely check out her channel. She talks about politics, but also about religion and other social issues. She's a very smart lady, very approachable. She mentioned to me that because of my admitted ignorance in politics, that she'd be willing to do a show sometime, maybe bringing me up to speed. And the suggestion that maybe we should do a show left versus right kind of a thing, so people could kind of hash these things out, so I could see where the arguments are coming from, and it might help me out. So I think that's actually an interesting idea, and I might take her up on that. And so if you are interested in doing a political discussion, I wanted to do like maybe 2-3 panel members for each side. And it would be very interesting. It'd be educational for me, being that I'm so ignorant about politics. I get frustrated. I'm an independent centrist. I get frustrated with the left and the right and all this bickering back and forth without any real solutions being presented, as far as I can tell. So I'd like to see that discussion happen. So if you're interested in maybe defending your political views, if you're a conservative or liberal, let me know. Get in touch with me. You could get my email address off of the description of my channel. It's objectiveethicsyt for YouTube. So objectiveethicsyt@gmail.com. And I will probably set something like that up, maybe 3 people on each side or something. And I'll probably moderate it loosely just to keep things kind of from getting too much cross talking. But I'm basically going to let you guys go at it. That should be a fun show. I know I'm missing a lot of names for people who jumped in today, and I do apologize. It was so nice to see everybody, and it's very humbling for me to see how much support the channel is getting. It's not really, as I've said before, it's not really my channel. It's a community that I'm trying to, a platform that I'm trying to create to let you guys have a voice, no matter what your opinions are, as long as you're not going to bring any open bigotry, racism, hatred, that kind of stuff. I can't allow that. But I do want you to feel free to bring your ideas to the conversation, and we push back on each other's ideas. So if you can't have your ideas questioned or criticized, this probably isn't going to be a good place for you to talk about them, because I do open this discussion up for people to push back. And I use myself as an example. If anybody has anything to say about anything that I've put out there, please challenge me on it. Show me where I'm wrong. I'm happy to engage in a conversation and see, maybe you can convince me that I've made a mistake somewhere, and I'd like to be on the side of truth. It's more important to be aligned with truth than to be right, if that makes any sense at all. A lot of times we just want to be right. And that means that oftentimes we try to defend being right, as opposed to really making sure that we're aligned with what's true. So I'm looking for truth here, and I hope that everyone who supports this channel is looking for truth as well, and that we're all willing to accept that as human beings, we could be wrong about something. I should get this ticker off of here. That doesn't make any sense what I'm saying. So anyway, we're all susceptible to being wrong at one point or another. We need to have some humility, and it's also important that we have empathy for each other. That's one of the reasons I think that objective morality is really important, is because it's important that we treat each other equally. And whether morality is objective or subjective, the point remains that we're all human beings. We're all at that same starting point. And so I'd like to see us carrying on in the world as though we recognize the humanity in even the people we disagree with. Thank you so much for stopping by today.
Channel. 3.33 repeating, of course. That's better than I've done before. And Deacon Brennan, what do you do? Wait, objective ethics will be on your plate.